organization, FABA has united academic institutions, industry leaders, and government bodies across Asia, fostering a spirit of collective progress. Over the past 20 years, FABA has tirelessly promoted biotechnology, driving innovation, entrepreneurship, and global partnerships. Through flagship events like Vibe Asia, which attracts over 1,500 leaders from 50 countries, FABA has not only facilitated business networking and technological advancements, but also secured investments exceeding $2.5 billion. FABA's commitment to excellence is reflected in its focus on critical areas, such as drug discovery, biosafety, and AI in life sciences. Through workshops, biorisk management programs, and global collaborations, FABA is strengthening the biotech infrastructure in Asia, ensuring that research institutions adhere to the highest standards of safety and innovation. Our journey is marked by groundbreaking initiatives like FABA Whale Tech, where biotech startups connect with investors, driving the next wave of innovation in medtech, agritech, and beyond. FABA Fridays continue to inspire and educate the biotech community with weekly sessions led by industry experts. With a legacy of fostering collaboration, recognizing excellence, and promoting growth, FABA has been at the forefront of shaping Asia's biotech future. As we gather for the FABA Innovation Summit 2024, we celebrate 2 decades of relentless pursuit of innovation, collaboration, and impact.
Let us come into our program. With a huge round of applause, I would like to call upon stage the driving force behind FABA, FABA's Executive President, Emeritus Professor, University of Hyderabad, Professor Redana, to address the gathering with his welcome speech.
Very good morning to all. Distinguished Chief Guest, Professor Gautam Mehta, former Vice Chancellor of University of Hyderabad and former Director of Indian Institute of Science, and Professor Ananda Kondapi, our Dean, School of Life Sciences, Professor Gulshan Krishna, Director of Institute of Eminence at University of Hyderabad, and a number of dignitaries from different countries. I see many of them from Iraq, representing the government, industry, and academy. I think it is great pleasure to extend you all warm welcome on behalf of the organizing committee of FABA Innovation Summit. The committee includes our organizing partners like Science Gurus based in California, University of Hyderabad, and of course a number of other institutions here like MIAB, CDRI, IST, and other number of institutions, and of course industry partners, a large number of them which were mentioned earlier. I take it a great pleasure to see you all at this Festival of Innovation. I would like to call this as Innovation Summit as the Festival of Innovation. And we have been doing this for the past 2 years. The first one was held within the Valley, where all industrial body representatives were there. And Happy to say that all institutional heads were represented in Genome Valley, and that gave the opportunity to interact with both academy and industry interaction. And this year we thought, let us move to academic setup, and I must acknowledge that the University of Hyderabad Vice Chancellor, Dr. Vijay Rao, had agreed to host it. Unfortunately, he could not be here, and this is being held within the University of Hyderabad in an academic setup. I'm calling this as Innovation Summit, Innovation Festival of Innovation, mainly because our the Prime Minister has announced Vision Bharat 2047, coinciding with the independence, 100th day of independence, where the goal is to become a developed country. And if you see, compare the developed countries and developing countries, the difference between the two is the innovation. If you see the growth of, let us take about the pharma, healthcare, biotech. If you see the global healthcare market is about $10 trillion, the contribution of India is only about $360 billion. It is around 3% now. Why we are not able to? We have development capital of India, vaccine capital of India, and a number of other host of institutions. But despite that, because mainly the difference in the innovation, the real value of healthcare products lies in the innovative products. We have high value and low value products, and as a result, we are not able to make it to the level in other developed countries. If we would like to move towards the goal of our beloved Prime Minister, we have to take steps towards the direction of practicing innovation in every sector, be it in academic institution, be it in the industry, be it in the government. We need to focus on innovation. And then only we will be able to, even in the education sector or other sectors, then only we will be able to achieve the goal that was set up by our beloved Prime Minister. And FABA, with all our executive council, most of them are here, we have taken that conscious decision to have this festival of innovation, celebrate innovations, recognize those innovations that have come up from the academy industry collaboration, and also recognize the innovations that are taking place within the academic institutions by instituting cash prizes to the extent of 5 lakhs, and for the best innovation from young scientists below the age of 35, and best innovation award for doctoral students. I must acknowledge the support that we received from Nanco Pharma for sponsoring this award, and Dr. Ananda Govindaluri of Govind Venture Capital for sponsoring this innovation. And so this is the forum for all of you to interact and forge alliances and see that the innovations that are emanating from the academic institutions are brought into light by joining hands with the startups and incubator industries. Yesterday, it was really a memorable event within the campus of the University of Hyderabad. There are more than 20 VC companies here going through the pitch presentations by selected 20 startup companies. It was started at around 10 o'clock, went up to 6 p.m. And today I think we have a big agenda ahead, and I would like every one of you to utilize the opportunity to interact and move forward. And this festival of innovation may not be confined for today, even in the year 2015, next, we should continue throughout the year so that we will see the benefits of such kind of collaborations, and we will celebrate again the festival of innovation the next year. It's different setup. I once again take this opportunity to extend you all the warm welcome. So this is the innovation summit. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for starting the event with your welcome speech. I would like to call upon stage Professor Anand Kondati, Dean, School of Life Sciences, University of Hyderabad, address the gathering.
Thanks for the agenda, Garu. It is part of the first and promoting innovation culture in the university among students and many other people. And I thank the other members from this FABA and this committee for inviting me to this. School of Life Sciences is welcomes all of you for any innovation, any idea that you want to promote. University not only for School of Life Sciences, also other disciplines, School of Chemistry, School of Physics, and other disciplines also assessed. Also, they are also working international areas of health sciences, and we should promote all of them. I think they're also part of this gathering. It is at the university level, we should conduct this innovation, and we are doing, I think, the suburban discipline has a lot of interest and is trying to the youth level democracy. This is very important in promoting, and also the school has one interest where to promote some students with regard to our idea before we go to startup, whether they can able to work on the area in our schools itself, and create an ambience. Because you see, a student may not have funds immediately to initiate a startup, may not have that particular network. So it is, if we can able to do that by promoting their interest at the initial level, if any of these investors can able to help university to provide such facilities to students, bright students, to initiate their work, and then come to the level of starting startups. So that will be very useful to promoting young minds in terms of bringing it to the startup. Then once startup comes, then the other culture will start in terms of BioTech and other funding. Before even go there, they need to be, the idea is there, that should be promoted. So I request FABA and other members here to see that if such infrastructure, such a facility could be created at the university level, so different students from different schools can come together, collaborate, and innovate, bring an innovation to the translation, at least to the level of. So this we tried a few years ago, and I request President Garu see if we can able to do that at the university to create a sort of ambience to bring the innovation culture at the university level. So with this brief remarks, I thank the organizers for providing the opportunity to.
Thank you, sir. Let us now invite Dr. Ghanshyam Krishna, Senior Professor and Director, Institute of Eminence, University of Hyderabad, to address the audience.
On behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Professor B.J. Rao, I welcome all of you to the University of Hyderabad to this very important discourse on innovation and entrepreneurship. I know it has been going on for 2 weeks. Before I say anything, I would like to welcome all the distinguished guests sitting in the audience. I represent the Institute of Eminence program, which I will talk about a little briefly. Before I say that, I remember when we got the statement of Institution of Eminence, Mr. Govardhan Mehta is here. He gave a very inspirational and motivational speech, and we were all sort of buzzed with energy and so on. So it's been 5 years, and it is time for us to kind of introspect and see where we are and what we are doing as an institution of eminence. So there are several metrics on which the university is being evaluated as an institution of excellence, and among them, innovation, entrepreneurship, academia, industry engagement, translational research, and revenue generation. These are some of the metrics that are relevant to this audience. I will not go into the other ones. And so we have been constantly asked about what we are doing for all of this, how are we engaging and so on. So the question that normally comes to me, I mean, I've been representing IOE for the last 2.5 years or so, is philosophically, how does a university actually generate revenue? And a normal university like this, where 50% of the the university is not related to humanities and so on and so forth. So what is the model of revenue generation that one can adopt for a university, a normal university? So this is a sort of a philosophical question that we are sort of dealing with. And as part of the IOE program, we have launched a few very unique programs as far as the university system is concerned. The first one is called a public-private partnership, in which industry and faculty members get together, and the university contributes 50% of the project cost, and the industry is expected to contribute the other 50%, which means that if the total cost of the project is about 100 rupees, then 50 rupees is what the university will contribute, and the other 50 rupees is what the industry is expected to contribute in terms of kind of cash or facility or
So we will have tried. We have had a modest success in that, and most of this, the three projects that are currently ongoing. One of them is in the area of artificial intelligence for medical treatments. The other one is for energy technologies, and the third one is for space technology. So it is relatively modest, but it is a good start, I would think. The other scheme that we had launched was called the Interinstitutional Research Cluster, where a bunch of institutions come together and also an industry is involved. And we sort of collaborate on something which is a prototype development in a lab, and then we hopefully the collaboration will take it to a prospect of commercialization. So there again we have had some success. I would say success, but a few projects have been uh, awarded for that, and they're all related to bio and pharma and so on. The third one is basically something that we are trying to do with Aspire, but with limited success. And we're still working out a model where we can work with Aspire and actually encourage individual faculties to get into innovation and all. So these are sort of three schemes which may be relevant to this audience. And there are other things that we are trying to do, which is directly engaging with industry and asking them to, requesting them for funds and so on and so forth. But that has also met with limited success in my view. The reason that we think this is happening is that we are not a technology institution, and most of the industries are sort of looking at IITs and IIC for investment in technology development or lab-related development. So it is a challenge that there are three central universities which are institutions of eminence: Banaras, Delhi, and University of Hyderabad. And I know that all three of us have the same kind of challenge because we're what is called a normal university, and we're teaching. I think it is correct, and teaching is still a noble profession, and revenue generation in some senses and industry-related work is in some sense looked down upon. So we are facing a sort of a mental barrier there, but hopefully in years to come we'll be able to overcome it. Having said this, with apologies and to all the experts sitting here, and if I'm allowed to say a few, I have a few thoughts. In sometime back, about 6 years back, we were part of a program. We were asked to give suggestions on how innovation and entrepreneurship and industry, academia engagement can be improved. So these were the thoughts that we had put. The main challenge is, of course, everybody knows that the GDP of the country is increasing, but so is life expectancy. And as a result of the increase in life expectancy, the number of people who are not in the part of the workforce is also increasing. The other challenge is that the unemployment, as we discussed very frequently, various forums, is also increasing, which means that potentially job creation is not keeping pace with the rate of increase of population. So that is a challenge. So we also know that very few Indian universities are actually generating enough revenue. There is something called the World Innovative University Ranking, and there is no Indian institution in the top 50. And Stanford University, not fair to compare, but still, as an example, apparently they received $59 million from 1,059 technologies in 2022. So if you simply multiply by 100, you know how much they are actually generating in terms of revenue out of technologies that they license. This is royalties that they produce. IIT Bombay apparently generates something like 180 crores. And IIT Madras is doing a similar kind of thing. But there are other institutions like us who have to get into this business. So we made some suggestions to the government of India during that period. And I would simply put it to you to consider and maybe have a discussion. So how do we actually enhance the academia, industry, and innovation entrepreneurship ecosystem in a novel university like this? So the first suggestion that we made was we should encourage industries to appoint faculty members as non-executive members on the boards of industries. This is basically to enable people like me to sit on a board of an industry and to learn how the industry actually thinks. We may be able to contribute, we may not be able to contribute, but most certainly we'll be able to learn, and then we can come back and this learning can percolate to the system. So this is one of the suggestions that we made. May or may not be practical. The other thing that we suggested was we have modular teaching programs, something that Sabat and I have been discussing for many years, but we have not been able to implement it. The concept is simply this. We don't think that people like you who are very busy and don't have time to spend a semester in a university can actually maybe spend a week, 8 hours a day for 5 days. So a 4 credit course or a 3 credit course is about 40 hours a semester. If you are able to spend 40 hours in 5 days, you will be able to teach at least 2 modules of course. And that becomes a very practical way of directly engaging with the students and faculty for the industry. And we've been proposing this rather unsuccessfully for many years. But recently the UGC has come up with something called a professor of practice. But there again, the professor of practice has to spend a semester at the university. I'm not sure, all of you are sitting here be able to spend 6 months in a university or a year in a university teaching. Not be possible for you. It also says that we have to generate our own resources to pay the professor of practice. Which is again a chicken and egg situation. I don't have the resources, so how can I pay the professor of practice? So these are sort of practical difficulties, but we are saying that if industry people are interested in coming and spending about 4 or 5 days in a week during a semester teaching a particular course, then it may be useful for us, the students, and the general ecosystem. Then creation of innovation entrepreneurship chair professorships, which could be that somebody from the industry is appointed as a chair professor or somebody within the university system who is doing well in terms of innovation and entrepreneurship is supported by an industry to do a particular kind of translational work. And that person, if it is a faculty member of the university, is allowed to entirely on whatever is the innovation entrepreneurship requirement. So that is one of the subjects. Then of course we are starting. I'm sorry, I've taken a little more time. I hope it is all right. 2-3 minutes I'll take and then starting of degree diploma programs. Then encourage faculty and students to. There was something called 9 Sigma, where a lot of very innovative ideas are floated, and people are asked to propose how to solve these problems. And I think something like that should come up. The lack of engagement between industry and the academia is essentially because we don't know what the entrepreneur employs 5 people, and maybe you will get about 30, 40 million jobs. Some part of the problem will be solved. So how do you get to the point where 6 million people can be trained to become entrepreneurs? It has to start in a university like this, cannot come from outside. Today morning there was a very interesting article in the Hindu where the Tamil Nadu government has said that there is a very large gap between the workforce and the skill, and this has to be bridged. And remember that Tamil Nadu has the highest gross enrollment ratio in this country, very close to 50%. And if you get a 50% DER in the next 10 years across the country, you have a even larger problem of employees. So I think somebody like this should think about that. I also think that a lot of the innovation is skewed. Most of it, with apologies to people sitting in the audience, is related to pharma, to bio, and AI and ML. But there are a lot of opportunities, in my view, where I think we should expand the scope of innovation into social innovation, like clean technology, green energy, hydrogen, clean water, good health, so on and so forth. So I think it is necessary for this forum to be expanded into a larger scope, and to apply all our minds to this innovation is not focus on one or two aspects of the community, but we focus on all aspects that are necessary for the country. So basically, as Professor Pandapi and we have been discussing, sustainable development, I think innovation for sustainable development has to be the kind of word for all this. So I hope all of you discuss this. I thank you for coming to the university. The university is very happy that we are hosting this on our campus with so many industrialists. I wish all of you to have fruitful discussions, and I hope this culture of innovation doesn't end with this conference. It is a continuous evolving process. Thank you for giving me the opportunity, and have a good time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. That was a very nice, innovative, and substantive talk about how industry and academia collaborations can be established. Definitely, I hope this will be in the future ideas of FABA. Thank you very much, sir. So, I would like to next invite Professor Govardhan Mehta, former Director, Indian Institute of Sciences, and former Vice Chancellor, University of Hyderabad, to grace the audience with his words.
Rajana, distinguished participants to this meeting, ladies and gentlemen. I am not identifying so many of the distinguished persons I see in the audience because the risk of taking omission, which what I will do is to follow the Italian practice, which I was very impressed lecturing there on many occasions. That whenever they have a ceremonial occasion, the speaker, the main speaker, or the speakers simply say, all protocols duly observed. And so I will also say, all protocols duly observed. So depending on your status and your role here, I recognize you all. Let me say it's a privilege to be participating in this event, which is Innovation Cluster meeting supported by a very well-known organization like FABA. And I hope that we will have very productive interactions today and any follow-up events that you will be planning. You know, the whole idea of having innovation, when it started in our context few years ago, and I don't want to trace the history of this, I would say that my enthusiasm for the work, particularly in the University of Hyderabad, with which I have strong association, and in the city of Hyderabad, was because I felt that Hyderabad has the potential to emerge as the science city of India because of its cluster of institutions, which some of them are from our colonial days, pre-independent days. They may have different names, but those institutions they exist. And subsequently, through the initiatives of the various governments in the last 70 years or so, many new entities have come, and many of them have flourished and are located in the city of Hyderabad. So my desire was that Hyderabad should become, if I can now say in the present day context, the STI capital of India. This sounds very ambitious, but I think it is something which is achievable. But if we have to achieve this, then innovations will have to be at the vanguard to achieve this. And also, equally important will be to fully embrace sustainability, it was mentioned by the previous speaker, and interdisciplinarity. So this combination of innovation, sustainability, and interdisciplinarity could be a viable recipe towards achieving the mission to position our city as the foremost city in STI arena in the country, and of course, as well as globally. Now, being perhaps the oldest man in this room, I can say that this is 50th year that I am attending a meeting where academia industry interaction is being discussed. And with no offense to anybody, let me also say that in all these meetings in last 50 years, the same things have been repeated. Only people have changed. What I am trying to indicate to you is that there is an idea deficit in how to promote academic industry interaction. Through Google, as all of us are now addicted to this, because we don't know most of the things, and the best way to find something about anything is to Google. And if you Google, there you will find dozens of headlines appearing. 7 ways to promote, 10 ways to promote. Some people are modest, they say 3 ways to promote academia industry interactions. But they too more or less say the same thing in a roundabout manner. When I look at those things, and I've been looking at it for quite some time, I really believe that there is enormous scope for applying innovation in finding new ways of this interaction. And I tell you also, one of our distinguished speakers, for example, we don't always know what industry means. We also always don't know what academia means from industry and so on. In my view, this is very subsidiary. Innovation itself is an all-inclusive term. Innovation is not domain specific. And I'm also telling this in the context that the case was made, and not only here this morning, but elsewhere, that if you are not in the domain of STI, there is no innovation. This is not correct. All innovation activity can center around the knowledge domain. where you deal with knowledge, innovations are possible. Not in the same way that you have a new software or new machine or new gadget or new digital medium. And therefore, it will not be correct to say that innovation is only meant for those who are in SBI. Innovation is possible in all knowledge streams. And that is why, and this is by the part of Indian tradition, and it is also globally known from the time of Plato, certainly, and that is that there is nothing which is outside the domain of knowledge. This truncation, segregation of knowledge by streams is a bad human creation. And I think we should give it up. Knowledge is holistic, and innovations can be applied in all domains of knowledge. So how do we then think about having a new dialogue for innovation in academia and industry? I can tell you in one sentence, maybe there are 100 meetings I have attended on academia industry interaction over 50 years, if not more. And my instinct is never to recall them, because each one of them ended in only one final outcome, and that was blame game. Industry friends, academics timelines don't work for us, they don't take it seriously, they don't deliver it time, so on and so forth. And you know that the driver in industry is quarterly outcome, and the timeline is divided in quarters. So there are board meetings, there are other activity, balance sheet, presentation to the shareholders, and so on. It's a quarterly phenomenon. For academics, actually there is no time, because they are free thinking. The profession's demand is to be free thinking. But it is wrong, we assume sometimes that we are not bound by the constraints, because we should know that we are not geological species. All living systems have a finite time here, achieving and doing work. So it is, while all meetings degenerate into this blame game for a variety of reasons, but timelines is one of the important parameters. And depending on what kind of glasses you wear, in some ways, the blame to academia is justified. In many ways, blame to industry also is justified. So this paradigm we should never look at from that perspective. We should look innovations and academia industry from a completely new lens, and in a framework of something different, where you don't position yourself as a beneficiary, but you consider this as necessity. In my view, you are an incomplete academic if you have not interacted not only with industry, but if you have not interacted with domains outside yours, including humanities and social science. So holistic nature of knowledge is fundamental to an academic's life. But you know, I'm a chemist, so I can use chemist language. You talk to chemistry colleagues, no offense to some of them I see here. You talk to them about chemistry, they don't even talk about chemical science. What good of humanity? They talk about my molecule, my methodology, my spectroscopy, my algorithm. Why concentrate a discipline with global implication? And today we know that although chemistry is a molecular science, but the reach and effect of chemistry are at planetary level. I don't want to bother you with this, but I can give you how a molecular science, invisible at molecular level, has global planetary level implications. And it's very common, so I want to repeat to you, just to remind all of us that last year was considered to be the highest ever recorded temperature for 40 years ever. right? Molecular investigation. And the people without friends. That's a method that one looks at. If we want to, as academics, engage more with industry, we have to broaden our horizons. We have too much compartmentalized our thing. And some deliberately, even I'm sorry to say, even the government policies sometimes compartmentalize knowledge. Knowledge is not for compartmentalization. As make it as broad. You may choose to do something, but that doesn't mean you should not do other things. For example, there is a suggestion made that academia and industry interaction, for example, that academics should have a seat on the boards of the companies. Good possibility. Not as a right when somebody nominates you. It is because you are a respected academic and industry feels that you will be useful there. Sorry to be apologies for being personal. I have sat on Harvard boards, many of them with $1 billion turnover, but not because to promote industry interaction. It's because hopefully you bring some other value to them. So, this perspective must change. And also our research focus should change since I have been lifelong academic, continue to be so. I can tell you, when anybody chooses an academic career, the focus is always giving expression to one's creativity. But we never define where that expression of creativity should. Now, of course, creativity cannot be defined because creativity has to be seamless. But now you have to add to this, and particularly with the perspective connecting with creativity must have a purpose. Now, of course, if you talk to an artist and ask what is the purpose, well, there is a purpose. But the purpose doesn't figure important in the hierarchy of person's creative instincts. And this every practitioner, particularly in academia, must realize what is the purpose. One of the things I also, in my younger years, when I first joined IIT Kanpur, the faculty, with a very impressionable, very young age, 22 or 23. And somebody asked me, what do you want to do? In fact, the director asked, was a very kind guy. And the instinctive reply for everybody, it's not only me, I'd say generic reply that everybody gives is, I will fly the fancy flights of imagination. Good, very impressive. That's what academics are supposed to do. What's the purpose? Then the answer is, we'll see. And I think it's for academics, a combination of purpose has to be part of the thought processes which manifest itself in it. And this requires, huge change in how we nurture, how do we mentor the academics. We all enter the academic arena. Is there any mentoring? Mentoring comes from chit-chat with colleagues in their rooms, generally finding fault with other people. But do we have any mechanism of mentoring? Until we have more of this academic industry interaction, dialogue will do. So there is a kind of changes. I'm very Professor Rajata for diverging a little bit because we have defined ourselves with the purpose of innovation. But each one of these things needs innovation. And as I said, innovation is a very broad terminology. I had a chat just a couple of days back. Again, sorry for being personal. I was talking with my granddaughter, who is an undergraduate in Stanford.
So I only mentioned this because Stanford numbers was massive, frightening. But everybody talks that Berkeley, MIT, Stanford are icons for innovation, huge income and all. Generating revenue should never be the motive. Purpose. If you define your purpose well, then returns are inbuilt into purpose. And not all returns can be counted in currency. The returns, social goods, there are many other things, public goods. They may not earn money, but it's innovation where it can make a difference. So this whole thinking should change. Institutions which are aspirational, moving high up in the value chain, when I say value chain, academic chain, must also fine-tune their thinking. Innovations will not happen in vacuum. And that's why everybody imagines out of an ecosystem. The ecosystem doesn't fall from heaven. Ecosystem is an evolutionary process. How did our ecosystem came? It came because we adopted, we believed in Darwinian evolution. So even if you're thinking of a new innovation ecosystem, has to go through an evolution. Okay, I have exceeded time. There is a problem with us academics. Either you are very reluctant to talk. When you talk, you don't know when to stop. So I've talked much longer than the time I was given. But I must say that I greatly admire FABA as an organization. I had an opportunity last year. Dr. Gagnon invited me when I could make it. But it's very nice to hear the activity of FABA. It's a very good organization. And I could identify the echoes of many such global NGOs with which I had the privilege to be. So, all of you who are part of this endeavor, I warm greetings and very best. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Your words are pearls of wisdom. As you said, holistic knowledge between academia and industry and vice versa is needed to have innovation upright in any sector, especially here, life science sector. And we congratulate you on from FABA that it's your 50th year to attend the industry and academia collaboration meet, and we are proud that FABA is part of it. A huge round of applause, please. Thank you so much, sir. Now it's time to invite our esteemed speaker. As we clearly understand the importance of academia-industry interaction, let us start with a global perspective. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to invite our esteemed speaker, Dr. Anand Govindaludi, Group CEO, Govin Holding and Govin Capital from Singapore. For the next 15 minutes, he'll be sharing his wisdom about the academic-industry interaction driving innovation, a global scenario. Please welcome, sir.
Morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, FABA. Thank you, Professor Redana. And thank you to all my teachers, mentors, who have shaped my thoughts over the past 2 decades. It's been 26 years since I left India, and I'm based out of Singapore. I run a pharmaceutical distribution company under Government Holdings, and I also run a venture capital firm called Government Capital, where we are focused on investing in biotechnology and tech companies globally, including India. For the next 10 to 15 minutes, I would like to share some of the perspectives and also some of the investments that I've made in different parts of the world and what the lessons I've learned by investing in founders in different parts of the world. Yes. No point here? Okay. Let's try it. First and foremost, I'm here because of my parents. That's a picture that's taken from the wedding anniversary of my parents, 1959. Matra Devo Bhava, Pitra Devo Bhava, Acharya Devo Bhava. It actually is the reason why a student succeeds from India. If Indians are doing well abroad, it's because of our teachers, more importantly because of our parents, and also the value system. So let us not underestimate the value system that our Indian heritage and culture imparts into a child. So though my father had 4 degrees after PhD, he was always short of vitamin N. And my mother used to tell, what is the use of so many degrees in a visiting card? This vitamin is always less. Nevertheless, it was a joke. Nevertheless, what we used to do is we used to laugh about it. My father was a simple human being. He was a great scientist. He got his PhD in a record 2 years from Andhra University. When he was working, he was an organic chemist at Andhra University, the first person to get his PhD. At the age of 18, when I asked him, what do you want as a gift? Do you want a car or a house or a bigger house? He said, no, son, take me to Machilipatnam. And I want to visit my house, the room where I studied. So it was a 10 by 10 feet, the size of my kitchen in Singapore. And I was shocked that my father actually grew up studying in that particular small room in Machilipatnam without any proper electricity or infrastructure. So I believe that now it's no more. He's passed away in February 2020. But this is one of the reasons why I'm here. My association with FABA is close to 20 years. In fact, it was in 2003 when Dr. B.S. Bajaj, late Dr. B.S. Bajaj, invited me. He said that Anand, I'm actually setting up FABA, All India Biotech Association. And I wanted to actually spearhead international affairs of FABA sitting in Singapore. And I took it up because Dr. Bajaj is very persistent, as many of you may know. I think Professor Redana knows. And the same quality of Dr. Bajaj I see in Professor Redana, he's very persistent leader. And I think this particular picture is very memorable because I have my senior from JNU, Mr. B.P. Acharya, who is a senior member of the government and also who has done phenomenal work for Hyderabad. His work is not be mentioned because he is one of the stalwarts and leaders for setting up Genome Valley and also giving directions to many of us in Hyderabad. But more importantly, it is the inspiration of Dr. Bal. Dr. Bal and Dr. Abdul Kalam. I don't have the picture of Dr. Abdul Kalam, but 2 gentlemen who inspired me and said, whatever you may do in Singapore, it will be good only from a monetary perspective, but the satisfaction we had only when you do something in India. And true to the words, it's exactly true. That's the reason as to why I keep on coming back to Hyderabad, especially to University of Hyderabad. I'm not even an alumni of University of Hyderabad, but I support University of Hyderabad initiatives. I support FABA because of the love and affection and also the association with FABA over the past 20 years. Next slide, please. Okay. Who am I? In the last 20 years, in fact, I left my career as a research scientist on the bench in 2000. And the reason for leaving science as a research scientist was not for anything else, but because I come from a very poor family, humble family. I would not call poor. My father may not like it if I say poor. He gave me everything in life. Humble family. And I was always surprised how people are making money. And being a scientist, I wanted to understand how to get into the business of science. So at a very young age, I changed my career. I said I want to do an MBA in finance. My professor looked at me like a madman. At that point of time, I still remember his expression in Singapore. And he said, "You're going to leave your research career and start do an MBA. All the best. But do remember, don't come back into my life." So I said, "Never mind, thank you very much, sir." And so I went and do my MBA in finance. And that was a turning point. When you do an MBA, the reason I want to do an MBA is because I wanted to understand how to do business in biotechnology, how to do business in science, and how to be a venture capitalist. I was reading articles about venture capital in life sciences, and this is 1997, 98, 99, 2000. And finally, when I took a plunge to do an MBA, it was probably the best decision of my life because the MBA opened up what else you can do with science and how you can actually look at science from a different lens. So I've probably made more than 60 over investments in life sciences, biotechnology, pharma companies. I've failed in 20 companies. I think it's important to acknowledge failures. It is important to fail because it's only when you fail then you realize the importance of success. I've also been blessed with 23 positive exit. Exit is a term that is used when you make money successfully. So let's say if you put $1 in a company and you make $2, that's a successful exit. So I've had 23 successful exits. And fortunately enough, two of the companies were unicorns. When I say unicorn, it means a valuation of over $1 billion in life science. These are some of my biotech investments. So each biotech investment is a spin-off from the university. So if you look at IDUN is from MIT, Faculty of Biology. I walked into the lab of Bob Howard. I mean, as a young child, as a young student, you have read, you've grown up reading the work of some of the pioneering scientists, and you think that by inciting them, you get to learn a lot of things. Exactly what has happened is that when you go and we're talking about ecosystems, Professor Gautam Metagaru has mentioned about how to build up an ecosystem. Ecosystem is an evolutionary process. If you are at MIT or Harvard, do take the train station. If you take the train station, the walls of the train station inspired me a lot. The walls do not have advertisements. They have got words of noble knowledge carved on the walls of MIT train station. And that is exactly what inspired me. So innovation or ecosystem building is not an overnight process. It has to be ingrained in the walls of the universities or walls of the laboratories. So when I walked into the lab of Bob Howard's, IDUN Pharmaceuticals, he was working on a process and capsids inhibitors for the treatment of liver cancer. And many of you know that liver cancer is a very important piece. We had about 6 or 7 patents, and patents are extremely important. So I evaluated those patents. I encouraged him to spin up a company, and the company IDUN was born with about 6 patents licensed, and we raised about $22 million, of which I had invested about $2 million. It was a very early stage company, probably they just had some efficacy data in animal model. At that point of time, we set up the company, and the university at MIT also, the MIT also competed quite a bit. We were successful in setting up or designing a good management team. What happened after that is that the management team, we realized what are the deficiencies of the management team. And we tried to build the management team by getting in clinical directors, getting in medical directors, getting in team makers. And these people, they came in appropriately. So the venture capitalists at the board, as a board member, we played a very active role in shaping the strategy of IDUN Pharmaceuticals. Eventually, they came up with the phase 1 data and finally into phase 2. And at phase 2 data, when the data was positive, Pfizer acquired IDUN for $350 million. And that was actually one of my most important exits of the many exits I've had. Bob Roberts became a Nobel laureate after that. So he's one of my referees. So I'm proud to say that Bob, whose company had funded initially, that he got Nobel Prize in medicine. But not all Nobel laureates in Italy. He was an exception. I had a good fortune of investing in 4 Nobel laureates. Bob was one among them. 3 Nobel laureates had making this money. So if you are under the perception that Nobel laureates make money for an investor, the perception is wrong. Making money is a very different art. Like if you speak to Hargobin Khorana, when I spoke to him and I wanted to see if he had any technology to license, he said, Beta, I'm only focused on basic science. So we need to respect both basic science as well as applied scientists. And today, while we are talking about academic industry interaction, I think the focus is more on the industry side. But let's not forget that industrial applications happen because of strong impetus on basic science. So all this investment, if you look at BioX is a spin-off from University College London. Very small young team led by David Lashman and Rob Coffin. They were the ones who were working on cancer vaccines. In fact, their work was extremely, it was actually pioneering work. And what I looked at the data was very impressive. But the teams were very small. They were unheard, unknown, somewhere in Oxfordshire. And if you travel to Oxfordshire from London, it's a long drive. It's a quite a sleepy town. And I was not sure whether I should make an investment in this company, but if I could make an investment, it was very management and development. And that was probably one of the best investments. This company was handed for $1 billion. So that was my opinion on exit. So this is another example. Arpida has come from University of Basel. So you see, each of these investments have actually come from a university spin-off. And it is so important to have a university spin-off because the university spin-off, when you invest in a university spin-off, with strong intellectual property, the chances of success is also high. So one of the reasons why I succeeded in my investment career is because to identify the right scientist who is basically not compromised or basic science and has got a plan and a vision to do commercialization. There's some of my medtech investments. I've invested in both biotech and MXN is a company which is based out of Portland. My most recent investment, it's a spin-off from University of Case University. They focused on diagnostics for infectious diseases. It's one of the companies I'm very proud because I brought them to India, did a collaboration with the Tata Group. And Tata was very successful in bringing a huge product. So when I visited CWRU, the product was this big. And so one of the jobs I gave the Tata team was to essentially productize it and make it portable. And so they took about 18 months to make it portable. And not only that, they also actually applied for regulatory submissions. And because Tata are present in 90 markets, so they helped MXS grow in different markets with their own initiatives and own collaboration. That's why what I'm trying to say out here is that sometimes you need to have a very positive and a powerful say founder who's visionary and have the ability to, because if you go to the US and you say come to India and we'll have a partnership with India, not everyone is ready. So not everyone will be ready because India is a victim of perception. Many people in the West will think about India as someone who copies patents and do not respect intellectual property. That's the reality I want to talk. I was speaking to a government officer in Singapore and just about last week before my trip to Hyderabad, and they were surprised to see that India is having so many academic industry interactions, meetings, and focus on the intellectual property. So it takes a lot of time and awareness to do what. Some of the pharma investments, I think these names you're probably aware, so I'll skip this particular. So digital health tech investment and education investment. So these are some of the founders who are back. So good academic industry interaction happens because of a great founder. A founder is not only good in basic science, but also has got the mindset to change the industry landscape going forward. And you can see some Indian names out here. You can see Bob on the extreme left side. And on the extreme right side, you will be recognizing this gentleman, Dr. Chava Satyanarayana. When I met him in 2003, 2004, he was a scientist and he spoke to me about the importance of cephalogram and his work. Dr. Satyanarayana doesn't have any degree from Harvard or Stanford, from another university and local boy. And now today's the chairman of a company called Laras Lab with a network of industry product flows. But when we decided to invest in Matrix Labs, for which he was the chief scientific officer, his key methodology of how to come up with citalopram using techniques and challenging Bloomberg, which was a patent innovator. So the citalopram, as you all know, is a multi-billion dollar drug under Celexa. It's a key ingredient for Celexa. And he challenged Bloomberg. And he said, Anand, I'm confident that I can bring the 16-step process to 6 steps, not only cutting down the cost, but also helping in essentially expediting the entire drug development process. Because of that particular discussion that I had with Satyanar in a way back, I decided to invest in the company called Biotech, which got acquired by Mylan, which is now called Viatris, and I got my second unicorn exit. So sometimes, so what I'm trying to emphasize is basic science is extremely important for you to succeed in an academic. The one on the top is essentially Alex von Gavin. Alex von Gavin is now with Karolinska. His company called Intercell. This was an investment which I made in about 4 working days. Intercell got acquired by Novartis. One of the most successful successful exits that I've had in Austria. So there are probably more than 50 or 60 countries that I visited, in which of these universities I visited, and the spin-offs I've been discussing the spin-offs of the various conferences, speaking with the various conferences and talk to them about opportunities. So why is an industry collaboration important? I think many of you may have read the news about JNU yesterday. Well, every university needs to have a sustainable financial model. It is important. It's no longer a thing of the past. If you don't have a sustainable financial model, and how do you? There may be many strategies to actually generate a good sustainable financial model, but the most important strategy is to partner with industry, because industry is actually the one that gives you, that facilitates an exit. So some of the ways as to how an industry facilitates exits for academic. I've already mentioned about this story. Some of the exit examples. So what are the methodology? Because many of you are scientists out here, what is the methodology by which an industry and a university can collaborate? There are 3 most important methodologies. The 3 most important models. The first model, essentially on the left side, is partnerships, research. The second model is essentially through academic entrepreneurship, spin-offs. And the third model, what you're seeing out here, is through commercialization of intellectual property. You've got different ways where an university and industry can collaborate. You have no fixed model to monetize intellectual property. There are different models, and these models have to be essentially, you have to try as a scientist to try, and you have to explore ways by means of which your technology becomes visible to the industry. And so who's correct? Like what Mr. Professor Govardhan Mehta Garu was telling, who's right? Industry is right and university is right. No. But it is an effort that has to be put in by both the university and industry together, so that you are able to bring up, come up with the best model going forward. So there are expectations to be met both by the academia side as well as from the industry side. Only when you meet the expectations, then you can have a win-win scenario. What are those expectations? It is a very one-to-one scenario. I can give you some examples from other countries, including Singapore, as to what models have been put in place out there for a successful university, academia, and industry. Next slide, please. Can you go to the next slide? This is the example that I was giving about, I think, the video of this because of the commercial, I think. Moment. So this is an example that I gave, an intellectual property that from Case Western University brought it to India, and with the help of Tata Group, we were able to prioritize. Next slide, please. One of my recent investments is in Cambridge. In fact, my most recent investment is from Cambridge. It's a cancer medtech company from Cambridge. And in my visit to Cambridge, I actually was inspired and I realized if you go to Cambridge, you see it's not an easy place to reside. From London, it's a 2-hour drive. You have to take a train. The train itself is a 1-hour train. And if you take a taxi, it costs you about But still, why Cambridge is one of the most successful ecosystems in the world. Cambridge, do you know, produces one unicorn every year. So in the last 10 years, they've had 10 unicorns, of which 50% of this are in life sciences. And when I interacted with the former Vice Chancellor of Cambridge University, he mentioned to me that the total commercialization efforts from Cambridge contribute significantly to the UKG. I got those numbers. So there are two or three important elements that I learned from Cambridge. First and foremost, they actually teach you the moment you enroll yourself as a PhD student, they teach you what is entrepreneurship. They literally walk you through the entire process of entrepreneurship. I'm actually very happy to share that the Department of Computers at Cambridge has made it mandatory now that every PhD student has to come up with a spin-off. And not only that, the Vice Chancellor was telling me that going forward, they're going to penalize scientists who have a patent and do not commercialize. So they are thinking about the extreme end of commercialization. So they start with the hand-holding process, and from the hand-holding process, then they have different fellowship schemes. So there are two important reasons why Cambridge has succeeded. One is they don't need their PhD students to go abroad. And second is they don't need their postdocs to go abroad. And that is the secret sauce. So when I asked the Vice Chancellor what is the secret sauce, he said that don't leave your postdocs, don't leave your PhD students to go abroad or to go elsewhere. So what do you do to keep them? Come up with fellowships. And that's why the initiative for Ella Pagara Subbarao Award is essentially to instill that spirit of coming into the academic ecosystem and to stay put with the academic ecosystem. Yeah. There are some examples of what Cambridge Enterprise does. 2 minutes. So the impact that Cambridge generates on UK economy is 23 billion. The number is 23.1 billion from university. So total impact is 29.8 billion as of 2023. Not in billions. It's 29.8. $30 billion is what one single university in the UK contributes to the UK GDP. Next slide. Similarly, if you go to Oxford, the similar programs in Oxford, what is happening in Oxford? They compete with Cambridge very actively. There's a healthy competition. So the contribution from Oxford is also somewhat in billions to the UKG. Between Cambridge and Oxford, there's a very big difference. So the impact that Oxford has related economies, which they have last year, about 652 industry contacts. So talk about academic industry collaborations. Just one university like Oxford, 652. Cambridge has produced about 800 more industry contacts. You can compare how many industry contracts we have got out here. And so, and that itself gives us an answer as to where we are in this whole innovation pipeline. Next slide, please. In Singapore, when I was in Singapore, I was fortunate to be with A-Star I was head of investment and commercialization for A-Star. Our budget is about 19 billion, of which about 5 billion comes to A-Star from the government of Singapore. And now this 5 billion has become about 7 billion or so. A-Star has got a very active intellectual property management portfolio. And one of the schemes that I introduced there in the universities was gap funding. Gap funding is to make the projects industry ready. And how you make them industry ready is by partnering with the researcher at an early stage, allowing the industry to come forward at an early stage so that commercialization can happen. Next slide. Some of the examples of collaboration. So they've got different models of collaborating. A-Star has got different models. So they combine different models, one-to-one, one-to-many, one-to-two, so on and so forth, with the research institutes and the industry to generate an effective academic industry collaboration. I think as of yesterday, when I was speaking to some people in Singapore, they told me that the commitment of Singapore government to innovation is 4%. Now it is going to 4.5%. When I came to Singapore, it was 2%. So Singapore's formula for success in innovation is very GDP innovation. In terms of absolute dollar number, it is 28 billion Singapore dollars. And these are some of the reasons to why countries abroad, be it Singapore, which is a very small country, or be it in the UK, why they do well is because of their strong commitment to innovation. Next slide, please. So what's happening in India? I think to me, India is a gentle giant. The reason I call it as a gentle giant is because when India awakens, the world will only have to see how powerful India can be in the world of innovation. I think we're already doing well significantly in the Global Innovation Index. We're trying to do our level best to come up in the top 50, and I'm sure that in times to come, India will be top 10 in the innovation index. I have launched a startup accelerator in Singapore as well as India, and my startup accelerator is focused on creating value for biotech, medtech researchers through commercialization. Next slide, please. We have MOUs with NTUs. So we work very actively. One of the active universities, Translational University, and we fund. So some of my unicorns, I don't have a unicorn from Singapore, but I have a silicon. A silicon means a value from the major far is Indian. So right now, it's one of my startups is valued at $300. It's a spin-off from NTU. Next slide. Basically, just about last month, I was in Delhi of India. Set up a global fund to invest in biotechnology spin-offs. And these biotechnology spin-offs would be typically coming from direct funding institutes. And we are looking to collaborate with BioVac and other institutions in India so that we can, and academia, so that we can invest. But the criteria for selection of a project is going to be extremely strict. It's not going to be any compromise. Only those projects which have a patent and a global patent and the freedom to operate are the ones who are eligible to apply for funding by global capital. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I thank my teacher, Professor Garu, once more for being patient with me over the last 20 years, for giving me the mentorship and the guidance. I thank the Dean of Life Sciences, Professor Anand Garu, Professor Yogeshwara Garu, Dr. Navadin Shastri Garu, Dr. Govardhan Mehta, my good friend Dr. Manish Tiwar, for inspiring me, and Dr. Premna, to inspire me to think about how we can make India strong in innovation. The time has already come, and in the next 5 years, the landscape for Indian innovation, especially in life sciences, will be extremely robust and different compared to what we're seeing right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. That was quite educational, and thank you for explaining about different models existing in the world and how to establish collaborations between industry and academia. And yes, innovation and ecosystem building is not an overnight process, and FABA is striving very hard to implement this in our country. So, building upon what Dr. Govindaluri said, we would like to start our first roundtable discussion. This discussion will be about how global collaborations play a major role in promoting the life sciences ecosystem. This session will be moderated by Mr. A.V.P.S. Chakravarti, Chairman, Federation of Pharma Entrepreneurs, FOPE, Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. Also, International Advisory Board Member to FABA. Please welcome on the stage, sir. To participate in the roundtable, I would like to invite Mr. Frank P. Taluto, Chief Political and Economic Section, U.S. Department of State. Dr. Vishnuvardan Reddy, IFS, Special Secretary, VC and MD, TS IIC, Government of Telangana. Mr. K. Rajabanu, Director General, PharmExcel. Mr. Tola Ubaidi, Consul, Economics, Consulate General of Republic of Indonesia. Mr. Varun Mali, British Deputy Head of Mission and Head of Trade and Investment, United Kingdom. Please welcome.
So all scholars look with the small price, good there. But thank you very much, Dr. Garu, University of Hyderabad, for giving the opportunity to provide this important session of the day today, the global collaboration to improve the ecosystem of life sciences. So, and my dear friends, we say, I personally feel as far as the Indian pharma and the bio life sciences are concerned, it's a tip of iceberg. We might say India pharmacy of the world. We might say we are the global healthcare guardians, but yeah, way to go. So here we are. Nothing to feel inspired. India, if we say, over the last 20 years, now India has become the top 12 biotechnology hubs in the world. And today, if you talk about the bioeconomy of India, we are around 120 billion recently. We expect to grow by 175 in another years, and then 300 billion in few economies from now. Well, as I told, the success is due to talented workforce, strong infrastructure, and a growing knowledge base as well. The Indian life science industry is quickly becoming a leader in innovation across several biopharma areas, including biologics, diagnostics, medical technology, nutraceuticals, and gene therapies as well. The biosimilars are expected to be a major growth area for India life sciences because 98, maybe 120 biosimilars are already commercialized launched in India. The real potential is far high. And life science industry is said to have a significant impact on both national and global healthcare. India is a major producer and exporter of biopharma products and has earned a reputation as a leader in the global biotechnology industry. The sector growth has been crucial in providing affordable medicine all over the world. And India has also become a hub for clinical trials as well, and research development as well. Well, my dear friends, the COVID has proved our ability also. Many people, I personally believe, were being a stakeholder of pharmaceutical and biotech industry for the last 50 years. I was also a little carried away when the COVID struck, when the lockdown was announced. Just a week before I was abroad, I was fortunate to catch one of the few flights back to India. But what was predicting at the time, really half the population of India will be erased off because we are not ready yet. That's what was predicted. What happened subsequently? At a stage where we did not even have one single factory to make a basic face mask, we have reached to a position facing the challenges of the supply chain during those days. There was no ships, there was no aircraft, everything, logistics and technology out. But yet, we proved to the world we not only self-sustain, we produce all the basic medicines. We supply to globally to 150 countries post-COVID. We got the basic drugs like azithromycin and pain management paracetamol. Before the vaccines were become self-sustained. The moment we developed the vaccine, and then we exported to other countries. So we showed our vision differently. But what medicine today, many countries, right from USA, are very fortunate to have a well-educated panelists on my board. They from USA, UK, Indonesia, and the newly taking over the Mama will represent the Indian exports of the farmers. And last but not least, our own Dr. Vishwardhan Reddy Garu, IFS, is a medical doctor for your information. The blue-eyed boy of the government, but who encourages all the investments here, who really relentlessly, even today, I've been watching him addressing a lot of mails on a Sunday. I cannot imagine. But coming to the topic today, I go with our dear friend, Mr. Frank Alito, who is also head of academic and political affairs in the state of USA today. And what is the parallel with USA? As you all know, USA is a very important partner for us. India, in a nutshell, if you want to say, 1 pill out of 3 pills consumed in the USA are manufactured from India, and most of them are from Hyderabad and all. In collaboration, I think we wanted to hear from Mr. Mike Halido to tell in a nutshell, USA is a global collaboration, not just producing the basic generic drugs here and exporting, but also a major collaboration in R&D and the back-end establishing GCC is also here from the USA company. Technology has always been a key driver for USA and India. The collaboration has a long-standing history, and the two countries have cooperated previously in critical areas such as disease control and surveillance, laboratory integration, and enhancement of public health capacity. But let me hear from Frank in the first time, and if you'd like to address this, yeah, yeah. I love trying it there.
Okay. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for inviting me to speak today. The global collaboration for promoting life sciences is an important and timely topic, and I congratulate FABA for putting together this conclave. My first experience with life sciences came a few years ago with a visit to Gilead Life Sciences in Madrid, and it was then that I really learned about customized treatments for rare diseases that were being developed based on patients' unique biological makeup. It was very sophisticated stuff for a humble diplomat and ex-banker who was not a scientist. But not only was Gilead performing its own research, but was collaborating with laboratories of universities around the world, which means biotechnology. My understanding of the science behind these treatments was very basic. I understood enough to know that technology could be and would be very far-reaching. The fact is, we all need to understand at least a little bit of ramifications of these advances in life science. Biotechnology is all around us and affects many aspects of our lives, from the injections that are given to us by doctors, to the food we eat, clothes we wear, and even some of the tools that we use. So I'm very the Indian Department of Biotechnology's vision and mission, which is, and I will quote, attaining new heights in biotechnology research, shaping biotechnology into a premier precision tool of the future for the creation of wealth and ensuring social justice, especially for the welfare of the poor. Biotechnology is at the root of much of America's prosperity, and it is at the root of India's prosperity as well. India has benefited from the Green Revolution, White Revolution, generic production, new medicines and medical devices, food processes that bring better nutrition to all. And all these technologies are made possible through a strong science and technology infrastructure. We recently returned from a road trip around our consular district that encompasses Telangana, Orissa, and Andhra Pradesh, and all of the politicians, the chief ministers who have had, all want to expand their pharmaceutical industries in their state, and all recognize the need to expand science and technology infrastructure. Where we in the political world fall short is in the recognition that the ecosystem is much broader. At the risk of repeating what Professor Bento had said earlier, the applications are much broader than just the development of new medicines. We need ecosystems that encourage curiosity and a research mindset, investment in research in basic and applied science, to encourage startups and commercialization, and physical laboratories for genetic resources. For our part, the United States has played a crucial role in advancing India's biotechnology industry through various means. U.S. companies have established research and development centers in India, enabling technology transfers and fostering innovation. Investment from U.S. venture capital firms supported the growth of Indian biotech startups, while collaboration between U.S. and Indian universities have enhanced the skills of Indian scientists. Additionally, cooperation between the U.S. FDA and its Indian counterparts has facilitated market access for Indian one that works a little more consistently. U.S.-India biotech partnership has made strides in several key areas, including pharmaceuticals, where joint ventures have led to affordable generic and biosimilar drugs, which Mr. Chakrabarti alluded to just a second ago. Vaccines resulting in developments for diseases like polio and hepatitis B. Agricultural biotechnology addressing challenges with genetically modified crops and biopesticides. And bioinformatics and genomics advancing our understanding of human genetics and disease mechanisms. The S&T relationship between our two countries exists at multiple levels: government to government, industry to industry, university to university, and researcher to researcher. Every year, tens of thousands of Indian undergraduate and graduate students in STEM fields head to the U.S. to study and conduct research at U.S. academic institutions. Several thousand of India's best and brightest postdoc researchers reach U.S. academic and research institutions, making pivotal contributions in their field. I will pause here.
Yeah, Mr. Frank Dallo, if I may ask, as you see, the collaboration between USA and India, whether it's industry or the institutions or the regulatory bodies, have always been split aligned, not really talking about the compliance part is always has to be maintained. There is no compromise. Okay. Incidentally, you see recently Robert Collins, he US FDA, he gave I think in the recent 10 years that no country all over India. In fact, he talked to us, he talked to all of us.
It's a pleasure to have you all here.
And even representatives
In times to come, India will be top 10.
And had deep dive discussion.
In promoting
It's a very
Reddy,
fruitful,
IFS Special
atmosphere there.
Secretary.
But going forward,
The
where
one
do you see the
for its
collaboration
Top is essentially Alex von Gabin. Alex von Gabin is now with Karolinska. His company called Intercell. This was an investment which I made in about 4 working days. Intercell got acquired. One of my recent investments.
US incidentally is what Dr. Rajbana will say,
Partnership required.
the largest country, the country would be the fourth largest medicine from India. Where do you see the collaboration?
I will paraphrase Dr. Collins' visit here. I think that there were 2 tracks that he discussed. One was the necessity to increase the production of generics and biosimilars for the U.S. market, because in fact, the reality is there is a shortage of those types of drugs in the U.S. market. And so Indian producers are the largest producers in the world, with 40% of generics and biosimilars coming from Hyderabad alone for the U.S. market. The second aspect was the movement by Indian firms up the value chain. And we've had several discussions with some of you this morning about the research that many companies, many startups are doing in the collaboration with the Indian companies in developing these cutting-edge medical technologies. But the tricky part, as Dr. Collins alluded to, was getting them to the clinical trial stage
Excellent. We look forward definitely. I think USA is India and India is USA in a big way. About it. I think the collaboration will take this in a meaningful manner for the benefit of both the countries and people at large. The healthcare of the people of the both the countries. And, well, I'll come back to you in the second round for the institution, what the companies related to us and how they are, etc. But next, I go to our own Dr. Vishnuvardhan Reddy Garu, a medical doctor, IFS young, energetic bureaucrat. We never say bureaucrat because he's always available with a phone call. But the Telangana has been doing a great job for the past few years, being the main the investment the magnet for Hyderabad and the state of Telangana. Now maybe is also the chairman and director of Telangana. So much happy over Telangana. We would like to hear some.
But anyway, be here on a Sunday morning, and I never knew that this is the best way to kill the Sunday morning. But yeah, impressed by the discussions that are happening here, and glad that the summit, we come to the flag end of the summit. I think there are many lessons probably. Second, last year it was January, the Innovation Summit is the second edition. See, let me give a broader picture of what I understand about global collaboration, the topic of the discussion this panel, and also where I see Hyderabad in the whole picture and how the commerce has become improving the innovation ecosystem here in life sciences. Globally, I think post-COVID, many things are changing. I would immediately refer to what Professor Vishnu had mentioned in his I think COVID has shown two things. One is time is of essence, which you are also referring to. I think it shows which it also proved that innovation can happen very quickly to meet the immediate healthcare needs of the population. I think first time not just the innovation component, but also the regulatory component and the actual usage can be fast tracked very consistently. And I think both the academia and the industry came together, and which was the interest in this case. Forget all the conspiracy theories. Yes, life sciences and biotech industry and vaccines had an important role to play in saving millions of people across the world. So now that it's proven that things can be fast tracked in the innovation ecosystem from life sciences and biotech point of view. I personally feel that there are three trends that will drive and shape the innovation ecosystem across the world. One is politically motivated. It's primarily because of the shift because of the geopolitical trends that are happening, and another shift from globalization to in a pre-globalization world, as the situation, there were no restrictions, and probably everything was market-driven. But we are living in a world where market does not drive everything purely from the economic point of view. And there are geopolitical considerations which are going to influence and the way R&D collaborations are going to happen. And in this context, people are talking about it's not just about manufacturing, but also in the R&D, they are looking at nearshoring and what the concept called as localization. The second trend that is going to influence, which I feel and everyone in this room is absolutely aware of it and probably more
more knowledgeable about it is the technology trends that are happening, and the way data sciences is going to have a huge impact on what we are going to do in life sciences. The impact of generative AI, we always see the way it's going to revolutionize drug discovery and health innovation, whether it's medtech or digital health, and it's going to be immense. And the only those industries and probably those university setups are going to have an impact in life sciences, which are going to embrace this technology in a big way. There's no way escaping this one. And the third thing that which I think would drive global collaborations in the life sciences sector is the talent. I know the US consulate has the largest presence in Hyderabad, and it's been driving one-way talent from India. But I'm sure many people, companies and academia will eventually realize that if you need to do R&D, you get good talent, and if you get this talent, maybe India is the place to get the right talent. Yes, lot needs to be done. Probably I'm upskilling our entire chain of education and research in India. Probably the new education policy and everyone who is in the academia will probably take the right steps. But I think in terms of few numbers and the talent that is available both in data sciences and life sciences, India would be India would take a major role in global collaboration. So these are the steps I wanted to highlight and connect them to what happening in Hyderabad and how they don't want to. All of these factors, I think, Hyderabad is very sweet spot. Our ecosystem is very strong. I mean, I'm not talking about Hyderabad being the banking capital or the economic capital of India. Can both on the significant yeah. So we have our for innovation. I mean, everyone is talking about innovation can only happen if academia and industry come together. And Hyderabad historically has had this. We are close to 30 research institutions here of national importance. We have thousands of companies here, and in the last few years, what has happened in the ecosystem changes because of this integration by international companies that unless you focus on the intersection of data sciences and life sciences, you cannot get the big thing and the next big thing. So you have last 4 years, Hyderabad has seen big companies coming to Hyderabad, coming here. The top four, I mean, I think now top six of out of the 6 out of the top 10 companies have chosen Hyderabad for R&D and data. It is just in the last 4-5 years. You have the Roche, you have the Sanofi, of course, Novartis. I can say there is the largest presence outside Basel is already in Hyderabad. Bristol Myers Squibb, Medtronics, and just now we came from a visit to USA. Amgen has decided to set up in couple of years, couple of months, I should say, not even years, couple of months. We'll get much bigger news coming from the industry side. We have at least another 3 or 4 top big biotech and global life sciences companies, not just in the USA but other parts of the world also aiming to come to Hyderabad. Olympus was another company which has decided to set up an R&D facility here. So all these are happening because because they realize that Hyderabad is in the right the sweet spot, both in terms of the talent that is available, of course, geopolitically, of course, India and Hyderabad is an ecosystem that can be nurtured further. And more importantly, the emphasis of the state government on skilling and training, and particularly really facilitating the emphasis on artificial intelligence. I think next month, state government is hosting the global AI summit. The new government is repeatedly emphasizing that their flagship program as far as the IT sector and biotech sector is concerned would be on AI. Minister and Honorable Chief Minister have already announced the plans to have an AI city in Hyderabad. So things are taking the right direction, I would say. We already recently we also in the Malaysia we announced the Center for Fourth Industrialization supported by the World Economic Forum. They have decided Hyderabad as one of their global hubs for life sciences innovation. Things are happening in the right direction, and I think we need everyone's support. There's no doubt about it. Collaboration. Again, this is something which COVID has also taught us. you had these waves of VCs, and you've been the VCs have played a pivotal role in translating some of the research that happens in universities and bringing them to industrial applications and finally commercial products. But the VC ecosystem might, again, just like the stock market, you have these waves up and down you go. We are facing the I should say the various waves as VCs are concerned. But that again emphasize that because of the trends in the way the humbling down of the VC enthusiasm in startups, it has again raised the importance of collaborations. So with these trends, I should say we are in a position. Hyderabad is in a sweet spot. We hope all of you will contribute to this process, and I'm sure the next big thing in licenses will eventually.
Thank you, Dr. Vishnu. In fact, Telangana, we are very proud to have the leaders like you, where the collaboration has a bigger traction with the universities and the industry and the stakeholders, all the stakeholders. But at FABA, we look forward for more collaboration for government of Telangana, and we definitely take it forward. Thank you for today's insights. I'll go to Mr. Rajabhanu. In fact, he has just taken over as Director General of Pharmaceutical and Pharmaceutical Export Promotion Council of India, a catalyst. In fact, even though they do not do the direct export, but they facilitate all the necessary approvals, regulatory conduit. They play a great role. In fact, Indian pharmacy exports, I think, both a significant development, having a double-digit growth, not every other sector has. And today, I think if you consider the number of FDA approved plants or the ANDA supply applied from India, I think we are the largest.
Thank you, Ranjan Nehru, for giving this opportunity, and FABA. I believe FABA also started its journey 2 decades ago, and so is the pharmacy also. Both of them, I think, 20 years old now by this time, and I'm a month old in this organization as an EG. What I could relate with the kind of talks, I think hardly I will have 4 minutes, I believe, the roundtable. So I'll quickly go through what I can supplement what has already defined from our US concord and also university. Because I think the advantage with ecological is that most of the statistics will be covered by them only. And I think that's very difficult for us to talk much on that. I think nevertheless, you can see the kind of sports going by. As a mandate from our side, it is only the export part which I'm talking. So in that sense, I think as a double-digit score, but they already said that in the use of about 3.5 million USD. And I think we did about 10 years and now it was 40 points. And we had at this point in time, we have already 22.9. You know, we have PSCR of the other as an international market of pharma market is almost like 1.3 trillion. And of course, the generic market is around 482 billion. And of course, our pharma sector as a country is around 55 or 56 billion dollars. And in that sense, I think if you can see, I think we have a huge thing to achieve. And all these years, and most of them we are concentrating on the smaller generics and our most of our exports are even common countries, smaller generics and all. And we have an ambitious growth. I think as a country has always set out for us is around 130 billion USD for by 2030. And at the end of 2047, when we are 10 years of independence, it will be around 400 billion. I think this will not just be achieved by only the smaller generics method of things. I think we have to, as an industry, I think when we are talking about industry and academia collaboration, I think these two stakeholders have to look at those kind of things where we have to really grow in that one will be more of biosimilars, I think complex generics,
and other genetic service and all. These are the very core areas when we're talking about the life science industry. And we all know that when I'm talking, and we're not talking only for Hyderabad, as a country whole. As a country, we have to look at these kind of things if we want to know these growth trials and all these growth engines in us. And as we, Vishwadinji has already mentioned, I think like Chakravarti has already mentioned that it's a place for extremely for Hyderabad and all. We have been talking about over the decades and all this. Hyderabad is known for IT, PC, and BT, and information technology, the biotechnology and pharmaceutical technology. I think if we may add, I think this year we have added AI and ML also into that one, which also
digital technology.
so all these will really help us in that sense that where we should really concentrate on. And then the strength of our technical prowess of this country, as we all see that the necessity is the mother of invention, and we have seen the pandemic times and all. You all know that March 2020 we got shut down, the world entire got shut down, and if you can see your co-vaccine certificate, the first dose of your vaccine has come in January 2021. So within that span of time, we're able to see our indigenous vaccine coming up, and that will come in. That has really shown the world that the typical prowess of this country, also with the vaccines and all. And I think if we can bank upon all these kind of the knowledge and other aspects of, as he has already said that ecosystem is really Hyderabad, the national institutes are there, CCM, IICT, and we have like the IICT has already, they have developed during that point of time also with respect to the vaccine and all. And I think more than me, I think probably I'll be taking more take home messages like what Gaurav has already said that I think the government really and all. And in that sense, I think the fittest will survive. In that sense, I think probably India will go to that kind of level, definitely will survive this entire market which we are growing in that sense. And somebody has talked about the US, I think you have already mentioned. I think maybe in these last 9 years or 10 years, US has saved almost like 1.6 billion in terms of the building sector. That's that kind of a strength. I think maybe in the big brother which we have welcome. So is our exports growing in UK and also in Africa. I think these are the three markets and all which are probably we are almost like 70%. Out of these again, the 70% of the bulk goes into the formulations and the other side. I think this is where we have to concentrate other than the APIs and the. If that is the case, I think all those challenges will be like regulated industries. Especially the US and ours. So I think maybe government of India has already made the provisions in the good manufacturing practices and other things are much higher than what it is. And it is actually on same page with the global standard.
The research curriculum already.
Yes, if that is the same sense of it, then the industry will keep it going back. And also it will be matching with those standards and the export will go in there. And there is a challenge with respect to IP and data security in that data. And of course, there are certain cultural and language barriers. These are some of those challenges. I think some of those access to the global market. I think that is what we are also looking for that to maybe the large scale industry can cater, I mean, they can able to do the kind of business and all, but I'm also talking about the MSME is also in our kitties, almost like 50% of that in our members of our mentioned. We are also looking for that. I think these are that some of the complex international relations are
Thank you, Rajwan Gari. Definitely.
Get an opportunity.
You will give you an opportunity, definitely the dialogue. We want to interact more and more with you. And is that
one last one.
Yeah, sure.
Last one thing is that I can add is that in the pandemic and all, we have seen that as an enforcement, I'm a basically an enforcement background. We don't afford half supplies.
Okay.
In the market.
Okay.
Kind of curious drugs and other things that all not of standpoint. So in the scientific world also cannot afford surprises with respect to pandemic kind of. So there must be a seamless connect and seamless sharing of the information with respect to the diseases.
I like this word.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. We look forward to the same cooperation and collaboration. The institutes, FABA and PharmAxel, like the way in the last 20 years. Well, quickly I come back to UK as the Anandji, Professor Anandji has told UK amazing. The university's contribution to this. And last year when West Midlands came, I hosted a fever roundtable for them on behalf of the AA. Uh, Went to website. It's really interesting when we talk. I think some of the eminent professors from the University of Birmingham also came down the fact. So really, in fact, in UK, the medicinal and pharmaceutical products are the second largest category of goods. The UK is importing from India. I think that really shows. And coming to this, the very topic, bench to bedside, the collaboration with academia and industry. I think the UK already played way forward. And UK in this world, in this year has been doing a lot. Would like to hear from Mr. Varun Mali from UK. What is good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Mr. In terms of my interest in unlike Frank, I am a pharmaceutical scientist for myself. Oh, we never know. We only know you are a British deputy head of mission and head of trade and investment. We all know it. But if you know, we would make him a part in most. When it posted me in Hyderabad, which is the life science that helps me as well as contribution for at a very from my perspective, contribution of UK towards the life sciences sector, I think in general is something so much Dr. Anand almost to most of the sector in these sessions. I believe it's obvious from my point. I know we have positive planning learning. One is the pharma industry landscape in the UK. Another is a small country compared to the industry. But it's still almost 46,000 life science companies as of now, out of which the 25 pharma companies release the world, and this is 26. And AstraZeneca and GSK, as we know, are the two big names that are headquartered and are British companies which are taking using various companies for the same country. We also have 24 satellite companies, and we see the presence of people. Welcome to everyone. I think we okay. Is this better? Sorry. And the overall sector kind of creates more than 300,000 jobs in the UK. So it's a very important sector for the UK government as well. The research base is something which we've spoken about in the UK. Four out of these top 12 universities in the life sciences sector are in the UK: Oxford, Cambridge, or Imperial College, and University College London, which I am an alumni. There are 127 Nobel laureates only from the life sciences and the biotech sector, which have come out of this university. And there are very few points I would like to mention here, which uh, separate UK from a lot of the other countries, and that is the actual contribution which we in the UK are very proud of. One is obviously the discovery of penicillin, but from that, right from having the structure of DNA, advances in neurosciences, medical imaging, or development in stem cells and IVF, applying AI and data science to various biological problems. So starting from there, even now, UK continues to be like this global laboratory for a lot of companies in countries across the globe. Look at the UK as a space for R&D and continue their research. The UK also produces third highest number of research papers in high impact factor journals. So that means for comes from the US and that is China and okay. I would really like to talk about genomics here. We have a 100,000 genomics project, which is very popular in the UK, and it's made for a lot of personalized medicines. We have so many better understanding. So many genetic cases of common various diseases. So the NHS is one of the age-old systems which is connected to all the hospitals, but it is also used as a launchpad in the whole industry but also academia, conducting a lot of clinical knowledge, which the government needs to take a lot of time. Think about MHRA and the regulatory standards, but that's something which we are proud of. In fact, MHRA is more ECP standard and expectations. It's an old law and followed by a lot of regulatory authorities. In fact, we already initiated a conversation with CDSC, and it's very serious to our job. That's something which is also coming from all the government. Wherein at some point we have the generic sort of that we don't have to, or companies don't have to go through various but there will be one single system. Which I mean, never certain happening. It's a long way to go and very complex process. But that's something that we all basically and making vision. Lastly, the golden triangle, which sometimes referred to as Oxford, London, and Cambridge. As I said, that's the hub for academia and industry collaboration. I would also like to say that apart from GDP and what contribution that these universities do, the government itself also consumes a lot of money into research in the life science sector. On an average, it's almost on the tune of almost 3 million pounds every year, where the UK government kind of funds. And this is something which I see an opportunity not only for Indian startups or universities, but across the ecosystem for access to these fundamental as well.
Thank you, Mr. Varanwali. In fact, the UK, your senior colleague, Mr. Gareth Owen, many of you must be aware, here in the British Commission. They always are very and very proactive and coming forward whenever we need something in holding the delegations to and forth as well. And if any of you have anything in the UK related issues, they are always one of the best embassies apart from the USA. And last but not least, the council considered of presentation. We have the decision of holding the recently presidency in the Pandit Chakravarti also met the election. Indonesia imports a lot of ingredients and APIs from India, and we have a long-standing relationship between both the countries. What is the balance of you looking at industry and API collaboration in the country?
Long formation. India has long collaboration. Various efforts, even like sector science. Mr. Raja Vanu and with pharmacy, we already has a collaboration since long time ago. Even the previous Director General has three directors of pharmaceutical in India. Now in Indonesia, the life science sector still focusing on nurturing local capabilities and knowledge from foreign partners, especially from India, because we import almost 100% of the PPI from two countries, China and India. Given actually it has a big potential despite biotechnology, agricultural industry, health, etc. We have also medical university. Just for your information, that last year we import PPI from India more than 200 million years. And one right. And we still need our collaboration, and we are very open to attract investment from India if they want to invest in settling companies in Indonesia. And there's thank you can lead the next. Because India is organization like in the sector is different. You can have and more investment, more collaboration.
Well, my dear friends, I just want to tell you why Professor Vedanan sir has thought of bringing the diplomats onto the table to really, it's not stitching a new thing actually. It is improving already a great relation existing. How we can enhance that, bring up traction in the change, evolving technological changes and also the demands from the customers, demands of the industry. I think it's a big move from Professor Redden. He only is inspired, but never think that just because the other diplomats are not here, it
all the countries. For example, I read out all the members who sent a personal note to me, and we'll also, FABA will share with you what all the countries are thinking about, their plans ahead, and they're also bringing up delegations to India from the respective countries. The notable misses today are that there are, many of them are not in the country. Her Excellency Jennifer Larson is our good friend. I think senior colleague of we conveyed her regrets because she is in US currently. And Miss Marisa Gerards, she's the Netherlands is another great partner. In fact, I have a touch connection as well. She's the chairman of Indian Netherlands Association here. Marisa Gerards also sent a message. And Her Excellency Hilary McCarthy, she is the Consul General, very active. Last time I think Dr. Vishnu had an interaction we had during BioAsia. They're coming with a big delegation to the next month again. Now, Mr. Frank Atkins, the Consul General of Belgium, he sent a message. So, His Excellency Olan Alman he is also very active committee. And Mr. Alif Alinomi, he is also the Consul General of UAE, another great partner now. We have to improve the implementation. And this is in Delhi, who is very close to me. He usually interacts with us. Abdul Nasser Al Sali is the ambassador of UAE, most important country. And Alfonso Tagliapari is the Consul General of Italy. He also sent a message. And then finally, Gareth, I think we are missing him also. So all these people have sent their wishes to us for the FABA Innovation Summit. And also they are sending the white papers and the collaborative efforts between their respective countries and India. I think this will go a long way with the global innovation. Unfortunately, I need to put a full stop here in the panel because there are several sessions lined up with due regard to us. And apologies to all my great panelists to have a simple but very small time, but within the period of time you gave your insights on your respective areas. Thanks from my behalf and also the behalf of Federation of American Biotech Associations and most importantly University of Hyderabad, which is the reason for all of us to be here. Thank you very much, sir, for the Thank you very much. We'll be in touch with all.
Just to add to this one, I think Government of India has a PLI 2. I think PLI 1 is over and PLI 2 is already there, mostly in the biologicals and complex generics and all. I think probably the institutes and the industry can take it.
Let's start take it forward. The medtech zone also. Encourage the person of the government. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I request all the dignitaries to please stay on the stage.
Pratham?
Request Dr. Ratnakar sir to come on the stage to present dignitaries on the dais.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Dr. Ratnakar sir, please, Mr. Frank C. Chalito. The ADCS Chakravarti sir. Mr. Dr. Vishnuvardhan Reddy sir. Request Dr. G. Taru Sharma ma'am to come on the stage. Request Dr. G. Taru Sharma ma'am to present award to Mr. K. Rajamanu sir. Mr. Sola Ubaidi sir. Mr. Varun Mai. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. It was a fantastic and truly enlightening session. Got a lot of valuable insights from the session. We have a short tea break. Let us all come back in 15 minutes.
create kind of you can run by kilometer. So you see, you have commission or created.
Managing Director, Biotech, Dr. Rahul Kumar, Founder and CEO, Immunomax, Dr. G. Taru Sharma, Director, NIAB, Dr. USN Murthy, Director, MSER Pharmacy, Dr. S. Venkatraman, Director, CR Rao, AIMSES, Dr. Srinivas Reddy, Director, IICT, Dr. G. Narahari Shastri, Professor, IIT Hyderabad, Dr. Rajesh Mishra, Director, GIGS, Professor Raghavendra Prasad, VP, SSS IHL. Please welcome on the stage.
So I think we have a very distinguished panel of CEOs, managing directors, and directors of national institutes of eminence. So in this particular panel discussion, the topic would be the role of industry and academic institutes. So I was looking at the topic of the panel, and it looked role of industries and academic institutes to foster innovation. Certainly, that has been the major theme for the entire event. But we should also have certain goals. And I was about to plan and say that we should have, like the example of Stanford University, a very high target. Then I was gently corrected during Professor Godakanda's talk that it's not always the money that has to be the real goal. There has to be a higher purpose. Money would be a very natural and a befitting consequence of innovation. So in this context, rather than trying to come up with my own words and jargon, very little qualified for that, I will take a clue from the preface of Niti Aayog's India Innovation Index. So I'm reading it from the very first two lines of the preface. India's vision of becoming a 5 trillion economy is intricately linked with an innovation-oriented approach to economic growth. In this present crisis-hit world, while most countries are looking inward, India should use this opportunity to build its innovative capabilities to meet future global demands by producing a range of novel products, services, and processes. So if we were to extrapolate it in the context of life science, healthcare, and pharmaceuticals, the larger ecosystem that we are more focused in this panel, I think it's truly a very important message. Also alluding to what Professor Elena mentioned this morning, that the global healthcare is around 372 billion, coming from a data from Statista and Hindu. India stands somewhere around 10 trillion, which is roughly around among the entire market of 10 trillion, we are somewhere around 372 billion, which is around 3%. There is a huge opportunity for us to kind of contribute. Since we have a very distinguished panel, there is a slight paucity of time. However, I think the insights are going to be worth in gold and much more. So I'd like to kind of have a format so that we can elicit the best response. We have 6 representations from leading industry bodies, and we have 7 leaders from academia. So we will probably go in clusters of 2 industry followed by 2 academia, so that we can get a kind of a very different viewpoint on this topic. So we will request you to maybe introduce yourself as I call out the names, and also talk about the institution more in the context of the role of industry and academia. Share your insights. I'll take the luxury of also posing a question, so if you can allude to that directly, indirectly, it will be very helpful so that we can collate all the responses. So first, let me start with Dr. Ratnakar. Dr. P. Ratnakar, he is the Vice President of the Persistent Systems. So basically, also, I think we'd like to have some of your thoughts on identifying certain strategic areas of innovation that might be defining the next decade of how industry academia might come together in having a much more powerful impact. So, can you share? This would be a kind of a common theme for the next few panelists.
Sure. Thank you so much. In fact, this is going to be a very, very important session, as you rightly said. A strong platform of collaboration between academia and industry coming together to foster innovation. I would like to actually make it a little more comprehensive of some of the experiences I draw from a couple of organizations I work with, and try to give a perspective of how the innovation is an inclusive aspect, and it is not just industry leading it, but with a strong collaboration. But we do, of course, have fantastic examples of how we collaborated with academia and doing some of those innovations. At our organization, we do have an aspect of innovation index, which is being given each vertical for them to drive innovation at every level. And every individual in that particular or in that particular division is encouraged to kind of participate in driving those innovations, and everyone is being scored and rewarded accordingly in terms of the innovation. Coming to the need for academia collaboration, in fact, this is the best example I can cite because we did collaborate with the University of Hyderabad, the Aspire Bionas, and our collaboration indeed made quite a few significant achievements, not just in terms of innovation, that's it, but it in fact led into a patent. In fact, Dr. Uday Saxena was sitting in the audience. Now, it is actually driving from the academia, from the startup ecosystem outside of University of Hyderabad, and collaborated with us to work on an important aspect. I think from morning everyone is talking about COVID. This is exactly the time where we thought association with academia can bring in an innovation which actually addresses the larger needs for the country. That's precisely what we did. So there was a very strong bonding between the academia industry, which got imbibed into the system, where we worked on a real-time problem statement. This is the problem statement which is being taken up by the industry, collaborated with the academia, collaborated with the startup ecosystem, and worked together in order to solve a real-time problem, which at that time was the crisis for the country. And it in fact led into a patent, as I mentioned, led into some publications, led finally into a product which eventually could be taken up by the industry for further work. So that's where I want to sum up saying that industry alone will not be able to solve some of those real-time problems unless there is a strong collaborative environment with the academia. Second point, which I want to also bring up to you is the industry I belong to, which is a good combination of life sciences and technology joining hands, in which it is a very strong ecosystem of continuous development and continuous innovation. No technology is is existing tomorrow. It's such a vibrant system where we need to do both upskill as well as reskill, and that is again where there is a greater dependency of academia to come together with industry. While saying so, I also wanted to bring out yet another important point which academia can actually take note of. What is the problem which industry is facing today? One of the important problems which we are grappling with is industry-ready individuals. Today, that's actually the area which is bothering the industry at large. And once recruited, if a person is recruited into the industry takes up at least 5 to 6 months time for that individual to be ready for the position which he is recruited for. So that's the gap. So maybe when we are looking at these platforms, industry and academia can join hands, trying to see how that 6 months of time can be bridged for a fresh. Okay, for that individual to come on board right on the day one and get onto the world. But that's for the freshers. While summing up, in fact, if they are actually the experienced course, they need to be de-skilled, right? So that's again, there is a greater need for academia to collaborate. So I'll leave with these 2, 3 points in terms of how the collaboration can be much more stronger, and we can look at real-time problems to solve with the ecosystem being in place.
Thank you, Dr. Ratnagar. I think the human capital is often a kind of missed out the industry academia. That's one of the deliverables, I believe, which will eventually drive the ecosystem. Thanks for giving the feedback, and also on this industry ready individuals is a very interesting stuff. We should probably popularize that in lieu of the skill development. So with that, let us shift to Dr. Priyabrata Patnaik, who's a Deputy Managing Director of Indian Immunologists Limited. While I think we'll listen to you as an organization from the context, but maybe the right person to actually share with us the concept of immunologicals and vaccines is changing in a very dynamic fashion. So you can also share your thoughts about how the opportunities would be there up to 2030, which will also be a context setting for the innovation that we are planning to do.
Yeah, thanks for the introduction. I take care of technical operations in Indian Immunologicals, except sales, marketing, legal, and finance, everything within my scope. Came back to India after close to 15 years abroad. When I was in academia, my initial part of my career was in academia, worked with industry in collaboration. Now in industry, working with academia in partnership. So I've seen both sides of the world and have seen successes, how industry and academia can work together. And I strongly believe that it's all about getting things done. There is somebody who is always willing to work and work for the extra mile, and that's how we have focused on. I think if we think of how vaccine fields is evolving, it's evolving in a more calculated way. We see viral vectors, we see mRNA, and a lot more technologies are becoming more and more eminent when it comes to pandemic preparedness and early response plan. There are a lot of new technologies which has come in that makes it a quick response. When the COVID happened, we worked also in collaborations with Biotech, quickly produced drug substance, quickly meet the demand for the country. But I think the bigger struggle, I mean, I have some statistics here. I mean, it says that 83,000 patents got filed in India just in last year. 30% of that only on healthcare. And when I look at how many of them are in vaccines, in last 5 years, there is only 23 patents has been granted, 56 filed, 23 patents has been granted in last 5 years. Out of that, 50% actually came from the industry. And when you look at how many of them can be translated to product or translated to product, very, very negligible. So there is a huge gap when I talked about vaccines. We are the world's capital in terms of producing vaccines for the global market. But when it comes to innovation and having patents, that's not which is happening. The number of publications has definitely gone up. We see high impact publications. Just last week, we had a letter to publication from IAL got accepted for collaboration with the University in Australia. So it's not that the quality of work is bad. It's definitely good. How many of them translates to industrial application, the bigger budget? I think there are 3 points I will bring up. What actually helped us? I think one is cross exposure. I am still, of course, I worked in Singapore for a very long time. I'm still thinking, and when I was in Singapore, I was teaching in Singapore National University as well as an NTU. So having industry people coming, if you expect them to be 6 months, one module, no, you need to design academia, to design a module, where industry players can come in and give the exposure. Today in IAL, we are doing already. At a very small scale, we are teaching on bioprocess, we are teaching on quality, we are teaching on regulatory to certain universities. We have been talking about spinning up, incentivizing professors. I think that you have brought that multiple times. That is very, very relevant. There is another thing I think which is Singapore did and when many other countries did, we need to make sure that the academia must get at least 30% of the funding from the industry. Not just relying on government funds to do the work. If it is industry ready, industry will fund it. When you make it a mandate, they will work with industry to get their funds done. So I think that is more important. We are already in last 2.5 years of my tenure in IAL, we have signed 11 agreements in academic institutes. The way we have decentralized is now we are working with very early stage technologies with academia or research institutes of India, where we are working with them to make it industry ready so that we can directly take it. We fund them and ensure that they are educated, aware, and developing a product that can directly taken up by the industry when it comes to commercialization. The other thing also we have done is ensuring that somebody from the industry is sitting in the academic board. The other way, we have also sponsored industry chairs in the academic institutes that also helps defining the certain of the translational research work. So I think these are the few things which I'm not giving theoretical examples here, where on a day-to-day basis we are implementing this in IAL in the backdrop, not I it are multiple forums, and it is actually translated into good benefit. So I think this is something that can be demonstrated.
Thank you, Dr. Patnaik. I think this is critical funding for the cross exposure and incentivizing 30% funding. I think, as you are aware, with the Anusandhan International Research Foundation, I believe the much more stronger component will have to be funded by industry. And this will be a main supplementary funding. So this will be certainly moving in regard. The point to be noted also at the side of concern is that there are not adequate cases from academia to which can eventually translate into the right technology. Switching on to the word translate, I think Dr. Tari Sharma would be the right person to follow from an academic perspective. And I believe the institution where you said is the defining term as translational research and life sciences happen. So we look forward to having your thoughts.
Thank you very much. So I think that is greatly said. And Arif, you yourself has already the position of CEO is looking at what direction. That exactly goes in academia industry. So it's not only academia and industry, the country itself is kind of in that form. So I'll come back to the institute. Our institute, it's one of the autonomous institutes that is funded by biotechnology, the National Institute of Animal Biotechnology. This is the institute. There are a couple of other important veterinary institutes across the country and some of the states in the region. But what makes this institute to stand very distinctly that it is about the animal biotechnology. So the points which are coming about the vaccines and in particular the veterinary vaccine, I would just focus into that. But before focusing and talking the points which were kind of spoken a while ago by the Indian articles and these 2 points which was Ramzan said. Very fact, I mean, it's not new. We are the highest in the bovine population, and we are the third in the goat and sheep population. So I'll not go into all the things. Point I'm trying to make with this larger number of population, we are number 1 in milk production globally. We're number 3 in egg production, and the buffalo meat export kind of revenue which comes to the country. I will not say how much basmati rice gets and how much buffalo meat gets. There is no comparison, but it's copied so. And refrain giving the data due to the scientific parts of both the agriculture and veterinary science doing together. However, the point is that all things are not possible without the industrial sport, or else in between it's a tripartite kind of thing. So till it reaches each human. Coming back to the importance of the institute, in both production as well as the health. I'll take health first. I'll not go, but I'll just take a straight single line. COVID is the one which has made people realize how important all the animal species are, and why should you really be focusing more than required on the diseases which are also not important. we are all aware the DHC has formulated. I come from a Indian Veterinary Research Institute, 134 years old, largest in Southeast Asia, which has given a battery of maximum number of veterinary vaccines to this country. So human health is actually directly proportional to animal health. And the mandate of NIAB is animal health for human welfare. So the importance, as I was just saying. Coming back again to the zoonotic diseases. So DHD has marked a couple of diseases, say FFD, HS, and Brucella, like five, the three prioritized diseases. FMD and all, there is International Institute and other things which are going on. So NIAB is very strategic, focused to take up those important zoonotic diseases. The first one, Brucella, as I said, is one of the bacterial disease. The other bacterial disease, we were talking a while ago, the Leptospira. These are just examples, and after giving the science part of it, I'll come to why without industry it's not possible. And for example, if I say Leptospira, this is a disease when the patient reaches the medical college or doctor, the situation is really crossed to the point wherein one has to really look at it. And why so? It's something like JAV. Why so? Because in between you have the models, you have a rodent, you have canines, and you do have a large animal. So if you kill the before it reaches to the target animal, if you can just control in between the carriers, so the canine model, or in case of JAV, the porcine or whatever. This is where the One Health approach, and that's what our institute leads. The program of the country, the first one in 2021 started, DP's One Health program, wherein it's very important we have medical partners and veterinary and animal scientists, wildlife and care. Coming back to industry, whatever we have, so next generation vaccines, as was spoken about, like MEV based or mRNA based, how much market we have for the human, here the picture is slightly different. And there the money part comes in. So cutting science is required, however, you have to be logistic, and there comes the role of industry. However, the gold standard remains for all the preclinical and clinical trials, these large animal models. So, besides industry, I'm also trying to pinch that all the human health, this institute remains very important. And what the institute does, this is all what I'm talking about. The institute is having an incubator. I would call it a vibrant incubator. Number doesn't matter. I mean, I forgot to thank Professor Redana for having. Thanks very much. It's not as vibrant as the Bionist, but it's a humble beginning. There are 2-3 people who are with us. I will just give an example, Imureka. They are the people, industry people. The industry is being run by the veterinarians, and they have their own products. So what is the model? They integrate with us, and there is a separate MOA for utilizing our expertise and porcine viruses, wherein we give expertise and that's how it gets translated. So I believe I'll stop here. I could pinch in what exactly I meant while we are at NIAB, and why exactly when we talk about the industry academia, not only industry academia per se for science or translation, but also, the medical sciences, the industries which are linked with medical devices or biomedical devices, and thank you for that.
Thank you. So one thing that is synonymous with development is that access to very high quality. So I see a lot of convergence of research both from academic industry towards NIMH.
So I can also add on happy news in half a minute. That is, the institute has a ABSL2 commission and use. So all the class 2 pathogens could be utilized over there. We have put a central transgenic facility, mouse model at place, and also used mice facility. And we cater to everyone. Our CIS is heavily used by the industry across the city than that of the academy.
Thank you so much. For those who are not aware, I think NIM is probably 2.5 kilometers, less than 2 kilometers from where we are. So it's again a
Yeah, I just put it this way: we are housed at Gachibowli, Gopalpalli, and we are 2 point some kilometer away from university. So you can focus to NIIT and reach us anytime, most quick.
Thank you. Thank you. So next we will move on to Dr. US and Murthy. I think before coming to industry academia, I should just add a word here with permission from Dr. Murthy Garu. But he has actually set up a very high innovation field with this at Michael Guwahati in a place which is historically always coming. It's kind of learning behind. And so some success stories there and also in your own thoughts. How do we, what is the role that you expect also from industry? Where we have the secondary program for the use in the past. First of all, we let us recall the statement of Dr. Govardhan Mehtaji today morning, what he says, the history of Hyderabad and science city, what is here. It is not that nothing new to this developer. You see, way back when you thought that Hussain Sagar, you should remember one civil engineer cited, what is his name, what you want to say. When there was a huge flood and Nizam called him and then after to find out some situation. Hyderabad drainage system was established by what's called followed by the Hussain Sagar. First, he told him to dig very big, first the pit, that pit is nothing but Hussain Sagar. The second one is what we were seeing the malaria parasite was discovered by the Bola in old mortals. That is the one. So, innovation is nothing new to the Hyderabad. So, only thing it has to be reactivated, re-energized to the youngsters. Second thing, if you see the number of startup culture is going in an exponential way in India. In 2003, 2023, if you see, 92,456 startups officially recorded in government portal. When it comes to the 2024, we have not even completed 8%. You see 1,30,000 startups. This actual level of confidence they have given in sector. Because the startups percentage of success is rather limited. Second thing is the most important thing what we have to see. Why industry academia is not coming towards means level of confidence. Normally, the level of confidence from industry is very, very limited because of what is there in that. It is confined only to the application. No, it has come to the level of the translational research now. We have a classical example. I will tell you one or two. It is not boosting myself or blowing my own trumpet. Of course, even if you think that also no problem because trumpet is mine, I can go. Second, first of all, the cutting edge technology, whatever told, cutting edge technology, what requires tomorrow for the public health is the innovation. And for the innovation, there are 3 steps actually. One is intellectual. It should be intellectual. It will convert into innovation. Then third step is industry will come, that is nothing but implementation. So until unless first 2 are there, industry will never come for implementation. Second thing is, level of confidence to be built in the industry. I think your concepts also should be innovative and applicable and adaptable and approachable and affordable. Is the affordable. If your luck is there, then 15 hours, who will buy? No one will buy. So this is the thing. And the second thing, company was telling collaboration. Unless this is there, it will never happen. And cutting edge thing, success stories, what we can, I wanted to share with you. Personalized medicine is the another 3 decades of story in the coming decade because this is just we never held some 1 decade back, they are coming back again. We never heard anything about the, we know only 2 decades or 3 decades, we have 2 types of diseases. One is communicable, second one is not. That's why you see emerging diseases, re-emerging diseases, orphan diseases, now rare diseases. There is a scheme in ICMR exclusively working on the rare diseases. Any country with decimal percentage of contribution itself is enough to protect the people in a greater manner. So now, what are the things we have to do? Can we have any kind of a molecule from natural resources? That is, again, thanks to the Ayush Ministry to reduce the number of steps to see the light of the day immediately. This is a route from very, very long phytopharmaceuticals. The second step, first step is herbal products. First of all, we have one wonderful product which is already patented. One is Velinia indica. We call it the elephant tackle. It's common in the North East. Excellent anti-diabetic activity. Excellent. Two local Bajrangbali Ayurvedics, they have come forward. But we have already patented and anyone can take it at all. But clinical trials, James Delhi has come forward to do that job. That is number one. Second thing is, in Ayurvedic hospital, there is called Kshetrabasti. if you have any kind of a polyherbal formulation or single plant formulation, they will mix it with this milk, which is developed by a Ayurveda hospital, and they will do that one. It is an excellent solution for the arthritis, colitis, and inflammatory bowel diseases. This technology we have developed, and it is a patented. And one more industry is also coming forward. Third one is what I told about the personalized medicine. Another 30 decades. He may requires only 200 paracetamol dose, whereas the healthcare 600, whereas doctor is giving 500 to each and everyone with the respect of age and age. That is not correct. Tomorrow you have to see what is the actual requirement of active ingredient of paracetamol that requires to your body, rather than pumping another 300 binding material and spoiling your body physiology. That is the one we are working with the 3D printing in the pharmaceutical sciences. Sniper Company is only working, and we have got 4 patents. AMTChat, you might have heard about it, Andhra Pradesh Medical Technology Zone, where Jitendra Sharma is the head network. They have already given the projects of 4. We have given back the technology also to them. This is another important thing we have to look into that from public health point of view. Another thing is eye drop. We know since I think 80 onwards several eye drop. But what is the innovation in this of our product is number of application will be less. If you apply nearly 8 times less, 3 times only, you have to apply. That project is also submitted. Of course, it is a patented, and version 2, version 1 is already the product, but that is developed by my colleague, senior Professor Amilvanam. It is there, and some pharma has come forward to conduct the clinical trials. These kind of things you have to advertise yourself. Not after advertisement, powerful advertisement, unless it will never come. One time they may not respond, second time they may not respond. Keep on bombarding at one point of time. That's why Dr. A.V. Rama used to tell pharma director of ICT, when you are working with the natural products, you don't know when you are going to hit the gold mine. Keep working, keep working. You may get one molecule that will compensate the loss of 30 years and the profit of another 30 years. This is the way you have to approach. Even if you leave the industry, you don't leave the industry. A platform like this kind of things, special thanks for energy, and without any anticipating anything, only contribute his 45 years of experience to this kind of platform, create that, bring anyone. If any one success story that is enough to make this pharma as a golden example to give a beautiful solution to the Indian public health. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Modi. I think this concept about advanced pharmaceutical combinations, and of course, have been working very closely with you. The concept of new environmental nanoformulations, fluid genetic, and we are able to kind of add and layer to the existing traditional knowledge of traditional medicine. This is something that's opportunity maybe for Dr. to maybe plan next visit sometime to methodology, and then going and we could also invest. So we look forward to a very positive thing. I think at this juncture, I would like to have again one more very different viewpoint from the eminent representation from academia, Dr. Venkataraman, who is the director of CRO Center at University of Hyderabad. So we have heard today in the earlier panel discussion about this AI, ML, data science, a lot of these new things that would revolutionize. We are only seeing it. Some of things are getting implemented even in research and in speech. But your thoughts on that, and again, how do you see the role of industry academia, particularly from your side? You are a technology player, so you're probably closer. So how do you see industry should participate?
I'm joined by Dr. Yuganda, Institute. To tell you about one line about your institute is a unit, non-A unit, within the University of Hyderabad campus, and it has been established in 2005. Professor C.R. Rao, the Nobel laureate, equal to Nobel laureate last year. So a statistics man, worked for 40 years in ISI Kolkata, and 40 years in Penn State University. Okay, so over the age of 103, actually last year, yes, right? The institute has been founded in his name, essentially to take the combination of statistics, applied statistics, mathematics, and computer science to the next level. So, now I think the lifetime of here, what we want to talk about whenever you digitize your content, how do you manage it, especially when you are using your formulas, your IPR, your patents, and also see that your systems don't get affected by ransomware attacks. That's where we come into picture and we have a lot of solutions combined with your ML and the deep level algorithms for analysis of data and also discover new models. What we call and all equal to building the large LLM models kind of entity. That's where we come into picture. We also conduct programs in the MTech and also the BTech. Okay, the BTech essentially very focusedly only into the computer science, data science, mathematics and computer science. Okay, and that we call AA and ML separate subjects. So essentially we deal with real world problems and give solutions. So before that I was working with ISRO for 37 years. And before that 4 years in Atlanta, Georgia Tech. That's where I learned was in around 1991 to 1994, where the funding to the university comes from industry. The industry knows the problem. Industry knows where to invest. And industry gets back its what we call the piece of tax benefit from the government. And they are successful from implementing the project. Okay, this was when in just after the Gulf War. Okay, there was a lack of chemical resistant clothes, what we call whole of the US, whole of the places, and they wanted to find out who can make the best chemical resistant. This was the problem of the government, translated to the people who are actually in the garment industry. You must be knowing Levi Strauss, okay, which makes the best jeans of the whole world. We funded this program to multiple universities, 3-4 universities. Okay, they actually spread the content of the problem into multiple universities to know who can do the best answer. Okay, this was to evaluate all the vendors of the people who manufacture clothing, whether they are capable of manufacturing a chemical resistant clothing suitable for any war-like situation. So this was done at the time when internet was not available. It was something called a gopher. And we had to build an artificial intelligence solution to evaluate different vendors for the bid board online. What we call and tell the other people who have not won the bid why he has failed. Okay, that gives a gap on which the university or the entity has to look at what needs to be updated in the university to align to the industry. So what I want to tell is there is definitely a good model in US where the industry funds the university, okay, and sees that project is what we call success. At the same time, they get back what we call their share of less number of tax. The university also gets benefited. Okay, so I don't think because of my R&D experience, the university will not be able to tell what the industry requires. It is always the other way around. The industry has to spot. Okay, because they have invested, they know the gap. Then they know why they are not able to use the solution, or go to the next level of R&D, or next level of going to the university to find the solution. That is the best model I think I have experienced, and it works. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Venkataraman. I think the last point about industry to spell out the problem statement clearly important. I believe there are some dashboards for different organizations about seeking out solutions, but that has been a very insightful thing. So we will again move back to the industry perspective and all the more also Pawan, but you represent NASCO, and I think in the family you basically represent the pharma Hyderabad, which is supposed to be a vulgar campus, right? So maybe what do you see that from an academia, what would be your expectations to complement or supplement or maybe to augment the capabilities of pharma go to the next level?
Thank you for having me. And as Dr. Anand mentioned earlier, I'm humbled by all the individuals in the auditorium and around me. NATCO as a company is, as I walked in, I spoke to Professor Redana and many other people who have interacted with NATCO for a long period of time with our chairman, very active in terms of collaborating with academia and the university and I would say research institutions in India. And Dr. Bhujangara, who was there with NACO for a long time, took a very active role in terms of accelerating that and trying to spread it. So NATCO as a company has, even though it's very small in the Indian pharma space, there are many multiple giants in Indian pharma. But I think has been very active in terms of trying to collaborate with academia for a long period of time. So I think you asked earlier to Dr. Asakar about what do you think is the trend. I would say that the trend earlier uh, in the morning sessions is, everybody talks about Hyderabad and India being the pharmacy capital of the world. There's no doubt about it. But what we need to realize is that you become extremely competent and good in making bulk chemicals, and that's how it started. And now we've climbed up the value chain in terms of making finished dose formulations. But they still are all generics of what has been innovated outside of India, right? So we are extremely good at developing generics to whatever is out there. India and the ecosystem is still not being able to bring that innovation in terms of drug discovery and new molecules, which are, which is really the need of the hour. I think COVID exposed the problem to the Indian government, and that kind of, besides the supply chain weakness that was identified, another thing that got highlighted was the lack of innovation or our dependence on Western countries in terms of all the medicines that were used during COVID, which were curative or in nature, were predominantly patented, and we had to negotiate in terms of getting whatever we needed, right? So I think that as a part of the PLI, one part of PLI is also incentivizing innovation. And we industry, many in the industry are recipients of the PLI awards. I think the fantastic initiative by the government. However, what still remains unaddressed is just because you've identified a weakness. Something cannot be solved acutely. This is an acute problem for a chronic disease that we have, right? Chronically, if you're not trying to solve the issues in terms of the nature of research we do, the type of industry-ready, output that we get from academia, or doing research. Research can be purely basic or applied research, right? So I think Dr. Sai mentioned very correctly that while it is good to have industry or academicians participate in industry to learn what is the need, it's also good for academia to get industry to participate and see whether what is being done got a translatable value or addresses the gap that is there in the industry, right? I think like the folks on the dais, I also studied abroad. I was there for nearly 2 decades, and I've seen in the US, and I've seen the type of collaboration between industry and academia over there, which is extremely vibrant. The industry goes to academia to solve problems, to get things done over there, because one is the confidence, one is the capability, and maybe 2 decades back there was a very thriving ecosystem of startups over there. Right from there, it is beginning to start in India, and I think where academia can maybe play an active role is there are lots of CROs just stepping up in terms of filling that gap. There are multiple startups and they have multiple problems, and as innovative as Hyderabad in the state is, there are CROs mushrooming up to try to solve and provide a solution to all these startups. Academic, I don't know if there is any academia or help sought out by academia to, from academia by any of these startups I'm talking specifically in the pharma and healthcare space, right? It is mainly going to all these CRO. One trend that is very clear, see, in the small molecule space, I think the pharma industry in India is extremely mature. So in small molecules, there is nothing that Indian pharma cannot do at this point. Compared to any other country in the world, by far Indian pharma is the leader, undisputed leader. In terms of biologics, larger molecules, cell and gene therapy, these are new areas. Biologics, as much as was spoken about earlier today, I think is still very nascent out of India. There are many biologic companies, but there are very few who have actually developed products which are approved and meet the standards of Western countries, barring a handful. Because I don't say that because of the lack of innovation, and mainly because of the investment needed in terms of a product-specific, country-specific clinical trial that has to be conducted, which is a very high barrier to entry. The real movement in terms of therapeutics these days is peptides and oligonucleotides, and these are, if you look at the top 10 molecules now, majority of these are large molecules, peptides and monoclonal antibodies and others. This is where academia can try to, leapfrog and get in terms of trying to understand what the problems are, whether, proteins and peptides may have issues with related to secondary, tertiary structure in solution when lyophilized. It's a protein, how do you stabilize it? More so in terms of impurities, because these are impurities which, the innovators are mainly done by, recombinant techniques, and all the generics are done by synthetic, semi-synthetic techniques. So there is a fundamental difference between the two molecules in terms of its nature of impurities and stability profile, and any impurity in a biologic or a peptide is required to be supported with either immunogenicity studies, in terms of toxicological studies, in terms of characterization. I mean, this area right now, NACO as a company is working on many of these. We find that we have to go out and to CROs outside of India in terms of all this. And, there is immense amount of opportunity in terms of trying to understand what those problems are. And, we have enough minds over here in terms of trying to find a solution for some of those sort of things, collaborate.
Thanks so much, because I think while we celebrate Big the Bulber Capital, but to sustain the award, we're getting a gold medal every time is a different task. And just food for thought is all the scientists and the gene therapies and the new class. Would there ever be a biosimilar option imaginable in the kind of those therapies? We have to put for thought in the future. Maybe we have a comment, but we'll also shift to Dr. Rajesh, I think, on the emerging technologies that you have been spearheading at PwC. It would be, and when industry and academia come together, it should be something for a very lofty idea. So, since you represent PwC, maybe you have a freedom to come and express questions from the industry and academia.
Sure. First of all, it's a government perspective on this particular issue. First, honor is purely from a perspective of networking with many people on the stage as well as in the audience. And second, honor is it's a coincidence that I'm seated next to the Honorable Vice Chancellor of my alma mater, CSFSI Institute of Higher Learning. Thank you. So from industry and academia collaboration perspective, I see it from three different towers. The first is the tech tower, the second one is the risk tower, and the third one is the regulatory tower. Now let me pick one by one. So when you come to the tech tower, the way we are looking at automation in the world today is going to change dramatically. We are already talking about the advent of AI as well as generative AI. and the rate at which generative AI is embracing our daily lives is phenomenal, right? And some of you, I'm sure, while sitting in the audience, you may be engaging with Gen AI while the panel is going on annually. So it has become very, very integrated in our daily life. Now, if we take the same generative AI, whether it's a pharmaceutical company, whether it's a medtech company or a life sciences company, we as the firm had put out a proposition, or rather a statement, that about 20% of operating margin improvement can accrue to a life sciences from a sheer adoption of AI or generative AI. Now, if you look at these particular tools, is it only technology? Technology is one of the components for that, but it's not fabricating technology. It is about subject matter knowledge. It is about domain knowledge. So where do we get that subject matter knowledge and the domain knowledge? That is going to be fostered by the industry and academia collaboration. We've done a number of initiatives where we have found that our people are wanting in the subject matter knowledge or in the domain expertise. And we can easily get access to subject matter expertise or the domain knowledge to this industry academia collaboration. The second one, from a risk cover perspective, if you look at the risk cover perspective, there are various things from a cybersecurity, from a third-party risk management perspective, but also there's a significant amount of risk coming at the interface of regulatory compliance, whether it is regulatory underwriting or pharmacovigilance. These are the areas. And earlier in the firm, we took a very forward-thinking step where we have hired about 10 doctors. I'm talking about PwC India, where we have hired about 10 doctors from the industry and the subject matter experts of the industry to architect in this particular space when it comes to pharmacovigilance underwriting. There again, there are gaps. So it's like, is it a one-way relationship? No, absolutely not. It's not a one-way relationship. In fact, it's a two-way street. We bring our experience by virtue of working with multiple customers, by virtue of experience in terms of working in multiple geographies and multiple countries. We bring that to the table. But going back to in terms of what's happening from a practitioner perspective, that's a white space at this point in time. So that white space can be addressed through this collaboration. And the second one, building on what the others have said on the panel, where some of them have been fortunate to have these collaborations going on. But many organizations, how many organizations that are there in the marketplace have access to an association like this? So how can you facilitate that particular access and democratize that access? Otherwise, you will tend to have 2 or 3 people controlling that particular access, which we call as mafia. I hope that does not happen. And how do you want to democratize that particular access is also an important one. Like Sir had said, the gentleman from next to you, where he said that even though it's a small accomplishment, you need to keep talking about it again and again and again, so that the message gets amplified and more people get to know about it. And that's where the access also gets enabled. So these are short thoughts from my side. Anything more, happy to have a chat offline. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rajesh. Maybe a clue for audience to check with you after the panel. Can companies like PwC, also play a role as a catalyst to promote the academic industry? Maybe that could be an offline chat or
from an access perspective, what I forgot to mention. For instance, we hire a lot of management talent from IIMs and others. We hire a lot of tech talent from IITs and others. But this particular talent, we do not have access to. So how can we bridge that gap? Is something would be an area of interest to me.
Okay, so thank you so much. And we will move on to Dr. D. Srinivas Reddy, who heads India's premier chemical research institute. While you share your thoughts, I have a couple of specific requests. You are alluding to this, no innovation is very small and the impact sometimes may not be measured the way we see, right? There will not be intangibles of not easily quantifiable. I'd like to know, if possible, from your context, CSR, some of the impact, the socio-economic impact that has also happened in terms of the research, which is also one of the critical goals of academia industry collaboration. So you can please share your thoughts and any good case studies. I mean, there are a lot of good case studies, but if you can prioritize the more complicated, to prioritize maybe 2 or 3 for the benefit of.
Thank you very much. So before that, let me thank Mr. Ritena and Farma for making me part of this extremely for people here gathering. And well, I'm a chemist by training. I'm an alumni for this very university. I'm always happy to be part of this university. Coming back to my organization, IICT is one of the labs. We have 37 labs across India, part of CSIR, which comes under Ministry of Science and Technology. I'm sure many of you are aware. So before coming here, I was also part of industry for several years, and then moved to LCL Pune and IIM Jammu and last couple of years, and here in IICT. I think CSIR is well known for connecting with industry, and we work with many industries. In fact, I can tell today, IICT, we run at least 60 to 70 projects at any given time with multiple industries. So most of them are related to chemistry, but we do have collaborations with bio sector. And just to just give you a couple of examples during COVID time, we are struggling for medicines and vaccines. And in fact, we collaborated with Cipla, and we were the first person to help for getting the molecules into manufacturing from Cipla. So that's where our contribution comes. And coming to collaboration with Biotech, you all know that there are different types of multiple components. One of them is actuate, The molecule was not available. In IICT, we made few pillars. We developed the process, and we made about 2 kilos of that material, and we supply it to Biotech. And again, each vaccine, each dose contains the microfract of that material. And we were took vaccine, co-vaccine here. So there is a small component of our IICT component in with you. So that's kind of contributions we have been giving to the society. And again, coming back to collaborations, we have, I think, although there is always some kind of criticism that we only talk about collaborations and we only talk more about it, but we don't implement. But I can see that if you have a right contacts, if you have right place in place, so we can do much more. And I can give you one more example. This is Sun Pharma IICT deal, another biggest public-private deal happened. So that's almost 1 into 240 crore deal with the milestone payments. So then the NCE patents we outlicense to Sun Pharma. These some of the I'm sure many things we can talk about it, but coming back to societal thing, I touch on this one. And I give you 2 examples. One is from IICT. There is a waste to wealth. So there is a lot of waste we are talking about these days. So we created high rate biomethanation, we call it as an aerobic acid reactor, EGR technology we call it. So based on that, we still inspected different plants. One of the largest one is in Boyapalli market in Hyderabad area. So that converts 10 tons per day vegetable waste to biogas and biomanual. So now it became very popular. It was also mentioned in our Prime Minister Man Ki Baat, after mentioning in the Man Ki Baat talk. So it became more popular. Now we get so many requests. We're spreading across India now, and we have created a big cluster of those many industries also taking technology and implementing. Coming back to one more thing, it is not really scientifically related, but I can tell you that when I was at IIM Jammu, so there is something called lavender. So that lavender, we even can Google it and see there's a purple revolution, we call it. So over the years, that institute developed a new variety of this lavender, which can produce high quality of lavender oil. So that what happens is when you replace classical crops with the lavender, so it almost like 8 to 10 times income increases for farmers. So that's again one of the contribution I can tell you. Where although it was working for several years, when I was there, we made it more popular. So that and reach to every corner of that region. So now if you Google it, I think you get much more videos and all the information you get. Start purple revolution. Again, this is indirectly we are helping society, and I think that's where we can do many small startups also came up from that purple revolution in that area. and without spreading across, so we can do many more things. Taking a couple of examples that I'll give you. If you have any specific thing, I can take up later. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Deepan already. I mean, you are being part of industry and then academia, so you have both the elements integrated into one. So that obviously you can see the impact. And thanks for telling those who must have seen the Republic Day parade, must have witnessed the total revolution. So with that, we will move on to Dr. Manari Shastri. While there are many questions, there is one question I've been kind of very eager to ask. In addition to what you will be saying, I think the quality of publications, high impact factor journals from India has significantly gone up. We see some very good publications with high impact factors. But there is also kind of relatively heavy, equally has it also impacted in a proportionate innovation factor. If you can please also share your thoughts of what might be the missing elements or ingredients during the use.
Thank you, University. So, Retinagaro, FABA, and Nicholas. When you come back to your instinct, your field, you would feel. I was here in 87 to 93. And before that, I was in Translational. Then, for 22 years, I was in CSIR. I came back to Hyderabad. When you look at this particular area, it's almost like a jungle. The University of Hyderabad, the plinth area has increased more than 20 times. And the number of institutes in India in the last 20 years are really increasing. 23 IITs have come from Hyderabad. So many cyber universities and so many ISOs. So there is definitely a great, not change, there is a metamorphosis in the quality of human resource development. And how a particular country will adjust to this huge supply of people. And we are having some questions like, are they industry ready? We have mentioned, are they having the subject matter expertise, domain expertise? These are the questions that we have asked. Now let us look at biotechnology. Now we have biotechnology, drug discovery, bulk drug, vaccine as one area, and we have medical diagnostics and biomedical devices as another area, and artificial intelligence and machine learning is another area. We also have area very, very important, that is health. Healthcare is very different from movie. Of course, agriculture we cannot ignore, and all of them are having a huge opportunities, and the questions that a country should ask will be very, very specific to that particular country. And I feel that India is at a particular stage where we will have to realize our great strength that we have. The type of mindset that we have to go to a bearish sentiment is because we are not able to really fully utilize the great challenge that COVID has given to us. COVID has made us realize that our country we could not make a single ventilator, no masks or PPE. The COVID has made us realize that our country has so much of a dependency on API supply chain. So the last 4 years had made a great change. Now I come from IIT Hyderabad. IIT Hyderabad, if some of you want to visit, it had a huge capacity and capability building in the last 4 years. It is very different now compared to years. Now, in IIT Hyderabad, we have a biotechnology department and a biomedical department. In biomedical, we have 2 medical doctors. In our department, there is a medical doctor. In biomedical, we have electronics engineer and a mechanical engineer. And people are looking at the cutting edge artificial intelligence and machine learning. I'm a person who is trying to work exclusively in AI, machine learning, and data. I'm a trained theoretical chemist, but now I'm in biotechnology. We have a very important area called computational engineering, where the starting rank, the JEE, lots of people say that there's a huge following and fortuitously built. Somebody says that I'm a biologist, I'm a chemist, I'm a physicist. These fortuitous division between different branches to go in. The human resource development should be such that when you are a translational level, you will have to look at the problem, you can see where the best price are coming. Whether we like it or not, the best price will go either for IIT or for medicine. So it's better to bring these best price to get into research. The biggest problem that we have in our country is neither medical doctors nor engineers are attracted towards this. This is high time that we have to realize, and IIT Hyderabad is in the forefront, and we are extremely interested. And if one gentle push that the industry can give to academia is that industry should proactively support people to be retained. As Anand Goviluri said, that Cambridge does not want to lose their PhDs and MTechs going. I will just close this. It was very puzzling, distressing for me that if there is a PhD student who comes from IITs, their average salary package is around 9 to 10 lakhs. However, if there is an MTech, the top 20% of the MTech students come from IITs, their pay package is 30 to 50. If there is a top BTech student who comes from IITs, their average pay package is 20 to 25 lakhs. In summary, we have to strengthen the PhDs and we will have to see that they have to be retained in the system. That is an extremely important point for the country. Take it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Naresh. I think one takeaway message
One
is
more thing that universally right. During the COVID time, we had a drug discovery hackathon. We have a drug discovery hackathon program where the problem statements were given, and several people have come from industry and academia. And this was a lot of fun. Universe has contributed quite a bit. And we need to use this technology to bring and then ask the right questions, challenging questions. And for doing that, the mindset is more important, not funding. 30%, 50%, 60%, these are all numbers that are there. But we need to realize that it's extremely important that we have to work. If we don't work together, we miss the pass. Now it's a do or die type of decision.
Thank you, Dr. Naresh. I think it was a very good exercise by under the office of the PSA. I was the only organic chemist among the galaxy of computational chemists. The goal was higher. Thank you so much. We take a very strong view that the quality of the PhDs can have a direct impact on the success of industry academia. We'll take that as one of the messages that we have got from you. With that, we will go and get an industry perspective from Dr. Murli from the Managing Director of Nicola. Your thoughts and I'm sure you have benefited also from the human capital, from the academia side. What would be your thoughts be about what else is being expected from the academic institutions to continue the success stories that we have already taken?
I think other problems. Hello? Sorry. If I understand the problem statement today, that something is not working for 50 years, that industry academia collaboration, what should we do around to be right? So, for many of the things, if the industry success comes from, similar way, what is the problem, how do we resolve it? The industry has a complete economy, like we have a lot of references, work and try to make it possible. So, but unfortunately, academia may not have that kind of strength. Where you have freedom to operate, but at the same time, you don't have pressure to generate revenue or do something to contribute to the society. I don't know. But a lot of times we look at the root cause analysis. What are the problems they are facing to make this better? Right? We are inviting that final game. I'm sure he has a exposure by looking at his resume, you know that. need any other person bring it to this campus other than Anandi to make that in the next 10 years, this university will become sustainable, and I'm sure that we will make 1,000 crores per annum profit. Simple. Right? It's no rocket science. So bring something like that talented that give a freedom and see how they can make this to the next level. Because we know that a lot of biological problems here, biological products required today. We are importing a lot of things. Today, the simple cancer drug maps have cost many between 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs. In therapy, we cannot even think of it. But we have a great science. Like, for example, many scientists who started the industry are the scientists who did not get the patent quiz. I did not get the patent quiz. I started industry today, I have 2,000 employees. Contributing to society 1 crore 60, 70 crore annual taxes. I'm nothing. There are a lot of industries doing much better than that. Right? So why don't we try to, we are University of Hyderabad. Let's take talk only University of Hyderabad today because we are in this campus. Let's take this as serious. University of Hyderabad is trying, no doubt about that. And we have IIT Hyderabad. So IIT, they're all doing to some extent. I'm not saying that they're zero level, but it's not enough. Like we have to take an example of Cambridge, Oxford. No way we are integrated. And I'm pretty sure that our scientific capability is good. We have infrastructure to deliver those experiments, technologies. But where do we land? What is the problem today? For example, I have experienced many times with the university. There are a lot of scientists helping. I'm not talking about it. Let's talk about why we are not in the next level. People that say if I come to the university, it takes 5 to 6 months to get an experiment. Then, right? After that, no difference of getting the test. So my thinking is, if you really want to make that industry university collaborate to the next level, bring some talent, you complete independence, people who have a proven track record. We don't need innovation. But historically, what do we do? Whatever America is doing, look at all the TV shows, all anything that is success story in India, what we have is just early copycat of what they are doing. And we move to the next level. There is resonance needed every step. Whatever biological molecule what we make is, our product has to be very cost effective, or they are similar to the innovator. Right? We have to do a lot of comparison with innovators. But what is our innovator? It has to be very cost effective. What costs them $10,000? I will sell here for $100. So that kind of opportunities we have in lab, cell therapy, gene therapy, only thing I need is talent. If somebody who has a proven track record, make this happen. It's a complicated subject. We need to find the point where terminologies and how to solve the problem. It's a limited time, and what I think is bring somebody who has proven that.
Thank you, Dr. Modi. I think that you have raised some of the concerns. I know Dr. Sambat personally very well. The ease of working with University of Hyderabad is tremendously better than other places. So I'm just taking the liberty of sharing that. So thank you, Dr. Modi. I will now request Professor Ravindra Prasad to share this thought. And also, sir, if you can give us some perspective about, I think there is a lot of cross-learning between national success stories, which we can also implement in the innovation, the life sciences context. You can only allude to any of the experiences and such a context.
And let me begin my gratitude to Rena and Papa. Let me confess that I'm here and also not biologist or chemist. I have a experience but because I was in class, so all my training so far has been on now. In some sense, a mission more. I always work for some body or other, either be it ERDO or space. And there is kind of a mission. So I have, I can understand what we talk about, the timelines and the deliverables of kind of decisions that need to be there. To a certain extent, we know that in any of these things, you cannot take chance of failure. No scope for failure. So that's the most, I've been personally trained from my academic background. Now, as far as my institute is concerned, I'm happy to inform you all that it's going to be certified Institute of Higher Learning.
established over 45 years ago. I mean, it's been in existence in different forms for the last 50 plus years. And Poland is the institute where the education is totally free of cost. No student is charged even a penny for anything. The student can enter in first standard and come out with a PhD without paying one penny. The university probably there is no cash counters at all. And our Mauna Chancellor, Robert always emphasized our focus should be purely on societal needs. Okay, once we focus on that, the rest will follow. So I certainly believe in that because our greatest ecosystem is that committed alumni, of course, on this platform, three of us are already here, and including our Srinivas in our institute. And there's a lot of people, well-meaning people who come on their own. That's one thing. If you have a good idea, you find that sort of people who come forward and help you out. So our research programs were centered around what is required, driven by our own hospital ecosystem. Because we have super specialty hospitals, we have general hospitals, and we have mobile hospitals. So these doctors and we interact effectively and find what the solution they need. So most of the research in the biosciences or chemistry or primarily centered around health, related aspects. So now coming to the question, I mean, after I'm sorry, I'm going to deviate a bit over here. Industry involvement, I'm not going to touch on that because I find that it happens automatically when you have a good idea. So based on that premise, we do work and we find the level of products what we have developed, and its own, of course, certification from our own. So we have a internal ethics committee follows all the protocols that are required. Several of these are already tried. I'm sure some of you have heard a presentation on our MRX. And again, if you look at the kind of database that we are putting in coming out with that, it's humongous. And also the kind of seriousness and decision that the body takes. It's a very good solve. I think we are not unduly working. There are no pages for the product. Because I'm sure that it's such a good product. We have to put some power and function. If not, own, made in trust. Is feeling the contract. It is always reading contract in some way. Another example where we work very closely with industry also, because academia is our own institute, is a camera called Sai GC. It's a gamma camera we developed in-house. It's a handheld portable gamma imaging camera. Yeah, it's a handheld gamma camera which went through successful clinical trials at HCG Bangalore. And we developed that product, and some of the oncologists came forward on their own. And they looked at this product, and Dr. Vishalra was heading that clinical trial, and it's 100% success. And even now, today, they are not getting the camera back to us, they are holding it in their own year. Some of the products are hitting on it. Now, coming back to the kind of ecosystem, what we are trying to build, here is the training program for the students. I think that's where the universities should focus on, because the kind of training programs what we have initiated, let me also thank NEP 2020, and that has really helped us quite extensively in bringing in the kind of flexibility that it requires for university to bring out what I would say. See, I'm not using the word job centric because that was not our portfolio at all. Because we know very well if this student gets not employed more time. That's not the worry at all we have, because we focus on good training. And the most of our, the board of study members, the board of studies, and also academic council are from industry background. And we also have several distinguished achievers as the process of practice. I'm sure right in front of me out here. And that's the way we build, and they share a lot of this expertise with us. And manner. and we are able to come up with several products over there. And when we have that, I find that it is comes on its own. Because I find it the third one was done cameras. Two, three companies came to us, maybe actually. And one of them came to us saying that we will because the size that we will create the electrons. And another guy, I know, multinational came forward and saying that we take all the rights and make sure we get good royalty and we will global marketing, we will do. So I'm not worried about industry participation because I think I'm an industry comes to you if you have a good idea of the product. So this is really universities. I completely agree with Professor Shastri where he said, trying to get the give to due respect to PhD and also who said that retain them. We only believe in all of that, and our ecosystem is centered around these aspects. And the students are free to start working on their industrial projects and through internships and training programs. We have several industries who on their own field of practice for students, the kind of students we produce. On their own, they have taken several of them, and they won't work with someone online, offline, both short-term projects, long-term projects, and extended projects. So I think the universities, in my opinion, should primarily focus on training the students. And once we have that in place, that's 40 years.
I think that sums it in a very clear manner. I think students are the ones who are going to drive the innovation factor. I mean, these are the carriers.
So let me also add a point that we have our own Institute Innovation Council, which continuously brings in a lot of experts on board. And every week we have a training program called. So starting from the first semester onwards, as long as they are there, they are training this problem. And with the setting up of incubation center, what we are planning now, actually we have a lot of innovators in our own ecosystem also. So I'm sure it's up to the startup or it's up to the industry, they want to take this product or not. But certainly there is somebody else who someone takes them. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Arun Prasad, for very good insights. We will now request Dr. Rakesh Mishra, whom I've been very fortunate to been part of our research council, so and a lot of benefits for us. So I guess while you one of the insights is taking that through from what we are also mentioning, this cutting edge new generation therapeutics, which is going to be the defining element, looks like there is an opportunity for industry academia to prioritize and come together on that. So maybe some insights on next generation therapeutics.
Thank you, Srinivas. Thank you for letting us participate with this talk. Okay, is it better? Yes. So just in couple of lines, I work for the institute called Tata Institute for Genetics and Society, and the aim is to use cutting-edge science to also fight it. And it means we are one generation of capacity building, but problem solving is we pick the problem and find all possibilities of solving it. And only two things which are important for us is that the solution has to be economically viable and the existing. Either these things actually we don't work with. And we make sure that every project we do has direct vital thinking. So that's our philosophy. We are funded by directors and we are not profit organization. And as you can immediately realize, if you have to develop a solution, then you have to have a standard who will take it. Like in industry. The way we function actually is one of the models how and we are located in we are part of the Bangalore Life Science Cluster here. In fact, our lab is located in Eastern and we can neighbor we are in the university our main aim is to collaborate and deliver this. So we work on we work on three programs. One is essentially maybe one setting up the new ways of surveillance of AMR solution and website solution. Which is we are actually working on people have officially the steps along with research more field so unique results. And so there we always want to use the corporation or the clinicians to whatever we are working, it should be required for us to do. And the industry partner to deliver this. Similarly, the new method of treatment that we are talking is another program on rare disease or what. We are generally using mRNA therapeutic as our primary approach. Means certainly at the moment like three volumes. When I see markets 50.5, that's not enough for 1 year for many of these things. So we are working with a system which will be available from the out of pocket. That level of literacy or whether it's in language therapy or immunology therapy or when there are other aspects of that, like monoclonal antibody therapy, where we have really a very cheap time. We see that the RNA vaccine and they is used now why we can't use this part to make it all very or very important. And I think that is going to be a game changer for many other technologies. The specific of constitution and affordability. Our third program is crop improvement, where we are using technology to make climate resistant crops, which are also related to beyond. To make crop variety right or millet, using this technology to have economically rewarding varieties, these are competitive, they are sustainable, and they don't require chemical fertilizers. So these and each of these things you have to have a partner who will take it to national variety issues, and so we are working with we are working with IT not for all our services. Other thing I have got on that we many things that we are working with that we don't have policy in place. We have a policy. I think to work with government agencies, do policies, work with policy, and help making regulatory environment with new things which has not been existing before that it should be. So essentially, for each of we have partnership with industry who have different policies. If I'm making a case or if I'm making a solution, it's commercial manufacturing. So they are on the board, and then once we fail, they will make it them instead for that person on. So industry, if you're really seriously interested in solving any problem, industry is the inspiration part. If you don't have then you are not being present in say that in the statement. Because then you have not thought of it completely. You are as academic university also nothing university. But whenever we are saying that we are looking for a solution, then you have to have dedication to and working around.
Thank you, Dr. Vishwa. I think we should also acknowledge in the COVID time the amount of pioneering that high translational, almost on a daily basis, innovation was being delivered under your leadership. Like CCM, so pleasure to have you here. I think we have consciously positioned our last panelist because you are embodying a success story in itself of industry academic interactions in a way, at least we all see it. So, Rahul, founder and CEO, INAC, we look forward to knowing your perspective. I think it will be very different.
Thank you so much, sir. I thought you forgot me, but
no, it was a consciously placed.
It's really an honor to be here. Thank you so much, FABA and Dr. Redana for having me here. So we work on the personalized medicine, cell and gene therapy, and we heard that India is the capital of pharmacy. And this kind of novel platform, cell and gene therapy, has not been here for a long time. The reason why they are not here, one is of course a major obstacle is always cost, because these innovations, these drugs cost somewhere between 5 crore rupees to 10 crore rupees per patient. And one of the panelists mentioning if your drug costs 15,000, people can't afford. And now imagine if a drug costs the 5 crore to 15 crore, which is like 500,000 US dollars, 3 million. How can any of the Indian can afford that? Very few can afford.
So here our journey started almost 11 years ago, where we thought if we want to bring these costs down and at least make this gene therapy, cell and gene therapy accessible to our people, then we have to work in the lab and then ultimately take to the clinic, and if all works well, then go to the market. Right? So in the last 11 years, I worked at IIT Bombay as a faculty member. So we started this work in the lab, developed the patent, filed the patent, and all those are granted. And then from R&D, we did translational research, like preclinical translational research. And then we had regulatory, then because India did not have that kind of regulatory pathway for cell and gene therapy. So we call like government help in developing the regulatory pathway. Then India developed a regulatory guideline in 2019. We started our first in human clinical trial, a small scale pilot study. And then this academia to industry translation was needed. And because you know that we are pharmacy of the world, we have a lot of success in API and everything. But this kind of technology has a lot of risk. So that risk appetite was not there in industry that time. But fortunately, Lawrence Lab from the Hyderabad again, Mr. Chava, they invested in us. And then instead of approaching industry, we started our own investing. So I was a post entrepreneur. So then we started in 2018, the company called ImmunoAct we founded, and some of our students in IIT Bombay campus. Lawrence funded it. Then we ran phase 2 clinical trial of our first product. And then fortunately, October last year, this product is approved for commercial uses in the entire country. Now we are serving patients across the country. It's not just gene therapy is not just available, but it's available at a scale where all the corner of the country now you can avail gene therapy in our country. It's really a reality now. From $500,000 cost, we got it to only few $1,000. Still, I will not say that we have solved the problem. We solved only 10% of the problem of access. 90% of our patients still can't afford it. It is still expensive because of our socio-economic thing. But again, we as a researcher, scientist, we continue working hard to ensure that right now we can only say India has access to gene therapy, but it's still a long way to go. That 90% people still need, and I think that's the place now academia and industry collaboration needed. And good news is with this effort, not only ImmunoAct, which we founded, is the only company who is working on cell and gene therapy. Now, many big pharma in our country now investing in cell and gene therapy. So 2 weeks ago, Jim Ellison was here, who is Nobel laureate at US India Cancer Moonshot Program that Ellison was here. And they were surprised that India doesn't have checkpoint inhibitors, which only accesses 1 to 3%. Start therapy with it, we beyond the checkpoint in biology. And that's the time they were suggesting, like, let us work together to develop these biologics and the cell and gene therapy. So I think it's a humble beginning, but I think we are there and we are moving ahead. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Lal. I think that kind of summarizes the ambitious project with affordability, built into it. So certainly a very inspiring case study. No wonder we wanted to have you at the last. Okay. So I think in conclusion, after taking the suggestions and the feedback that we have received from Dr. Rakesh Mishra, I think the early stage high risk research is better always driven in government sponsored academic institutions drive it. And they build a kind of a pyramidal thing where a lot of ways of innovation is there. It gets processed with the hand holding from industry. But there is also, I think generally I see that there is an undeniable impact of engineering that comes in, data science, computational technologies. Startups are also the vehicle to take technologies forward as an independent mechanism. I did get feedback on the regulatory and the policy and advocacy that you were also mentioning. I think these are all important things which will definitely foster the industry academia innovation. So with that, I think we come to the close. Let me also thank everybody here because I know that we have kind of stretched into the lunchtime, but the food for thought that came from all the distinguished panelists has probably compensated the need for food, which is typical, right? With that, again, a very big thank you. And personally, I think to Professor Redana and Pava for giving me the opportunity to moderate. It's a privilege to actually talk and engage with very distinguished panelists. Thank you.
I request all the panelists to please be seated. There will be a moment of wording session. First of all, thank you so much for the enlightening discussions. Actually, don't get a chance to get exposed to such discussions, and I really thank Pava for giving this exposure to us. I would like to call upon stage Professor Redana sir to present mementos. Professor Bindumadha Reddy sir, Mr. Chakravarti AVPS sir, Dr. Uday Saxena sir, Professor Hemalata Reddy ma'am, Dr. Ajit Kamath sir. Professor Reddy sir will be awarding the mementos to Professor Raghavendra Prasad, DC SSI IHL, Dr. Srinivas Oruganti sir, Dr. S. Venkatraman, Director, CR Rao, AIM SES, Dr. USL Murthy, Director, Nalika. So feel free to give the awards to whomever you know. Let's have a group photo on. Lunch will be downstairs. Please come back soon. We'll be having 1 hour break for lunch. 45 minutes, sorry, 45 minutes break for lunch.
So they coming at 3 p.m.
Shall I? गौतम चार्जर कौन सा लगता है? किधर है ये वाला? टाइप सी भी लग जाएगा मेरे को लग रहा है। चार्जिंग होगा तब ना। होता है बिल्कुल होता है, हाँ पावर डिलीवरी है। पावर लगाएगा ना तो होता है। यही वाला लगा देता ना। हाँ हो रहा है। हो रहा है। चार्जर वो क्या प्रॉब्लम? हेलो। అజిత్ సార్ ఇక్కడ ఉన్నారు. అజిత్ సార్ ఇప్పుడు వచ్చినారు. Is nature 100%. It is nature. That's was is a matter from our University.
I actually by observation. That's not your collaboration. And then I'm going to say by the point. Rather than shoot the so why is student? Same sir. Yeah. అదే పట్టేదా తీసి పెట్టేసారు ఏమనుకోవద్దు అదే అట్లేదు మీకు ఇక్కడ పడుతుంది తీసుకురా
ఎప్పుడు చూడలేదు మా కార్యక్రమం అందరూ మాట జీవితం అది కరెక్ట్ బదిలీ చేస్తే ఓకే తీసుకోండి సార్ నేను జగదీష్
చాలా బాగుంది. చాలా పెద్దదే అండి. వీడియోలో చూడాలి మొత్తం పెడితే ఇంకా గ్రౌండ్ ఫ్లోర్ అండి. మూల ఉంది మూల
రాజేందర్ ఇప్పుడైనా 3 o'clock ఈయన వస్తాడు బీపీ ఆచార్య ఐఏఎస్ రిటైర్డ్. అది వచ్చినా కొంచెం లంచ్గా అంతే అడుగుదాం తింటానంటే కింద తీసుకెళ్ళి 3 ఇప్పుడు అదే 10 నిమిషాలు ఉంది టైం ఉంటే ఆయన ఇక్కడ వస్తాడు ఎట్లాగో లోపలికి వస్తాడేమో. అమ్మ సరే ఆ చివరి కుర్చీలు నా బ్యాగ్ ఉందమ్మా అది అక్కడ పెట్టవా. 77 అంటే వచ్చేస్తుంది కదా దాకా తీసేద్దామా. అదేనమ్మా బ్యాగ్ అదేనా అది అక్కడ పెట్టవా. అది అవార్డు అది బ్లూ కలర్ ఉంది చూడు బాక్స్ అందులో అవార్డు ఇప్పుడు ఆయనకి ఇస్తున్నాం కదా. ఆయన సైంటిస్ట్ ఆయన డాక్టర్ రాహుల్ పురవార్ అని ఆయన పిలిపిస్తున్నాం ముంబై నుంచి వస్తున్నాడు వచ్చాడు ఆల్రెడీ రాత్రి. ఆయనకి అవార్డు తీసుకుని ఆయన వెళ్ళిపోతాడు సాయంత్రం. ఒకటేమన్నా 5 లక్షలు అవార్డు అది వచ్చి నాట్కో కంపెనీ స్పాన్సర్ చేశారు. 2 లక్షల రూపాయలు ఇద్దరు ఎగ్జామ్ పెట్టి బాగా చేశారు కదా కమిటీ ఉంటుంది దానికి మా గోవిందరావు రెండింటికి ఆయన చేస్తాడు. ఇదేమన్నా ఫాబా ఎవరి ఇయర్ ఇచ్చే అవార్డు ఎవరికి ఇది ఉంటుంది అదే అది మెమోరియల్ డాక్టర్ బజాజ్ మెమోరియల్ ఫాబా లైఫ్ సైన్స్ అవార్డు మన దానికి డబ్బులు ఇస్తాం అంతే. ఫాబా నుంచే ఇస్తాం. అదే ఆయనది వచ్చేసి అదే మన అది ఎయిమ్స్ రిలేటెడ్ అది కూడా మెడికల్ సైన్సెస్
క్యాన్సర్
క్యాన్సర్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ రాహుల్ పురవార్ అని ఇప్పుడు ఇందులో కూడా ఇచ్చాడు కదా. ఆయన నా తిలక్ అని మన ఈయన బాగా ఇది తిలక్ అనేది లైఫ్ టైం మెంబర్ అని కూడా కాబట్టి అప్పుడప్పుడు పాల్గొని డొనేషన్ ఇస్తుంటాడు. ఈయన బజాజ్ మెమోరియల్ రాహుల్ పురవార్ అసోసియేట్ ప్రొఫెసర్ ఐఐటి ముంబై ఫౌండర్ అండ్ సిఇఓ ఇమ్యూనో యాక్ట్ 2 ఉన్నాయి ఆయనకి. ఇమ్యూనో యాక్ట్ అని చెప్పి దాంట్లో ఈయన దీనికి సంబంధించి ఈయన మహాకోపిష్టుడు సబ్జెక్ట్ నెంబర్ 1. ఇది యాక్చువల్గా ఇది అయిపోవాలి టైం ప్రకారం అయితే లేకపోతే ఏమి రావట్లే ఏమో కూడా అవార్డు ఏమకూడదు ఏమి రావట్లేదు. ఇక్కడ 420 నుంచి ఇది ఈయన టాక్ ఉంటుంది అవార్డు అయిపోగానే ఈయన టాక్ అయిపోయిన తర్వాత ఉండాలి ఆయన పెట్టాలి
పైన అంతా రెడీ
అది చూస్తాను అన్నాడు
పెట్టేసి చూస్తాను దానికి పర్ఫెక్ట్ గా
అవును బుక్స్ కొన్ని పోయినాయి కనపడి లేవంటున్నారు కొన్ని ఉన్నాయి అంటారు ఏంటది మళ్ళీ కొనుక్కొచ్చాం పొద్దునండి నోట్ బుక్స్ వాడైనా సలీం గడు పంపించాను అంటాడు 7 చూస్తే ఏం లేవు బుక్స్ వచ్చినా ఉన్నాయి మళ్ళీ 100 కొనుక్కొచ్చా బయట 100 బుక్స్ కొనుక్కొచ్చా అడిగితే లేవంటున్నాడు అరుణ్ గాడు. ఆ పైన వెళ్ళి చూసా నాకు ఎక్కడ కనబడట్లేదు అన్నాడు. మళ్ళీ కొనుక్కొచ్చు. ఈయన అరుతాడు. అటు 300 ఇచ్చినట్టున్నాడు. 300. ఆ నిన్న కొన్ని పోతే అని ఉండాలి కదా, ఇంకా లేవు. కొంచెమే ఉన్నాయి, కొన్ని సత్యాలు ఇక లేవన్నారు. కానీ బయట అందరూ తెలియదు. తెలియదు. అసలు చెప్తారండి. మధ్యాహ్నం నుంచి వచ్చాను. మార్నింగ్ రమ్మంటే నాకు అవకాశం పర్వాలేదు. నేను జస్ట్ కన్క్లూడింగ్ చాలా ఫేమస్ అండి. రేవాకే అప్పుడు మీరు జాయిన్ అవ్వలేదేమో. నేను కంప్లీట్ ఓకే ఓకే కాసేపు ఉండండి.
बैग्स अलग रखा है, उसका फोटो क्लिक करना है, अलग में रखा है। क्या दूं? ये है ना, ये क्या है? कैमरा इधर रखा है ना। Yeah,
So can you share it with us?
I will share the link with the father. Like it will be second email open.
Okay, thank you. Seven, 81, 83, 91.
Name.
Ring.
Okay.
Thank you.
अरे नहीं, बढ़ जाने दो उसको, ये चिपकाओ तो इन्फेक्ट हो जाएगा, एयर नहीं आता है तो। अरे अभी के लिए, अभी ठंडे दे, ब्लड रुक गया होगा ना, तो ठंडे दे, छोड़ दे उसको, ठंडे इसे निकले नहीं उसको लिखो ना। जाके हेल्थ थोड़ा थोड़ा तो कैसा ऐसे लिखने वाला नंबर है, आउटसाइड रजिस्ट्रेशन डिस्क है उनसे पूछिए आना। अच्छा वो फोटो क्लिक करा ना, उनसे पूछिए, वो वॉलंटियर है, कोऑर्डिनेटर है वो। हाँ ये हाँ
उन्हीं पे आपका
हाँ हाँ आज फिर 10 मिनट स्टार्ट होगा लोग आ ही रहा है
Cameraman,
yes
the one what you just said last session,
uh,
share me the photo through my WhatsApp.
can you please tell your number
91270.
yes
Otherwise, I will give my card to you.
please
Please WhatsApp to me one or two good photos. If I am talking, if you take that photo, that's still better.
okay sir.
Better? Nice.
बोला बोला कि जो लास्ट सीजन में मैं बात कर रहा था if you still have one or two any give me on WhatsApp सब कुछ मैं तो ये बंद कैसे करना है मेरे को नहीं आ रहा है तो आ रहा ये क्या होगा इनका तो ऑप्शन ही है शेड्यूल करने की कर दिया ऐसे ही कट दिया है बिल्कुल फोटो डाल दिया क्या डाल दिया ये ऐसा दिख रहा है देख ऐसा ऐसा है लेकिन शेड्यूल करना है ना ये अभी से लाइव स्ट्रीम है ऐसे करके मैं शेड्यूल करने को सोच रहा हूँ
इनका देखो कैलेंडर है
ये पहले
फुल स्ट्रीम पहले वो क्या लास्ट में डिलीट कर रहे हैं वो आता ना उधर स्ट्रीम होता है नाइनटीन 11:30
11
11 को करिए ఫొటోస్ అన్ని నేను కాపీ చేయాలి సార్
అన్నీ అక్కడే అదైతే ఒకటి ఉంది స్టేజ్ మీద కూర్చుంది
వెనకాల నేను పెట్టేస్తాను సార్ నేను
మీ ఇష్టం బాగా
ఇప్పుడు అన్ని
आ रहा है मुझे फोटो भेज उसी को क्रॉप करके लगाओ भेज दो बोल कि उसको अगर कुछ स्पेसिफिक डिस्क्रिप्शन चाहिए तो डिस्क्रिप्शन भेजिए वरना हम जो लगाए हैं वो है अभी इधर ही है
Hi everyone, welcome back. Welcome back to the afternoon session. Please be seated. Let's call everybody. We'll start. So we'll start with the third round of panel discussion. I welcome. So this panel is about industry collaboration, industry academia collaboration, fostering innovation, and role of ecosystem enablers. So we have seen the flow of panels or the speech talks from the morning.
It's all about industry academia collaboration. So we have discussed now the CEOs and directors, but in the back end there are a lot of enablers, to be mentors, incubators, or CROs in many companies. So we thought that this time is very important, to bring out all the ecosystem enablers onto the stage and discuss how they are pushing the innovation. So I welcome Dr. Manish Diwan, who will be the moderator for today's panel, onto the stage. And then I welcome the panelists, Dr. Mani Kandipuri, Knowledge and Life Sciences, Mr. Prem Nath from Venture Center Pune, Rashmi Pimpale, CEO RICS, Dr. Samrat Sabat, Professor, University of Hyderabad, Director R&D, Dr. Viswanathan Dupatla, IKP Knowledge Park. We have.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's nice after that. I hope everybody had a good lunch. Lunch was actually good. Was it? Okay. Great. I think multiple varieties. It was a very good spread, and it was pleasure also, which was the day. I also had a guava chutney, which you don't get to see, but so I think on the dais with me, we have similar varieties. There are people from the incubation center training us with groups. There is academic representation, Dr. Sabar. There is enablers from the government side, which are here. Sorry, Rashmi is here from RICS. I am from Biotech. And relatively different industry representation. Mani is here from Paragon CRO. So I think we'll try to utilize how much time we have will be 45 minutes. Okay, we are blessed. So I think next 30-40 minutes, what we'll use is we will try to see what is relevant, how this representation on the diet, which is government or let's say ecosystem enablers, what is the role of such enabling ecosystem? How they are relevant in what we are discussing, life sciences, innovation cluster. I think cluster has many aspects. You need infrastructure, you need talents, you need environments where things can work. And we also need some bit of investment, be it funding support or for-profit investment support. So these are various elements, and on top of it, there are things which align and bring these things together. One is aspiration, unmet need, broader policy, regulation support. You might also say logistics, supply, other ecosystem stakeholders which are little distant. So in interest of the gathering of the dais, I think this is largely represented by the eclectic people, startups, young SMEs, some established companies. We will try to, I think, bring that understanding and reflection because as far as I know, all of us are been working in the ecosystem for very long period of time. So maybe we will go one by one and try and share what we have acquired over the period of time and what can be done together. Myself, I represent Biotechnology Industry Research Assistance Council, which is the DPC's tier 2 called Biotech. And this body was created especially to work with industry to create a ecosystem in the country that can take the translational knowledge from the academia to progress into create more number of industries, startups, SMEs, and also empower this industry there in the life sciences so that we have
made in India products which can go into the commercialization to address unmet needs of the country. And there are some efforts which are originating from 2012. Now we can get to see large number of biotech industry into the country. And the very fact that we've been talking about this, how we can scale it up, I think it has some background that has gone into it. And that's one of the examples uh, of the enabling effort from the government perspective. And that government, be it the central government, there's a great role which is played by the local state government. So I think I'll leave that part little bit aside. We'll spend more time listening and hearing from my fellow colleagues. So how do we want to go? Maybe I'll throw the button to Prerna right at the far end. And if you can, first of all, help us understand RC important as an area for growing the innovation ecosystem. And you lead one of the projects incubation center in the country almost 20 years, 25 years, gone into creation. Right? That's a lot of experience. You would have seen things from the inception when we were at early stage. Now we have reached to a certain stage which is visible to everybody that something is nice. Maybe find some examples, maybe one or two, where the enabling role kind of comes out and stands out over the years. Can you hear me? I'm just also checking whether you are asleep right after the meal. Okay. So first of all, thank you very much for inviting us, Renaissance. Thanks for calling us here and see Aspire and this ecosystem after quite a long time. Right? The question was about ecosystem enablers, and I just wanted to just explain first why yes, why we think in terms of ecosystems and why it is so important. If you look, say, at in the top bioclusters, life sciences bioclusters of the world, you have to first look at what makes a difference and what actually creates those kind of clusters. You will often find, say, that there is of course in biotech there's technical depth. So there's often academia associated with it. There's research institutions associated with it. So if you look at the top bioclusters of the world, you will always find that there is considerable research activity always at the bottom, right? If you take Boston, for example, you will see there are 16 universities, right? The level of research funding is, at a scale which is incomparable to anything you can see in India, right? I hope you understand the scale difference also because something like Stanford today, their annual research expenditure is $2.5 billion, 20,000 crores. All CSIR institutions put together, annual expenditure is 5,000 crores. Okay, so please understand that's what it takes to build some of those ecosystems as well. And by the way, this should be seen in contrast to, I think Professor Redana mentioned 50 odd $million in revenue, licensing revenue, right? So it's 2%. Okay. So let's be very clear, without research investments, you cannot, by the government and by charity, you cannot do anything. If you are thinking we can be sustainable, that's a pipe dream. Okay. Nobody has done it. Okay. Even Stanford. Okay. That's a difficult factor. Yeah, so money, investment is one. People, the concentration of people in working on science is another important aspect of the ecosystem. But you will notice that there are many Indians working in those ecosystems as well, right? As they are here, what is the difference? I think the ecosystem operates as a whole, right? There's continuity in the, there's depth in the ecosystem, Typically, people's aspirations and ambitions as an entrepreneur are limited very often by the ecosystem available to them. You can see that it's happening in India as well. If I had a very broken ecosystem, what would I do? And I want to succeed as an entrepreneur, I will choose the path where my ecosystem is continuing. So therefore, you have IT now, right? Ecosystem is within your control. You can have pharma services companies because ecosystem is within your control, right? You will not necessarily go for a new drug molecule and so on. So in biotech, the challenge is that the ecosystem needed has to be very rich, very diverse. It has to have CRO, good quality CRO. It has to have a lot of money, has to have a lot of facilities, a lot of know-how, a lot of expertise, a lot of different stages of funding, regulatory expertise, understanding how funding works, how venture capital works, all these things which have to come into play one place, right? That is what makes it challenging. Now, if we can build that ecosystem out, whatever measure, that of course would takes up the ambitions of our entrepreneurs and our innovators a lot more. And that's where, in many ways, many of our institutions have managed to begin that journey. So when we started in 70 years back, there was actually a policy from CSIR which allowed us to do some of those things. And Dr. Rao here was one of the architects of that policy, which made it possible, right? If the policy was not there, academics would not, at least the CSIR institutions would not be able to do any much of this at all, including setting up an incubator. On the other hand, BIRAC started about 12 years ago, 12, 13 years ago. Yeah. And you can see that they've created a continuum of funding, which is very valuable, right? Starting from fellowships to grants, to matching grants, investments, to fund of funds, right? Now, that continuity is actually very important because if you don't have continuity, what happens typically is the people don't get into that line of work because there's no funding, beyond a point, or they leave this ecosystem and go elsewhere. For example, after say phase one, I would go to hospital. I would not be here because there's no continuity there, right, if I'm doing that kind of work. So if we have to leverage the value creation and leverage it for sufficient time, the ecosystem becomes important. The quality of the ecosystem becomes important. If the quality of data is not reliable, right? The quality of data which you are putting in the dossiers are not reliable. You have a problem over there right here. And people will look at you on suspicion, right? That's another part of it. So, for example, NVM facilities have been created, which are meant for some of these data generation activities or supporting activities, animal studies, and so on. So, there are great aspects of the as well. Regulatory support, for example. One of the single biggest risk factors for companies in India, regulation, right? You can see from fluctuations of pharma shares. That's the single thing that drops shares, by the largest. But that is the case. You need to ensure that regulations can be tight, but they need to be predictive. And that predictability is brought about by people who understand it, who also help make it happen. Again, some of those initiatives are there. So my point here is that ecosystem are what makes or breaks innovation activities actually. And I'm not exaggerating it because we are an ecosystem enabler here. That's the bottom line. You can have a great pool of academics, great gene pool, whatever it is. At the end of the day, the ecosystem doesn't function. I don't think you can have facts or technology or transfer stuff. I think thanks Srinath to give us or set the stage, kind of highlighting different elements in your own words, which are relevant to the ecosystem to build such ecosystem, make these ecosystem competent that they can be. So Srinath's Incubation Center has been there for 17 years now in Pune and has turned out maybe how many startups so far? So we have worked with almost 800 odd startups. So that's it, right? That's at any given time we host about 90 or so. An excellent infrastructure space and as Sven was mentioning, 70 odd startups can be hosted simultaneously at one time. And I've seen 800 of them over this period of time. In the country now we are close to about 8,500
biotech startups, and startups have now graduated to become national. So within the incubation centers as a whole, some very critical elements where all the ecosystem energy kind of converges. This is the place where um, entrepreneurs originate and get a roadmap to walk this critical path of entrepreneurship. And that's the enabling perspective in indirectly hinted. I will go to Visu. Visu is for everyone. I'm Visu. I work at IT Transfer. It's a science park based out of Genome Valley, near 200-acre site in a 200-acre campus. We are celebrating Silver Jubilee on October 26th, 27th year. I invite you all to join at IKMC. Silver Jubilee. So, just to start, we have supported around 1,500 companies over 25 years. IKP partners with national and international agencies, funding agencies, industry partners who can come and establish India. And for supporting the innovation, thanks to Dr. Prema for setting up the context. The life science, it takes a long time. So that is where the enablers role is very important. Unlike other industries, the risk is very high. So, and in some places when the risk capital less, how much time more it takes. Especially investors are very excited. I hope some of them will do the checks. But when it takes so much time, the IKB, Aspire Awareness, Venture Center, all these people should put extra effort. I'll just take a few examples. We were talking about academia, industry, cooperation, how some of them are coming together. So the advantage of places like the Science Park as IKP Launch Park. So the industry and the incubation in the same place. We have nearly a 4 lakh square feet facility for small, large, and medium companies. So when DuPont was restructuring, some of the scientists DuPont had to look for jobs elsewhere. And 2 people received a PhD grant. So DuPont was located in the DuPont Knowledge Center. The Innovation Center was inside the Genome Valley. For testing to give what DuPont size and skill is. Some of you will be very familiar with DuPont. Now it is acquired by International Flavors and Fragrances. They make more than 3 million molecules and compounds. In one of the lectures I had that at least 10 other molecules you cannot live without touching in each day, be it a soap or a biscuit or something. That's the rate of that. So continue. So these scientists, when they came to the grant, the initial grant program of PhD, they developed a molecule called betaine. So that's required in multiple industries. And when they were, the company name is NGBeta, one of the earliest biotechnology ignition grant award. So when they were developing the molecule, another company is called the Porus, the listed company, some of you will be aware. They actually started working with the scientists and formed a joint venture. Now it's called Porus Bio. The NGBeta and Porus came together to take it to the next level. So, when there is an ecosystem, I'm just talking about IKP, but in Hyderabad, thanks to all the incubators, we have 70 plus incubators across, not just in life science. So whenever there is an opportunity, so we have a lot of visitors. Whenever a postdoc comes to IKP, we actually bring them to Aspire Biotech, the CCMB, and connect with them and make sure that they are mentored very well. So for example, I will just take another example when as an ecosystem, as a scientist, when they are returning back to India. This was very simple. DuPont story didn't get fun. So what happened? So the DuPont scientists continued in the biotechnology ignition grant program that is later acquired, not acquired, it's a joint venture with Porus Bio. Porus is in the pharma. Both are actually inside IKP. This is a small company, the joint venture. But the advantage is they don't have to look for funds elsewhere. They are working together. They have already have the due diligence. That is a great pain point, and like many people I know have gone through that. I myself have seen it very closely. 90 Sankhya acquired then vaccine, then Gurgaon side. The R&D center was acquired and it was a clustering R&D center of 250 scientists. After 90 wanted to leave, 100 to 150 scientists trained as high as possible. So that entire trained manpower got dispersed. There was no kind of parallel to jump from that high quality R&D center to the next R&D center. So we didn't have that many R&D beds in the country. I think those people who were working in DuPont and trained and had such a huge experience generated over time or re-established relocated within the same camp. I think it helps, and that can only happen when you have an enabling ecosystem around. I think that's point we want to have.
I was just mentioning about another postdoc. Some of you will be familiar. It's called Ramat Biotech. So he published in Nature Biotech paper and amazing, lab. Everything is going, and he wanted to see whether we can establish a platform for developing molecules. He works on thermostable, making the proteins thermostable using the formulation. So when he came back to India, first he approached National Biopharma Mission. So this is just before the COVID, and there was a call to support any platform technologies that can change the healthcare system in India. So he was received very well, but later on he received the BSc grant, and of course he worked with the industry partners, major industry partners, and now thanks to venture center, now he shifted to venture center thanks to all the equipment available. So the reason for mentioning multiple things is when a scientist or when a company has to come, it is not just about one place. They have to look for all the opportunities where it is available. As ecosystem enablers, we are open to supporting all the people.
Wonderful. Thank you, sir. And come to Vishnu. You've been seeing the Hyderabad ecosystem, and it says, can help me with the full name of the rich, open up the economy. And that rich consortium evaluates and sees how the ecosystem is growing, happening. Help us understand what enabling role that you play, and give maybe one example how it has helped the ecosystem kind of come to this level, not only from India but across the world. People know Hyderabad ecosystem is one of the top.
So, first of all, very good afternoon to all of you. It's indeed a pleasure to be interacting with all the panel members and the audience as well. My name is Rashmi Misre, and I am the CEO of, which is Research and Innovation Circle of Hyderabad. We are a government of Telangana initiative started in 2017. We are also supported by the central government through the Office of the Scientific Advisor through the Mega City Cluster Initiative. When this started way back in 2017, it was exactly for this reason that there are so many players in the innovation ecosystem, but like most of them in different places, they don't talk to each other as much as we would like them to. So the RICH was launched as an entity which will act as a bridge between various ecosystem players or players who are in the innovation and research space to bring them all together. Somebody to sit in the middle, understand the language of all sides, be it industry, be it startup, be it institutions, and to bring them all together on a common platform. And that was the role with which RICH was initiated or was
there. And how many incubation centers in the Hyderabad, how many life sciences institutions in the region, if you can give some slides.
Absolutely. So in Hyderabad alone, in the last count, we have more than 40 senior research and academic institutions, which of course do world-class research.
Yes.
Of course, yes. One of the leading ones is UAT, of course. And again, I mean, there are so many. There are 78 to 80 in Telangana. Yes, I think it is one of the biggest.
You've been able to bring all of them together to some extent.
Yes, we've been trying that. What we've also started since the last couple of years is to have these monthly meetings with all the innovators. Of course, not all can attend each meeting, but what we do is we call on them all together, and it is a very informal setting where the incubator representatives or heads, they come together, interact, share knowledge, share best practices, let each other know what is happening. So that, I think, helps each other. We also know what startups, incubators, working on, because sometimes some industry theoretically reaches out to one incubator, and that incubator may not have the relevant subject, but if we know the ecosystem well, we can slowly reach out to different players, get some more information. So I think that role we are trying to play, and right.
So, since you being a kind of a central unbiased body, you might have more reach to the government setup also. So, have you been able to influence something for the ecosystem because of your power to convene or power to lead the
Right, sir.
that you can cite here?
We've been attempting to do that. One is the health side. We've been, last year, I think there is something called diagnostic, where the government has a lot of data with them. We are trying to get it on, as a dashboard, have some measurable insight. So we convened at least a couple of meetings with the then health commissioner, wherein she had even agreed, because we found that there are so many startups who can actually help the government to do that. So there were 12 startups who we had selected, and they also presented it, they pitched their idea, and so that, once the data is made available, then they can work on it and build some analytics, build some dashboard to help the government. Unfortunately, due to some leadership changes there, that was stalled, but now with the new person there, again revise the conversations, and we are really hopeful that the system will
Actual position that takes us to the pipeline of such options, and whenever ready, we can do that. That's great. Maybe I'll come back. I'll move to money now. Money was for profit company, right? So how do you enable people help us understand?
Exactly. Very good afternoon to all of you, and thank you, Professor Elena, for inviting me here, and thanks to FABA. Great to be here. So, first of all, let me describe what we do. We are a for-profit, as Dr. Devan just said. No, that's all. We are called a CRO and a CDMO. So we do both CRO, CDMO. We do pharmaceutical services. We service the world's innovators outside from India. Okay, so we work with, you name it, I'll tell you whether we work with or not. But DuPont is a customer of ours. There are hundreds of pharma companies, innovators, global companies. 95% of my revenue comes from outside of India, because these are all innovators. We make 70,000 novel molecules every year in India, in our labs, in Aragen, every year. So these are, never made molecules, right? So this innovation is going on currently. So how can we be enablers, and how can we work more with the academia? Right?
That's not good.
Okay.
So help us within the role that you're playing.
Yes.
What I wanted to hear from you, is for-profit company relevant? Can it be called as enabler? And as you were describing, help us understand why.
Enabler to the life sciences
for the cluster agency.
Yes. So 3 ways that I can think of, right? First is, because we work with all these innovator companies, there's a lot of learning, right? And we just had an example of how, Forrest hired somebody from DuPont and they learned a lot. Well, I have 100 scientists working with DuPont for the last 15 years. They've learned a lot of things. And these people can go into the industry and start their own company, etc. You name it, whether it's Merck or J&J or Novartis or Pfizer or, Genentech, they are all our customers. They're all working and doing innovation right now in India here. And these people, and the best way to learn is to learn from them, rather than struggle and learn in academia and other things. You can learn from them. They have, projects going on. And so that's number one, is to get you experienced scientists and if I can just digress for a second, I just want to take 2 examples of how others have done it, right? India is very well known for IT, and IT in India was all IT services. And IT services, you were trying to service the world from India.
And that's how you learn what the latest IT technologies were. And today you have the Flipkarts of the world or the Swiggies of the world. But you learn from the same thing happened in China. India was always the pharmaceutical hub of the world or the pharmacy of the world. China was not. But if you take today what China is doing in terms of innovation, it is after United States, it's the innovation hub of the world, even for biotechnology. And the way they did it is 20 years ago, this was not 20 years ago, they established a huge pharmaceutical services industry, the industry that we are in, and they learned. All the big companies of the world went to China, they learned, and now people have gone from there and started their own incubation. I think the India model, I differ from what is happening in India because I think we are very big in generics. We're trying to leapfrog from generics to innovators without that experience in the middle. I think companies like us offer that experience because we work with the innovators and with thousands of employees. Amazon has about 5,000 employees, and there are other companies besides Amazon as well, all focused on innovation. So that's number one. The second is many of you here, I've talked to a few people over lunch and others, are developing some very novel technologies. You want to commercialize these or make these available. These are unique technologies. Come to us. We have the access to the world's pharmaceutical companies, biotech companies, and 500 customers that we work with. We can expose your technology to these companies. And therefore, and you can then therefore grow. And final enabler is you need more people. And here I want to talk a little bit about scale. And how do we scale to the scales of what China, etc. is. I think this is a Jago Ray moment, I think, in the life sciences industry for India. And again, I'm biased a little bit. I'm coming in with my point of view. But really, it is a Jago Ray moment because what's happening between the US and China, and I'm digressing a little bit into politics here, there is a Biosecure Act that the US Congress has just introduced, which prevents or is discouraging US companies from working with China to do their pharmaceutical services. And a lot of these US companies are therefore talking to companies like us to do pharmaceutical services out of India. And I think this can take us to the Y2K moment of IT. This is it for pharma services because so much business can move to India, but we need scale. We need people. We need scientists. We need chemists. We need pharmacologists. We need biologists. Not 10s and 20s and 30s and 40s. I'm talking thousands of people are required. And that's another way we can create that ecosystem because unless you have jobs for people, then once you have a job, you learn a few things, you go around, you move around, and that's what builds ecosystem. So I think, your first point about ecosystem, unless you have a commercial engine that's powering that ecosystem, all the other things will not come together. You might set up an incubator center, you might have incubated 800. How many of them are successful? I don't know. Maybe some end up successfully, but I think if you create a huge pool of scientists, maybe we are learning from others. There's no shame in that. That's okay. But then once you have those scientists, they will come up with ideas and they will, further incubate ideas. So those are the three ways I think companies like us can support. My request to all the academicians here is to really think scale. We need thousands of scientists. And, I'll give you one example. Professor Srinivas just left from IICT. We tied up with IICT because we saw this coming. And we actually put some CSR money there. They gave us some space. We asked some of our vendors to set up instruments, etc. All CSR money. But we were able to graduate about 20 scientists, only 20 scientists who are industry ready for 6 months. Today, India needs 10,000 chemists alone. If you can offer that, we can find jobs for them. So this is Jago Ray moment or a Y2K moment. So that's what I wanted to emphasize to all of you. I think there's a huge potential in India. We need to all come together and work together to make it.
Makes sense. I think people who are attending this in person, people who are present here, they will be your word of mouth. and it will go far deeper into the ecosystem idea. I think that's the power of the ecosystem. Thank you. Let me touch base with Dr. Sagar, who is from academia, and you just heard money. Can we have strength to train next generation scientists to the manner that either they wish, some of them might want to wish and join the entrepreneurial pathway or pick up something like for-profit conclusion.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, thank you for giving the opportunity to be here.
So before I come in 3 times, thank you for kindly responding to the thing.
So before I come to I belong to the complete distribution system. The theme is of the industry, academia, practice, how we improve. I would like to tell a few points before
So that was morning session. But we are so your role as an enabler is for the academia industry. So the same way
we talk about the enabler, we have to talk to the various. So when you talk about the industry, academia, interaction first, to address the barriers, enabler becomes very easy. And the most important barriers what we organizational culture, right? As the academician, we are more into the publication mode, whereas the industry is more about protection mode. Right? Secondly, I'm not blaming anybody here, just I'm putting the fact this is how things work, and because of this, probably some things are not going forward, and we have to work on those lines to make it better. So, the one is this publication and protection mode. Second is guidelines. Right? Third is the lack of trust. It is most important. I have some more points here. The goals are also not aligned, right? So the academia goal is different than the just the goal, right? Then lack of guidance, less pace of decision making. That's the one point here. Then the ICR issues. When we talk to the industry, they are not clear many times, and that makes things little delayed. Then there are some administrative barriers like management barriers also come from the industry. So these are the points, and sometimes the industry puts a lot of expectation from the academia. So that also makes a
when they come here,
they come
often they don't come.
Yeah, I tell academia industry bringing them together is like water and oil.
See, right? See, I think one is that we keep on asking that we don't need. Today we are meeting. But we have both industry people as well as academia. I think it's time to do that we are trying to training the next generation. That is an immense value. It can't be done this way, let's say by government CRO. CRO mentioned that they also work with one of the academic institutions, spend 6 months of energy plus investment, still they got just 20 or manpower work with. You've been training hundreds, thousands of people and over a period of years. So that's an immense contribution to the issue. I think
saying that both sides efforts are positive, right? Again, on the institutional side, there are enablers like infrastructure.
Undermine the Sunday for some gigs are active. So people have come together. Let's celebrate that. I think I'll come back to you. Let me go one more quick thing and help us entertain the starting from you. Whatever we have today as a for ecosystem and we reach to a stage, is there a requirement to scale? And if you were to scale and want to accelerate that journey for scale up, what should be that aspect that we do? I think Dr. Sabar mentioned invested point of view in a very specific manner. So from integration perspective, if you want, help us understand. So I'll just take our example first.
in that context. So Venture Center today hosts around 90 plus startups at any given time. Okay, and since he talked about success, I have to say some points about that also. So we do have a lot of companies who have made a mark. Okay, and be it in diagnostics, be it in devices, be it in energy and so on and so forth. Today, for example, we are at a stage where last 8 years our company's current incubators have raised almost 800 crores. So that's not bad for India. And that's very good. We mostly do product art, mostly B2B, mostly manufacturing, not services, right? That said, we still have companies which have earned revenues upwards of 1,000 crores. So it's possible. It's just a matter of ensuring that the ecosystem falls into place and people are actually able to perform, right? Now the question is that enough? Right? Coming back to this point of scaling, right? As Venture Center, we have one of our goals is to try and build a cluster of about 100 plus thriving startups in the Pune. One of them, because we work across 22 states, but we want to at least do it in one location because when you have a high density cluster, it attracts all kinds of other resources, right? When I say thriving, I mean thriving companies. So if I work backward, what that means is that I, as an incubator, need to be working with 200 or 300 companies a year, right? Because, and if I want to be ambitious, if I want it to be not very ambitious, then the success rate can be higher. If my ambitions are high, success rate also drops because you are taking higher risk with the aspiration of higher reward over there, right? So that basically means that scale is absolutely essential for many of these ecosystems to really function. See, today, an organization like Aragen, for example, right, will not consider necessarily serving a Pune ecosystem, serve a Boston ecosystem, right? Because there's critical mass over there. How do I get such things happening for the Pune or the Hyderabad ecosystem? How do I get the best VCs of the world landing up in Pune, right? That will only happen if there is change. I cannot replicate it everywhere. If Dr. Divan tells me do this, it's say Bhopal, I can't do it. It's not going to happen in the short term at least. You need to have critical mass of many things coming together. Pune has a fairly good, so we can build on and do that, but scale is important. But besides scale in terms of numbers, it is also scale in terms of the continuity of the ecosystem. What I mean by that is that I need to have an ecosystem, say, suppose I am doing biopharma or biomedtech. My ecosystem cannot stop at the stage where my clinical trial begins, right? I need to be able to take the company much further down the road, right? But that's where many of the CROs and all play a very important role. In fact, they're a very important ecosystem enabler because they make it possible to do all of those things at scale. So in fact, they have one ecosystem enabler. Yeah, also nucleates complementary stakeholders to make a ecosystem much bigger. Yeah, much mature. So incubators, as in fact, incubators can be nuclei, right? In many places that it happens, but around it, there are many other players involved. There are service providers of different kinds. If I need to do prototyping, if I need to do testing, if I need to do animal studies, if I need to do, there's so many other parts that fall into place, right? Regulatory approvals, investments, funding, all of these are part of that asset, right? Now, all I was trying to say was that you need continuity in terms of scale to which you can go, how far it can go and so on. That is still a journey for us right now. In India, we don't have that. Then also we don't have it across sectors, right? So let's say BIOTech has supported certain sectors, right? But what about other sectors? If I want to do the hydrogen, right? Just suppose it's hydrogen energy. Do I have a need for that? Right? I may not. Right? So it is a matter of building those capabilities over a period of time, and that's important for scaling. And of course, since you're from Iraq, I should say money also needs to scale the grants because there is no other way. We can fool ourselves. This enabler for innovation is government funding, especially high risk. I will reserve that comment. And there's no second alternative to that, unfortunately. Okay, and there's no evidence that you can do it. So it's allowed to work with it. I think maybe if you want to join and say a couple of words, I think Jagdish has said 5 minutes. We have already spent 1 minute, so 4 minutes. So any point that you want to bring up with the perspective of either your own role in the ecosystem that you think something needs to be done more to scale, and be it from incubation center or a central enabler system or sector at large from the service side. Maybe it's up to your turn.
Capacity building is one thing. No, capacity building plays a big role.
Right.
And doing that, but again, you scale up for a bigger capacity. Again, you told funding is more important.
I was discussing with Dr. Rao today just in the night, and we saw that the incubation facility is already saturated. Now, what to do to accommodate? Either put more floors up.
We have plans to expand it.
Right.
We have physical infrastructure, but we have everything we need.
One task or aspiration to scale. Yes. Okay.
What we are also seeing interestingly is there is one set of stakeholders, which is clinicians and hospitals, which are increasingly getting interested in innovation startups. They are open to look at newer innovations to adopt in their practice. Some of them are also wanting to invest in startups, and the others also want to help startups validate their products in their clinical setting. So those are the kind of interactions that we have been facilitating. So that is one thing I think that really needs scaling up, because many of
just to get the context, 46 institutions, 170 incubation centers. How many hospitals? How many hospitals are there on the 10,000 hospitals in Hyderabad?
I don't have the number, but we are working with at least
3 hospital based incubation centers of hundreds of hospitals. Just go in open that this is the pipeline, this is all.
That is
who has all the power to do
it. And I think the second is industry participation. So when he said that they are very open, it's music to my ears, I'm definitely going to reach out to you.
You undermining Hyderabad, you have the largest footprint of the country. Dr. Sabat also not kind of wanting to acclaim what they are doing. I don't know why this.
Our experience, the appetite for innovation or engagement has been not as great as somebody like a IT would.
So we have to plant the life sciences, right? Take that thing forward. But I think if you think that there's a gap, I'm sure you will start scouting and bringing people in. Manu, you want to add something?
Since there are people from the government and people who will go back and talk to policymakers, I just want to mention that, example from ITP. So in 25 years, there is a 32x return to the ecosystem. So for a small 100 crore given to the innovators, 3,500 crore plus was price. In the PhD program alone, 930 crores was price. So incubator, science park, worked as economic development agencies.
930 crore raised.
The PhD, the private agency.
Out of how many beneficiaries in the person?
So this is not just about Telangana, all the PhDs across India for ITP. But what I am saying is you can calculate the GST and you can convince them that they can invest more money in the university.
I wanted to add one more point to my earlier points that Hyderabad is becoming a center of innovation, life sciences. Just talked about what Rich talked about, a lot of incubation centers, hospitals,
CROs. Now, CROs is becoming a center as well. So all the big CROs of India are also based in Hyderabad. And last thing I want to say is, so you need the pharma experience, of course, but where technology is moving is everyone's talking about AI and ML, and this morning we had IIT Hyderabad. And so I think with the IT talent in Hyderabad and the pharma talent in Hyderabad, at that intersection, I think that it bodes very well for Hyderabad. So I just wanted to let all of you know that if you're thinking of startups, keep it in Hyderabad. There's a lot of potential here in Hyderabad.
Great. Thank you. I think wonderful insight from the panel. Since the funding part was also raised, and from the perspective of the national perspective of the ecosystem enabler, I think we've been hearing, I think all of you might be hearing, and it's a state rate. Few more initiatives that have been rolled out. Around 1 lakh crore would be has been announced for supporting these kind of innovation, these kind of startups. By the central government with the union budget. From the Department of Biotechnology, there is a manufacturing biofoundry initiative that has taken up the focus, and that would help the next level for the startups and SMEs to move beyond the incubation center after they graduate from the incubation, or let's say the TRL 5 to 7 level. They need support when they're angels and VCs don't look very attractively to their assets. Once you reach to certain stage like revenue, I think the asset is more mature, more people come into team. There's more emphasis on creating next round of fund of funds, because that has given more impetus and then use more private equity as well as venture capital into the innovation ecosystem. Biotech and DBT also have prioritized innovation ecosystem at a higher pedestal and consider that bio-innovation and biomanufacturing would be the next key driver to drive India's bioeconomy forward. Today, 2023, we reached about $150 billion. The target is to reach $300 billion by 2030. So all this would require scaling up of bio-innovation and biomanufacturing. And I think this is the representative enabling ecosystem which is sitting on the dais and reflecting everybody's opinion, which will drive this sector forward. I think one of the opportunities, just like we are convening here, recognizing this, like addressing gaps that academia and industry do not meet very often, bringing people together. I think Professor Jenna, FABA, and all the teams congratulate. One opportunity where we are trying to bring all of you across the country and one platform is Global Bio India. I would invite all of you to come down to that side. And let's collectively raise that voice. We need more funding. This is the strength of today's ecosystem. In order to take it to the next level, what is required? And cite examples that for this particular company, unless it gets next Series A funding, it will never see Series C, or we would not be able to reach to IP. So let's make a mark and let all corners of the powers hear us out. This example. Thank you very much. Thank you for panelists and also to the organization.
It rapidly emerges as a global leader in biotechnology. As the third largest player for biotech in Asia Pacific, India's bioeconomy has advanced to new heights. The Indian bioeconomy crossed the $150 billion mark in 2023, a remarkable multi-fold increase in a decade, projected to reach $300 billion by 2030. India is set to become a dominant biotech innovation powerhouse. The number of biotech startups in India has grown phenomenally, from close to 500 startups in 2014 to over 8,000 startups in 2023. Leading this transformative journey is BIRAC, the Biotechnology Industry Research Assistance Council, not-for-profit organization under the Department of Biotechnology, Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India, is dedicated to empowering, enabling, and accelerating India's innovation ecosystem through a comprehensive pipeline of programs, schemes, and policy initiatives. Over the last 12 years, BIRAC has acted as a catalyst and will continue to contribute towards development of globally competitive affordable products to address the unmet needs of society at large. BIRAC organizes Global Bio India, an annual mega international congregation of biotechnology stakeholders.
इस तरह से नए आयाम बायोटेक्नोलॉजी सेक्टर में हिंदुस्तान तय कर रहा है उसका एक प्रतीक है और प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने जैसे बहुत सारे इस तरह से रिफॉर्म्स लाए हैं जिससे लिबरलाइज हुआ है हमारा साइंस सेक्टर.
What we want to build now is the biovision for Bharat Happy. Happy catalyze our Amritkal journey. It feels good to see India innovating at such a huge scale.
Massive scale.
I'm very impressed by the variety.
Over the years, Global Bio India has established itself as a leading platform for bio-innovation. Previous edition had participation from 5,600 plus delegates, 25 plus countries, 1,200 plus startups, 100 plus incubators, 200 plus academic institutions, 500 plus exhibitors. The event witnessed 1,000 plus bio partnering meetings, 40 plus sessions, and 30 plus product launches. Global Bio India 2024 promises to be a groundbreaking event, bringing together visionaries from academia, industry leaders, and government bodies. This year, the spotlight will be on the dynamic fields of biopharma, bioagri, bioindustrial, bioenergy, bioservices, and medtech. Expect a whirlwind of innovations to be unveiled, and pressing challenges to be addressed, all aimed at shaping a bold new future for bio-innovation and the bioeconomy. Dive into a world of limitless possibilities at Global Bio India 2024, where connections and collaborations flourish. Engage in high-stakes meetings, participate in critical policy dialogues, and experience invigorating boot camps. Investor roundtables will offer cutting-edge insights into the market, while dedicated platforms will foster lasting partnerships, spread crucial awareness, and accelerate the pace of innovation. Join us at Global Bio India 2024 from September 12th to 14th at Hall Number 5, Pragati Maidan, New Delhi. Be a part of the bio revolution. Connect, collaborate, and innovate to co-create a healthier and more sustainable future.
Thank you very much. I heard the Congress of the General Power to be taken on
mushroom rock. It was rock in the University of Hyderabad. We all have studied here or associated with the university as one of the rock. Yeah, called mushroom rock. Everybody makes it this class. It's actually cannot find out. Thank you, Dr. Mike, for this panel. I think there are lots of insights that we can draw from this panel. Even chicken and egg story still comes first. Or, when we talk to students, lots of them are FABA therapy. Lots of people who are looking for jobs. And when we talk to the other things, there are a lot of things they can give jobs, but unfortunately they don't find them. Anyway, so I think the take-home message here is the skill development. So there has a lot of initiatives that have come to do skill development in terms of entrepreneurship or innovation. Okay, without further ado, I would like to invite the next speaker, Dr. Jitendra Kumar, to give a distinguished lecture now. So Dr. Jitendra Kumar is the MD of Biotech. So we were also fortunate yesterday to have inaugurated Valentine in his presence. So thank you, sir, for joining from all the way from the Delhi and please share your wisdom here. Dr. Jagannath, distinguished Tata, members of industry, members from government, representatives from government, associations, and glad to be here today. Let's be also there. Today, the of PhD. Yesterday, one of the best programs in our country, this is for little area. That's this type of meeting is actually trying to solve them. So definitely more such events have to happen. And that is what the value of the whole ecosystem increases when such events happen. Coming to some of the broader aspects of innovation, have you wondered why some countries have progressed so much, prospered so much, and others have not prospered so much, even if they have put a lot of things together, right? Or they are working hard. They may have natural resources. But still some countries have prospered and some countries have not. Some countries are of course poor, economically impoverished. I think broadly we can dissect this into two. One is countries which have unlocked their wealth, unlocked their intellectual wealth or natural wealth, whatever resources, in a marketable, market exchangeable ways, has made it more efficient in a capitalistic system of world. Therefore, take example of natural resources, land resources. There's a Nobel laureate who wrote about the same subject, and he was talking about land reforms. Countries where land reforms are very efficiently done, they have prospered because land is a resource which is unlocked and exchangeable in the market capital, and the country gets prospered. Similarly, is the case with the intellectual capital. Countries who have unlocked the intellectual wealth, like say for example, who have filed more ITs. ITs are nothing but unlocking the intellectual wealth. When I say unlocking this, it is exchangeable in the marketplace
we can actually commercialize it well. It's efficient, market efficiency becomes high. Philosophically, we can say this, and some countries have taken this, road of high governance and making it efficient for the market growth, and that's how they became one. Example is US. US, Japan, South Korea. Now there are some similarities in these countries. Whatever I just said, unlocking the wealth. Take the example of US. US, as we all people, most of us have visited US and we see how prosperous nation is. Huge resources, huge, roads, fire, freeways, university systems and all very efficiently run. They may have their own share of problems, but I'm just telling on the economic point of view. You will be surprised to know, many of you might be knowing, in 1900, 1910, 1915, etc., country was actually not so rich. It was in fact poor. Inefficient, inefficiently governed, corruption. What we see so far that US and Japan was the biggest, innovation for economy. The reason is they have given more emphasis on the innovation. Right from the science version of it, when they were transforming the development. They attracted a lot of talent. They gave free, resources to these talents, and then, the economy. When you talk about innovation, actually, it's not just incremental innovation that I'm talking. Although incremental innovation is also very important. I'll talk about that. But when I'm talking about innovations that have led these countries to become prosperous, I'm talking about the disruptive innovation. Disruptive innovations actually create new markets. The market creating innovations. They create newer jobs. They simplify the whole process and they make life simpler for people. For example, let's not take the example of biotech, because that time biotech is not talking about a small car. Ford just believe that this car should be accessible to the common people. It's not that the technology was not there, physics was not developed that time. Automobile engineering was not developed, but nobody was imagining that car could be actually people who can afford cars could be common people. Because it's a bulky, inefficient car, but very kind of aristocratic class only has the car. Ford believes that no, it should be given to the, common people should access. And he innovated and created these Ford cars in a line manufacturing unit, volume reduction, cost reduction and all. And it made accessible. The whole, middle class could access these cars. What was the result? It was not just the cars that did innovation, but actually, when the cars became accessible to the common man, they demanded roads. And the roads from the government were inefficient. But here is a democratization effect of innovation. People became enlightened after innovative products come to their life. They're demanding to the government that you better become more efficient, otherwise they change you and we're revolutionize and stuff. We'll select somebody else. So it's the effect, the social effect is there. Then roads in when the roads are there, the people wanted good schools for children. There were marketplaces developed around those, roads, freeways, etc. What I'm trying to tell you is that one innovation could transform the whole economy of the country. Take the example of Japan. 1940-45 was Second World War. But within 50 years, not 50 years, 1970s they were developed within 30-40 years. Because they innovated immensely into electronics. And they captured the whole world market. Country became South Korea. 1970, South Korea was a poor country. Can you believe? Now, if you go South Korea, it's one of the what are transforming and companies like that. So These countries have put innovation in the forefront. Come to Brazil. Brazil has anything slightly done. I mean, they have a lot of industry, they have a lot of things are happening, but innovation game is still poor there. That's why they are not considered to be a prosperous country. Come to India. We are supplying 40% of pharma to the world. We are supplying, vaccine to the world. But can we say what is the percentage of pharma? 3%. We were discussing with Dr. Lexington last year. Why? Because volume is very well. Where the innovation? Innovation is still here. So the bottom line is, country will not take to the next trajectory of prosperous country, however you work hard, unless you put lot of emphasis on the innovation. Now, incremental innovations or efficiency innovations that we say is very important. Not denying that, and the country really taking lead into that. Definitely, it's also required for the economy. But to go to the next trajectory, becoming a prosperous nation, innovation is the one. I'm very glad to share that this vision of innovation which started some decades back, 2007, Biotech was at least I'm talking about biotechnology. We have funded some 100 incubation centers. We have funded startup companies. We have funded the big-sized companies. We have actually created a very good ecosystem with the help of you all. However, still we are seeing lack of disruptive technologies, high-tech, mid-tech science technologies in India. The reason is our university system or academic research programs are university, the traditional university system is not geared towards innovation. They are all giving, these institutions that we have created. Research focus is not. We have created good research institutions. CSI institutions and all we have created, but these are islands of excellence, but they do not have other mechanisms in place like traditional universities would have. For example, universities in US would have MBA department, management department, the incubation center. They all work together to create institutional mechanism of venture creation. It is not happening in our country. Some universities may have semblance of or flavor of those things like University of Hyderabad, but it has to be strengthened. JNU, for example, JNU now they have created a MBA school and entrepreneurship school, but still lot of work needs to be done. So unless the deep science research happens and the funding happens in those areas, the deep science technology innovations cannot. But let's focus on whatever is there in our country right now. And let's see where are the gaps. So we have good number of academic institutions or research institutions, CSIR, DBT labs, and good universities, etc. The IP is there, technologies that are there running on shelves. They're not. There is no institutional mechanism through which they can be actually commercialized. So technology transfer is inefficient because industry thinks that it is fake technologies are not ready for industry. Academics do not reach out to industry, so there is a huge gap. This gap can be fulfilled by the entrepreneurial mechanism. Entrepreneurship has to be actually generated in the research institutions. We have initiated a program, about to initiate a program of entrepreneurs in residence. And I think that will solve the problem. What we'll do in here is we'll hire entrepreneurs in residence to work with the innovators in academic research institutions, fund them, and then they are supposed to start companies spin out from those research institutions with good technologies, and they're aligned with or they're associated with venture capitalists and the local industry leaders there, so that they are little safe and they are well carried out. We have done this exercise in the past clearly. IKT Knowledge Park, and when I returned from US, we went to Dr. Gauri Shankar. Definitely, Dr. Shekhar Pandey was also there. We all jumped to the idea. Actually, it was successful. Core technology we selected as Out of that, two was there was a spin out and we implemented an IT knowledge park. Finally, it was successful, but we always wanted to do it at national level. So I'm glad to tell you that now this is a reality and Unity and Biotech is going to start entrepreneurship. So that can solve this gap. Whatever innovations that we are seeing, I'm not denying that some of them are really deep tech, but people have come from outside, postdocs, they have done it, or they have started here, and incubation centers are there, and all that they are doing fine. I'm not saying, but unless this is institutionalized through mechanisms that I'm talking about, we cannot have a large number of such innovations. So this we are trying to fill this gap. Now, incubation center program, Bionet is filling the gap what universities did not have. Universities did not have the incubation centers like US and other places. So we actually went through these universities set up the incubation centers. Now we have hundreds of such incubation centers, and we are trying to add more and more. So that is another gap that we have filled. Now these incubation centers can be, they can act as a superstructure on which we can build all those specialized research, innovation or research facilities such as biomanufacturing and all, because we have a platform that is already working. The other gap which is there is a funding gap, early stage funding gap, because incubation centers can take to the next level up to proof of concept, but then they require more funding. And then early stage venture funding is the gap. So we have come up with Biotech ignition grant for the ignition, for the initial stage. Then some more funding schemes are there, but ultimately they need some more amount of money to do that, to cross that valley of that we say, to go to the pilot stage. So that one actually we have instituted a ACE fund, which is fund of funds, and this is trying to fill that gap. However, the infusion of venture capital and angel capital definitely has to come at certain point, and that is why this type of congregation is very, very important for us. More of such events. I would like to announce here, yesterday I hinted at it, that Biotech would like to associate with FABA to make it a sexual level program. And we can hold this type of event in Delhi. We can arrange it there and better influence from all across the country, from all across the country can come and we can have this platform where they can actually startups in there. Now the third factor which I wanted to give focus on light on is the role of industries, established industries in the Indian ecosystem. Our country can never have the classical venture funding model that it was. So they are rich countries, they have a lot of resources, there is a lot of venture capital, there are a lot of high net worth individuals. They can push money to ideas. But here we don't have funds which are really actually risk capital. Because we don't, I've not seen a venture funding company in India, which actually funds the idea industry. Unless this product is in the sales or revenues, etc., I keep on looking at this, I've interacted with many of the venture companies and I'm very, very committed, etc. So actually, it's not a true risk. So that has to change. But however, in this scenario, in our scenario, the project industry has a huge role to play to partner with this startup. Some people may criticize me for saying that it's practical, only startups will go there, they're getting secure, bigger companies will not, they will go math, etc. But let me tell you that there are a number of examples that have come across my 50 years of tenure in the innovation management, where I'm convinced that such analysts can actually work. Many markets we have funded this startup company and then now this company is their platform. So there are many companies who have actually worked with the startup and that across the value of that, either through strategic collaboration or issuing some capital. In the process, some of them have actually like the corporate venture capital. So semblance of many such permutation combinations are existing in our country. We need to just strengthen. Okay. So I will not take much time. I think this is what I wanted to convey to you. And you have seen the video of Global Bio India. You must participate in such event.
Also, I would like to say that we showcase our innovative potential innovations at a global level. And global body is one such level. So sometimes we are silent on our innovations, and sometimes world does not recognize it. There are, I mean, I will take one of the examples, the early revelation biotech created mechanism or a transformation of sugar into fibrous kind of sugars, non-glycemic form, and determining which is a protein, but it's a sugar-like and it's not glycemic and so on. This thing is applying to the many multinational companies, and companies are actually buying from them and actually silently transforming the whole in India actually. Globally also. Pepsi has approached it. But do we know about that? So, it's just silence, It's a revolution, I'm telling you. We have seen his facilities and all. I mean, shoot, I did not believe. But it's there. 3, 4 facilities here. One is, where the other is development and all. I'm sure many of you, most of you do not know about. So these type of innovations actually are there, hidden gems of some places. Dr. Market Day for APGP. So these type of companies, innovative companies, they are actually supported showcase at such global events, etc. So I urge you to participate in Global by India huge panel, whatever capacity there, and come together to solve the ecosystem gap or in the ecosystem gap that we are going to see. We have worked together to create a strong ecosystem, work together to create a huge bioeconomy. Bioeconomy is actually the future now. Whole synthetic chemistry pathway actually will move towards bioeconomy. Whole world is moving towards bioeconomy, biomanufacturing, and DBC and Biotech will be actually implementing such programs to facilitate biomanufacturing, greenfield projects, brownfield projects, and all. Funding is there. We have already advertised, but for some reason, because some cabinet approval is required. So, if you is very high, here is the trust where we can take a dynamic change. We can actually go to the trajectory I was talking about the process and prosperity, country with a prosperous later. We can actually reach that level. If we make these small changes in our mindset or innovation game we are into, this is the level by the US. And I had an opportunity to represent India in the B5 policy making vision. One country, Japan, South Korea, US, European Union, and India, they came together to find a strategy which is the main they can contain China. The national security of people, because China is one of the key in the world. There's one of the suppliers of the key starting material, we are supplying to the whole world. But actually, we are dependent on China. He was supported by the industry. Kind of, we can say corporate venture capital. Kind of, but it's not institutionalized in such manner. We must help, and then they both are working together and he is scaling up. So such collaborations, I think I must urge industry come together and create a platform where it start together. So I'll close here, and I thank you for inviting me. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. That was great. So many things to learn from all this. So now we are moving to the exciting thing that FABA is proud to announce of awards that we have been giving from past several years. So we want to play a small video glimpse of what we do next. So we can show the legacy that FABA has been doing several years. So can you play the video?
Welcome to the FABA Innovation Summit 2024 Awards presentation. Today, we honor the vision and legacy of a true pioneer, Dr. B.S. Bajaji. With over 5 decades of experience in biotechnology, pharmaceuticals, Dr. Bajaji dedicated his life to advancing research and industry. His work established India as a key player in the global bioeconomy, creating international partnerships and driving investments into the sector. As the Secretary General of the Federation of Asian Biotech Association, FABA, Dr. Bajaj was instrumental in uniting over 20 Asian nations under the FABA banner, fostering collaboration and innovation on a global scale. His contributions live on platforms he built, including the renowned BioAsia. To celebrate excellence in biotechnology, we present the FABA Lifetime Achievement Award, recognizing individuals whose contributions shaped the industry. In honor of Dr. Bajaj's enduring legacy, the B.S. Bajaj Memorial FABA Excellence Award is presented to those who exemplify the spirit of innovation and leadership. We also pay tribute to Dr. Yalapragada Subbarao, pioneering Indian scientist whose work revolutionized biochemistry and medicine. Despite early setbacks, Dr. Subbarao's relentless pursuit of knowledge led to groundbreaking discoveries, including ATP and folic acid, which remain vital to modern medicine. His work also paved the way for life-saving drugs like tetracycline and methotrexate. His legacy is honored through 2 prestigious awards. The first is the Dr. Yalapragada Subbarao Charitable Award for doctoral students, sponsored by Golden Boy. And the second is the Dr. Yalapragada Subbarao FABA Young Innovator Award, sponsored by National Farm. These awards highlight the next generation of innovators who will shape the future of biotechnology. As we celebrate today, we acknowledge the leaders and trailblazers who continue to inspire progress in our field.
Thank you. Next, I invite Sajid Kamath to explain more about the award. Yeah. Thank you, Jagdish. We'll try to be brief. Since morning, you have heard about physical translation, what happens in what happens in academic people, how can that be taken into startups and bring some products to impact the society. From that point of view, Professor Redana has been working relentlessly trying to reach out to various companies and see how we can support academic and researchers. So keeping that in mind, we are very happy and we are grateful to NATCO Pharma for agreeing to give one of the awards, and then Professor Anand from Govind agreeing to give the other award. So once we agreed that we will institute these awards, I just wanted to take you through the process, how we followed to identify the best that we can. We saw this slide that we showed. We have 2 awards. One is Innovator Award sponsored by NATCO. The other one is the GEM Award for PhD students, supported by the Khan from GEM. Again, we sincerely thank both NATCO and then the Khan for sponsoring and the enthusiastic support. Okay. So, getting funds to do this is one part, but equally important is doing a meticulous job in identifying the most deserving people. And that's where Professor Redana went ahead and created a team. That was a selection committee consisting of Dr. Venkat, a pioneer and 45 years or 50 years of industry experience. We had Dr. Sharmi Saleh as a member, Surya from California, our own Uday Saxena there, and Dr. Ranjan from South Korea, and then Dr. Suresh Sotala, and of course, then I came the director of advice, and then I was part of. We had people from three different time zones, 4 different time zones. We used to have discussions with you from East Coast, West Coast, Midwest, and of course India. Overall number of years of experience is more than 250 years of industry experience, and all of us have gone through clinical translation. So how we can take a product, potential product from academia, and then how we can take it into the market or through pharma, so eventually impacting the society. And that has been the requirement both from Dr. Anand and also from NATCO, see how we can impact the society. Okay, so keeping in mind that particular requirement, the first award is for the young innovator. You can read this. I think all this is in a public domain. Our colleagues, in particular, Mamta, Ilya, and Jagdish, reached out more than 200 institutions all over India, from CSI, DBT, NICOS, and everywhere else, in addition to leading institutions, requesting people to apply for this particular award, that's the Young Innovator Award, and also for PhD Student Award. And the applications started pouring in. So for Subbarao Young Innovator Award, we received 42 applications, and then narrowing them down with people from different time zones was a little bit challenging. Of course, Dr. Edana was there to guide us. One of the requirements specifically came from the sponsor is, if you are trying to make a product, I think it came up very clearly in the morning sessions, is how do the patent that aspect, the patent, the technology. And that is a critical requirement if you want to go to the industry. So we put that as a criteria. So from 42, we were able to narrow it down to 19 applications, all of them had 5 patents, and then we started evaluating each of these. So the evaluation criteria is the application, the number of patents, of course, that got to lot of weightage, number of publications, the novelty, what we are trying to develop here is also given weightage, potential impact on the society, and then matter of validation. You can say that we are developing something, but we have something substantial to see the potential to take it to the market. So all these were taken into account, and then from 19, our internal discussion we got to top finalists. You will see the list of finalists and the type of work that they have done. The first one is Vikram. In thanks to Baba, thanks to Professor Edana, I think we invited all the 5 finalists to come here and participate in this event, and we want to recognize them. One is Vikram Singh. Look at his profile. He's doing his PhD in JSS college in Mysore, but he's also a founder. Sorry, Cosmo company working on snail. So he has 1 patent, one publication, 1 patent, and then he is working on a method to isolate mucins for its application for cosmetology industry, cosmetics industry, but also for wound healing and potential other pharmaceutical industry. The novelty here is isolation of this mucin, characterizing as Vikram is coming here. With your hand, hopefully we get to see him. He identified about 250 novel proteins using mass spec. The high-tech technology that we use to identify, and many of them have potential therapy and also therapeutic use, but also for cosmetic industry. So this is one. And then, yeah. The next one is Dr. Saurabhi Raj. He's a faculty in University of Petroleum and Energy Sciences in Dehradun. He has 37 publications, 4 patents, and he's trying to develop a novel method with a novel wearable electrolyte nano device of point of care for identifying ischemic stroke. He is still at a prototype, and what he showed us during the presentation is that you wear it and it measures the one particular component as a biomarker in the sweat, and that predicts whether you have a stroke or not, which is very important. The next one, please, is Rima Rao. She has a master's in biotechnology, currently doing a PhD, and she has 3 publications and 2 patents. The proposal she presented to the selection committee is a product, is a prototype called the Cervicare, the portable cervical cancer screening device, making it affordable. Again, talking about the impact on the society. Okay, so we took all these, and then the next one is Pavan Rai doing. He has done his master's and now submitted his thesis. He is from CSR, Institute of Social Research in Lucknow. He has 33 publications. Hasn't finished his case yet, but 33 publications. Fantastic. He has 16 patents, and he's trying to develop a novel paper-based chromogenic space for semi-quantitative analysis of hemoglobin. It has significant impact for dialysis and many of the kidney disease. So all these were applicants were asked to present to the committee, selection committee. They gave 10 minutes presentation followed by 5 minutes of answers, questions and answers. From that, we selected one, and that is, sorry, one more. That is sorry. She has a PhD in biology, and she's a professor in applied mechanics and biomedical engineering department in IIT Madras. She has 27 publications and 7 patents. I think it's 11 patents now. Proposal was on revolutionizing cancer treatment with next generation nanomedicine. She has developed some fantastic ways of creating the drug and perhaps a carrier for treatment. And these are all cutting edge technologies that are being developed here. And the next slide shows you the winner of the prize. We had 5 finalists, and then the committee decided to give the awards to Rima Rawat. Rima, congratulations on behalf of FABA. We have requested her to give a brief presentation for the committee for all of you to know the value of the product she's developing, which is called Cervicare. You have 3 minutes or 4 minutes to present.
Thank you so much, sir, for introducing me. So I am Rima Rawat. I'm PhD scholar in UPL Dehradun. So my research topic is to fabricate a portable device for the cervical cancer detection. So as we all are well aware of the cancer status in worldwide, and if I talk about the cancer in women, so the cervical cancer is the top most cancers in women. Nowadays, we are seeing often in newspapers and news articles how cervical cancer is areas where there is no technology. As I also belong to a rural areas, smallest village of the Uttarakhand, so I can feel that how the situation is there. So these are the conventional techniques for the detection of cervical cancer in market. First is colposcopy, cut test, pap test, and MRI scan. So these techniques have some limitations, like they are time consuming, expensive. So our idea is to develop a portable a cervical cancer device which is affordable, easy to use, and it can be easily accessed. So this is our proposed plan. So for this work, what we have done, we took a paper electrode. So we fabricated it with the screen printed machine, and after that we have immobilized a nanomaterial which is titanium carbide amazine on the surface of electrode. Then we hybridize our probe and then we hybridize a probe and target DNA on the surface of electrode, which is specifically for the human papilloma virus type 16. Then we calibrated it first benchtop, and then we converted it into the device. This is the device which name is Cervicare. So after validating it on the benchtop calibration, so we found that the device has a linear range of 1 picomolar to 1 micromolar, and the detection limit is 0.02 picomolar. And this is the screenshot of the Cervicare device we fabricate in our university, which is UPS. So this is the highlights of our device. So this is highly selectable for the optimization of HPV16. It has sensitivity of 1.65 microamps. Response time is yeah. So this is the video where I'm checking the real sample. So it is based on the concentration of human papilloma virus. So if the concentration is less, it shows it is safe, and if the concentration is high, it shows infected. So these are the real sample analysis we have done in the device. So this work is in with the collaboration with Mahavir Cancer Sansthan, Patna, and we have our ethical approval also. So these are the sample we have tested, and the data is well matches with the clinical data. So if I talk about the social impact of this device, so this is a cost-effective device. Also, it will maintain the privacy. It will reduce the healthcare burden. It will empower the women, and we can connect it with the digital health. It will also reduce the death rates, and also it will make world cancer free. So now I want to thank my PhD supervisor, Dr. Ashish Mathur, all my lab mates from the sensor fabrication lab at UPS. And I also want to thank my parents. Also my father is in with the audience. Thank you.
Yeah, MD sir, if you want to, you can please come here and give the award to Rimara, please. Yeah. Please come over. Parents here, please come over. We have to be very proud. All of us are proud of what she's doing. I also request Dr. Pawan Bhatt, Executive Vice President, NATCO, to be there. Yeah, please go ahead. The phone, please. Thank you. Yeah, that's price of 5 lakhs. Okay. Thank you. This is on behalf of NATCO. Thank you very much, Vivek. Thank you. The next award, we can go to next award. That is the GEM. Can you sit there for English? The next award is the GEM a doctoral student award. We have had multiple discussions with Dr. Anand, and he insisted that we identify the best ones with a significant potential to make an impact in the society. That's one aspect. The second is patent filing. So we reviewed a good number of applications. If you can go to the next slide, please. Okay. So we received, again, reaching out to about 200 more institutions. We were able to get good amount of applications. 78 were received. We shortlisted them to 40. All of them have filed patents. Again, we evaluated them on various criteria, education qualifications, patents in particular, publications, novelty of their work, potential impact, and then status of validation. With that, if you can go to the next slide, we identified 2 joint winners. We spent good amount of time, the committee spent good amount of time to identify 2 joint winners. That is Sandeep, who is here. Congratulations, Sandeep. He's a PhD student from NIPER, SAS Nagar. He has 3 publications and 2 patents. And he also told me, I think, that they're in the process of finding more. The proposal that is presented is that his PhD work is bisect the antibody, an engineering antibody for severe asthma, which is definitely has a lot of value for societal impact. And then the joint winner is Pragya Gupta. She is a PhD student in CSR IGIB New Delhi. 11 publications already, which is very good, and 1 patent. The proposal she has is deciphering the regulatory landscape of fetal hemoglobin in beta globin gene cluster in disease intervention. I think her group is involved in looking at gene therapy and other aspects. So from that point of view, there's a potential for impacting the society through gene therapy. So I congratulate on behalf of FABA. I would like to congratulate both of them, and if you can come and speak for then after that would be Pragya. Thank you.
A very good afternoon. But now I want to present one molecule from NIPER Mohali, that is bispectide, an engineered antibody for the severe asthma. First, I want to meet the team. Myself, Sandeep, a PhD scholar. Next is Surya Sindhe. He is also a PhD scholar. Next is my twin supervisor, Professor Abhay Pandey. He is the professor in Department of Biotechnology. Next is Professor Shyam Sharma sir. He is the professor in the Department of Pharmacology and Toxicology. The problem which we are targeting is the severe asthma, which is characterized as the airway inflammation, symptom as the chest tightness, wheezing, coughing, and shortness of the breath. And the condition is diagnosed was specifically bad for the breath during the asthmatic attack. And if we see, it is the second most leading cause of the mortality among respiratory shavers. And it has affected around more than 300 million persons worldwide, and 5 lakh persons are dying. If you see the Indian, it is around 35 million persons are affected, and every year around 2 lakh persons are dying. And every day more than 1,000 persons are dying because of the inadequate treatments for the. And if we see, it's the global prevalence. It is all over the world, most especially in the Asia also. And if we see, 1 in every 12 children, 1 in every 12 adults are having asthma symptoms. And if we see its treatments, there are like multiple treatment options. Immunocorticosteroids are the most often used. However, we all are aware of its side effects, and several biologics are also for this condition. These are inadequate because that asthma pulmonary condition is a multi-pathway condition. So targeting one molecule or one antigen is not that efficient to control this condition. So we are coming up with a solution that severe asthma involve both eosinophilic as well as neutrophilic inflammation, and TNF and IL-23 both are the main regulatory cytokines to this condition. So if we can target both at the same time, we can have a promising approach to those. So we are coming up with the solutions. We are designing a bispecific that bi-specific domain antibody which will bind specifically to the TMP as well as anti-23 so that we can control the inflammation. So this by protein fusion technology, we are fusing anti-TMP nanobody, anti-IL-23 nanobody to a half-life extension partner. We are constructing it in a TP90 vector so that we are expressing in a PK pastoris, which is a more economic expression system, so that we can less amount as compared to CHO line antibodies which are coming in lag repeat. And then we are purifying it and we are getting a good that is the prototype of that is the prototype of my molecule system. I start that. And we have characterized by ELISA contaminated binding, this has to be confirmed that it is blocking or reflecting the direction effect from both cytokines. And we did its POC in the female Vista for the oval albumin LPS window. And we have found that it is reduced the exacerbation rate, so that it altered the like it improve the alveolar lung function and it improve the cell profile in the blood bath and in the from the I want to show you the visual that food mass conduct can do. As you can see that red one is the asthma mice, that yellow one is the asthma mice visited with vascular. In the treated mice, there is a very reduced exacerbation. Because at that time we are giving them a medicine, and you can see that there is a very less exacerbation. Okay. So this is the expression of interest we are making, and this is what business can watch movie. We are coming. This is not bispecific that for you. We have developed it for the also, and we want to co-develop this molecule to the industry, and we are open to take hands for this collaboration for this project.
Nadia, if you can come on, please. And then again, 4 minutes. I am that's it. Dr. Anand, finally, the other presentation.
So I'll start. Good afternoon, everyone. So today I'll be talking about advancing the diagnostic and therapeutics of beta hemoglobinopathy. So as hemoglobin is present in our human blood, RBCs, and today I'll be talking about the beta subglobin subunit of it, whose mutation leads to beta hemoglobinopathies. Two of the most common ones are sickle cell disease and beta thalassemia. Both of these are caused by the mutations in the HPP gene, and both of them have you can see the statistics, the prevalence statistics on the slides, and it has a high global burden at the global and also at the Indian and also at the Indian scenario. So the next question is how to tackle this high burden of beta hemoglobinopathies. So we can target diagnostics and therapeutics. So in diagnostics, we have right now Sanger sequencing and HPLC, which is most prominently used. We do have some point of care testing, but that is for sickle cell disease, not for beta thalassemia. So what we need is more field deployable and cost-effective methods that can be used for high throughput screening, especially in case of India, where we do not have the exact numbers, how many people do have beta hemoglobinopathy. So for this, we have developed something called SNAP-seq, which is amplicon-based precision sequencing, but it can be field deployable in terms of sample collections, where we don't need any professional for sample collection. The samples can be transported at the room temperature to any diagnostic lab, and we can do high throughput screening. So this work was published in Frontiers in Molecular Biosciences recently. The second arm of tackling the high burden is therapeutics. So we have oral drugs, blood transfusion, and non-curative therapeutic approach, bone marrow transplantation, cell and gene therapy. And cell and gene therapy, as we had discussed, we have been discussing in the morning that it is very it is costly. So we need some cost effective and oral drugs for better management of the disease. So for testing any therapeutic aspects of this disease, we test in hematopoietic stem progenitor cells, but it comes with its own limitations that we have a limited renewable capacity of patients' hematopoietic stem progenitor cells, limited donor availability. So, by keeping this in mind, we have developed a cellular model of sickle cell and beta thalassemia using CRISPR-Cas9 HDR mediated approach. Once we had these cell lines, we have compared it with patient-derived HSPCs at cellular, molecular, and physiological levels, that it shows the same phenotype as shown by the patient-derived HSPCs. So I'll just show you our data that we know the sickle cell disease shows sickling under hypoxia condition. So we have subjected our cellular model, the reticulocytes derived from it, under hypoxia conditions, and we can see the sickling. And in case of beta thalassemia, due to unpaired alpha globin, it results in globin chain imbalance. So we have shown in the data that the cellular models developed in the lab also shows the globin chain imbalance. So we have done a thorough extensive comparison, which we have recently published in Nature Communications. So the applications of these cellular models also we have shown. One is the FDA approved drug we have treated and shown the rescue in the disease phenotype. Thereby we can apply this for the high throughput drug screening, also for the drug repurposing, which can reduce the time. We have also shown the genome editing based approach to show the disease rescue using these cellular lines, which can show, which basically can help in preclinical testing. And also because sickle cell mutation is known for the malarial association, so this line can also be used for host pathogen interactions. Just 30 seconds to show one innovative approach for the therapeutic that I have also worked on, that I have screened the 110 kb of this gene cluster to find out two novel regions which is able to rescue the disease phenotype. And for these two deletions, I have just shown the sickle cell data, which is able to rescue the disease phenotype. These are the two novel approaches that has not been shown and is unpublished. So the overall societal and economic impact of both improving the diagnostic and the therapeutics is we can have improved public outcomes, access to care in low resource setting, better family planning and genetic counseling, faster drug discovery, and we can increase the research and fasten the treatment innovations. So with that, I would thank you and acknowledge my supervisor, Dr. Shiva Prakash Ramalingam, and the lab, funding agencies, and FABA and Govin Holdings for recognizing my work.
Yeah, thank you. There's a lot of data what we don't have this time. Thank you again, and congratulations on behalf of FABA. Sandeep and Pragya, please go and receive the awards. The total money is 2 lakhs, thanks to the government. Yes, congratulations, Pragya, and congratulations to the keep up the work, and I hope we get to see a product in the market in a few years. Thank you. Thank you, MD sir, and thank you, Dr. Anand, for staying back. I know you're running late to there, but yeah. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Sandeep, Pragya, and also our 5 lakhs cash award winner. Yeah, Rima. Thank you, Rima. Thank you. Keep it up. Okay. Now we have 2 more important awards to announce, and I would ask Dr. Ratnakar to speak a few words about it.
Good evening, and it's now time for us to celebrate the innovations. FABA is proud to announce the FABA's Lifetime Achievement Award to Dr. Soumya Swaminathan for the year 2024. And incidentally, she is traveling this time, and we are not able to have her in person here. So we will be inviting her again to receive the award in person very shortly. We all know about her credentials, so I'm not taking time to introduce her. But let me now take the privilege and honor to introduce yet another important person for this year's Dr. B.S. Bajaj Memorial FABA Excellence Award for year 2024. So this year the award goes to Dr. Rahul Parwa, the esteemed founder and the CEO of Intermission, pride in the forefront of cancer research and treatment. And we all know about his significant breakthroughs in making CAR-T therapy available to the country. So, without much of the delay, we will request him to be on the stage. He is already there on the stage.
Thank you, Dr. Raka, for coming all the way from Mumbai here. You deserve this award. So it's been 20 years that FABA has been formed, and we have one of our founders, Mr. B.P. Acharya here. So we'll share like FABA, what FABA has been for past 20 years. His chief mentor and patron of FABA is none other than Mr. B.P. Acharya IAS, retired. So please come and share a few words.
Good evening. I think it's rather late in the day. People are leaving, so it's not the appropriate time to jog back the memories to 20 years. But it's very satisfying to see where we have reached the last 20 years. It was 2005, February, when FABA was launched. It was launched by Dr. M.K. Bhan, the first secretary DBT. That he was not joined as secretary DBT in Hyderabad, second parliament. To tell you the background, I need to tell about three different streams which went parallelly at that time. One was immunology, second was bioethics, and third was FABA. That's how FABA became a platform to showcase the event, the cluster. Genome Valley, as the IKP gentleman, Dr. Vasu, was telling, they'll be celebrating 25 years next year. IKP was, in a way, the anchor apart from the other biotech. Around that Genome Valley developed. We've all been talking about building ecosystems of life sciences. It has been one of the most successful ecosystems, perhaps the only one in India where world-class facilities were built up. And it has taken us 20-25 years to create what it is. Other cities have tried, other states have tried, but not successful as much as we need. The Genome Valley was growing. We wanted an event to showcase it. Bangalore Bio was already happening. The tutelage of Mazumdar Shah. We needed something else. We said, that is showcasing on India. Let us make it an Asian event, trying to network the Asian countries. Those days, very little was happening in Asian countries for biotechnology. US, it was basically the story of some of the photos which show you the events and its where. This is the 2004 the BioAsia, sorry, 2005. Now it was launched by the former Chief Minister and also simultaneously earlier by Dr. Bhan. There's another photograph of Dr. Bhan once again. We show that. Dr. M.K. Bhan. Yes. This was the lunch which happened in the morning, and CM came in the afternoon. So we had a lunch twice in a week. Same logo was done. So the idea was it will provide a networking platform for the Asian countries. The first president was from Pakistan, Dr. Anwar Nasir. He was the scientific advisor to the Pakistan government. Now he perhaps in Toronto. He and a very strong delegation came from Pakistan, Sri Lanka. We had people, Anand was there. He was also present in the events at that time from Singapore. We had people from Malaysia. Unfortunately, the Asian chapters have not been very active over the years. While FABA has remained a Hyderabad-centric body, the chapters of FABA have not been very active, and we have not lived up to our the expectations of FABA as a pan-Asian body. Be that as it may, such events of showcasing clusters, scientific clusters, and I hope and pray IRAC continues to play this proactive role. And I hope that from the BioNest, which has been one of the most successful startups here in the country, BioNest in UOH, we will graduate to a research path. We've been trying to have an innovation and research path around it. I hope IRAC will start funding such science paths. You've seen abroad in Cambridge and Oxford, everyone, all these top universities have got science paths. We try to replicate that model in Hyderabad University. So I wish FABA all the very best. I hope the partnership with IRAC will continue. FABA has a new vertical called FABA Academy, which has taken from itself training of personnel, the biotech students, pharma students, who are required by the industry. There is requirement for skilling, upskilling, and the reskilling of the employees working in the biotech industry. That is where FABA Academy is supposed to play that role. I hope that initiative succeeds. So I wish everyone all the very best. Congratulate Dr. Redana and his team for this event. It happened separately. Normally it used to coincide with BioAsia one day before or after. At this time it is delayed from BioAsia. It will happen in February, but this will happen separately. It has its own plus point to have it at the university so that the academia industry partnership is there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the warm words. I request Dr. Uday Saxena, our EC member, to give concluding remarks.
Yes. Okay, can you hear me? Thank you for staying. I know for some of us, it's been a long 2.5, 3 weeks, but especially yesterday and today have been very long, I think. So I actually prepared
what to say, but Jitendra is not here now. He said everything I wanted to say. So looks like great minds think alike. I don't know, but he covered every single point that I had mentioned to say. So I'm just going to, tell you about my personal experiences for about the next 3-4 minutes on how industry academia collaboration work in the United States. It's a very successful model. So I was working for Pfizer, and we had just submitted NDA for atorvastatin Lipitor. So we were all on a high. And I got a call from Emory University saying we are doing a startup company, a spin out, and we want you to run it because it was closely related to my area of expertise. It was a startup, literally a startup. And I said, no, I'm not going to leave, a good job here at Pfizer and actually come and work. I don't know if I'll be able to eat food tomorrow. What is the startup for? So that went on for almost a year. I said, no, 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 no. Finally, I get a letter from the president of Emory saying you have been appointed as associate professor in Department of Cardiology for 5 years. So in case the startup fails in 5 years, you will have a job for 5 years. Incredible. So the risk that they took, they decided that the spin out has to work. They decided that this is an individual that can make difference. How can we get in here? So that is what is needed from academia to be able to make industry connections and spin out successful. That risk taking, that vision, that out of box thinking is needed. There is no template. There is no sign here, give me 4 passport pictures. That's not how it's going to work. If you want industry and academia to collaborate, both the parties have to risk. I told you a great example of how Emory took a risk on me. And that startup, we took it public. Our employee number, we took it public. It became a unicorn in Anand's language, $1 billion company. And I will tell you in a minute what happened to it. The other side of how industry took a risk was also there at Emory and happened right in front of my eyes. There was a faculty called Professor Dennis Leota. He had done some outstanding work on making compounds for HIV. And there was an industry academia meet just like this. AstraZeneca had come. They saw him present. They said right away, we want this compound. And Dennis said, no way. I'm academia or industry. I will never work with you together. That again went on. And then AstraZeneca made him an offer that he could not refuse. They said, here is a check of $200 million, $100 million from university, $100 million to you for you to build your whole unit around. That's when Dennis said yes, and those drugs actually became blockbusters. So the risk taking that you have to take both from the industry and academia simply has to happen, like I said, and I'm not seeing that happen. Both sides are playing it very safe, comfort zone, as I think Professor Mehta said, for 50 years this has been going on. It'll probably go on for another 50 years, unless both parties decide to take a risk and place it there. So that's been my experience. I also want to talk about the startups. I heard a lot of startups yesterday. The one thing I did not hear, and it wasn't pointed out to them by many experts either, every single company was a one-trick pony. What that means is you are spending all your resources on one product, right? Very bad strategy. You have to be able to allocate funds to develop a pipeline. Tell me what happened to the company that became a unicorn, Emory, which I was part of. We only had one drug. It failed in phase 3. Publicly traded company, stock trading at $70. Then immediately within 3 days went down to less than 70 So for all of you startups, I admire the fact that you are chasing the golden goose, but make sure you have plenty of eggs. One trick pony will probably land you in big trouble. And I wish somebody had pointed out to them diversify not work just one thing. The last thing I think I wanted to talk to you about is the other thing I want to see. Yesterday I saw the presentation. There's beginning to be a lot of focus on money, business, exit valuation. I will tell you what Dr. Reddy told me.
He said, leave that out. Do not listen to people who challenge you in that. If you have a product that a patient will buy from you, everything will fall in place. So he said, do not be bogged down by all. Somebody will do number crunching and tell you, no, it's not adding up. I don't think you have your product. He simply told me, and there were people around me who would tell me even when I was in that organization. He said, my orders to you, block yourself from that. Just go ahead and produce the product. If you have the product, people will pay money. They will line up to that. So that's my last message to you. At very early stage, don't be bogged down by valuation. What are you now? What will you be? If you have a product, all of that will go away forward. So don't be afraid. Just look at how quickly can you get the product to the market. If you're able to get it in 6 months, try and get it in 4 months. That should be the focus, not trying to figure out, am I meeting the valuation that the guy wants? So, last 1 minute, I want to thank everybody who made this last 2 days a beautiful meeting. I mean, I was talking to some of the startups here outside and asking their feedback. They all really, really liked it a lot. But one thing I think I'm getting the sense is we need to have smaller breakout sessions where 2 or 3 VCs are meeting with 4 or 5. Let's start. This business of having 5 VCs listen to 20, a lot of them actually walked out, went to lunch, came back and all that, right? I think the format next time I would suggest is not everybody listen to every, break them out, find out what the VCs are interested, have small breakout sessions. That will be much more effective than I think what we heard yesterday. So thank you everybody for staying so late. Thank you to FABA. Thank you to all the enablers of FABA who are right here, who made this happen, also the university. And finally, the panelists, the VCs, the speakers who came in. Brilliant job. I think this is beyond what I had thought would happen. And so thank you and kudos to all of you. You don't need to give a token for confusing you. So it's fine. Next, I invite our own Professor Bindu Madhareddy, whom we have been troubling him from last 2 months or 3 months. Sir, flowers will come. Sir, we need catering. Sir, we need IOE. He was patiently listening to us and he delivered everything he promised. Thank you, sir. Please.
Thank you. Cycle. Would I cover part of my job? Okay, so my job is water science. So I take a word from board and my professor, and it's the probability of seeing some names and then conflict and all those things. I will not take any names for that purpose. And this event started, as you all know, from 3rd August as the FABA Innovation Summit. Started with the 2 weeks program of drug discovery workshop. And the next main tank, what you have seen yesterday, and then today is the innovation summit. And so it cannot happen without large support from institutions, panelists, speakers, enablers, incubators, and from government body, BIRAC, and academia, community, institute directors, and then many more people. I'll just read out some of the institutes and then sponsors and other things. We have very few people already left. And we have big round of applause for them whenever it is required. Thank you. The first step, institutional partners who are actively participated, or of course, apart from FABA, University of Hyderabad, Institute of Eminence. So where our Vice Chancellor was kind enough to invite FABA from the last Innovation Summit. to host in University of Hyderabad and also generously supporting funding from Institute of Evidence. Apart from CCMB, CRO Institute, and Naipar Gauhati and CDRI as a part of institutional support. And platinum sponsors Govin and Curatech, Arazen, Virku, Biosis, Ampilogic, Morphin, IDA, and the award sponsors NACO and Govin with round of applause, and supported by other institutes like World Trade Center and Bharat Advanced Therapeutics and knowledge partner by CDRI. And as I said, there are many people. I would like to mention one name. Of course, everybody mentioned that. Professor Redena, it's all because of him. I would say FABA is still alive. Otherwise, it would have been these same like other partners of the FABA Association Associated Company. So thank you, sir. And another important thing is I should personally acknowledge him. So he is, even though I saw a lot of reluctance, he will pull me somewhere and convince me to be part of this FABA. And then I just watch and then learn. Then wherever there is a minimum help required, I'm coming forward and then help. And of course, I learned a lot from this and then interacting with the people and all. So thank you very much, sir, for once again for giving me this opportunity consistently. And I am sure I'll contribute significantly in future, whenever is required. You know, you have a full team of support. So thank you, sir. And of course, this the event itself is more than 2 weeks. And then, as Jagdish was mentioning, the plan was happened almost 3 months before. And then there were a lot of emails requesting panelists, speakers, and workshop lecture experts and all other. And then also every day it is online program. Every day make sure that participants are there, because on time. It goes online without any issues. All the FABA team, excellent job by FABA team. And, logistics, University of Hyderabad, Aspire, Bionest staff, and university students for helping and to make this event successful and valuable. Thank you very much. Honestly, by the last few days, how the bit by the head cancer there and and all the great work is one thing because of to know that they are taken from immediate to the response and allows the person to the class, the concept, the next part of the text, and constantly
Jump like it. No. Good to you.
And we would like to thank all the Buffalo media teams for wonderful job. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, welcome. Please come on the stand. Hello, Mr. Sam. All of you, Saurabh, Gautam. Please join us.
Just there, this put you can
थोड़ा सा 5% रहता है